Hey kids, it's me, and I'm by myself. This is gonna be the creepiest fat man beyond you've ever seen, man. It's gonna slowly unwind. Remember that movie from the '90s, Talk Radio? Eric Bogosian. It's based on play. Um, and eventually somebody comes and shoots him at the end. That's what this broadcast is gonna be like. This is where I get canceled, kids, because I don't have Mark to balance me. This is where the sober yin that's usually there for my raging yang, which sounds exactly as fucking filthy as I meant it. Mark's not here to receive my raging yang. And because of that, it's going to be a weird show. Mark's busy doing something, man, important. So he couldn't be here tonight. And I wanted to do a show so I could talk about the 4:30 movie, which is on digital in what time is it? It's 8:09 here, 11:09 back east. Like within an hour in New Jersey, you could buy the 4:30 movie, not just New Jersey, the entire East Coast. Midnight, essentially, is what I'm getting at. You know what, kids? I haven't even started the fucking show properly. Welcome to Fat Man Beyond. I'm Kevin Smith, Mark Bernardin, off on assignment, kids. I'm a little tweaky because I've been up since 4 a.m. I did a full junket today, right from this chair. It's like I've been in this chair all damn day. It was wonderful. I talked to, how many interviews did I do? About 50. I went from 9 a.m. till 2 p.m, just talking about the 4:30 movie. And it was absolutely lovely. But so I'm just in chatty fucking mode, to say the least. And I just watched a flick I would love to talk about. My flick, though, 4:30 movie, kids. We just had a screening on Friday at Smodcastle. And then another screening on Saturday of something completely different. This movie called Crazy House. And let me tell you about it, man. The 4:30 movie screening was delicious. We didn't charge. Like generally when I do a show at Smodcastle, and if I'm there, we upcharge and stuff like that. But for this show, I told the Smodcast keeper Ernie O'Donnell, I said, just let it be like what at $10. Like that's what it is everywhere. Well, except in New York, man. Going to the movies in New York is fucking expensive. But generally speaking, like I was like, just let it play for whatever, it normally plays for. So we sold out like super fast because it was like, hey, this asshole's going to be here and he's going to talk afterwards. And it was a great screening this time around. And for the Q&A, I brought up the people who inspired all the characters in the movie. So I was there as the inspiration of Brian David, the main character, played by Austin Zager. Ernie O'Donnell was there as the inspiration for Bernie O'Donnell, played by Nick Cirillo. Michael Bellicose was there as the inspiration for Belly, as played by Reed Northrup. And Kim Loughran was there, who was the inspiration for Melody. Kim Loughran Garby. Kim Garby, she's married now. And she was the inspiration for Melody Barnegat. So it was a really cool, like, packed house screening where, like, afterwards they got to talk to the real people. And naturally, people were like, was it true? And so my friends, normally I rock the mic all the time and blah, blah, blah. I talk. It's nice to be able to hand the mics over to my friends and let them tell some of the story as well. It was a really fun night. Then the next night at Smodcastle Cinemas on Saturday, we did a screening of this movie, Crazy House, which comes out on, I believe, on home video on Friday. It's directed by Stefan and Flip, the two dudes out of Holland who've made a bunch of movies in their country. This is the first movie they made with actors, not from Holland and stuff. So they got Alicia Silverstone and Nick Frost. And Nick Frost joined us along with the director, Stefan. And we had a screening of their flick Crazy House, which is a fucking batshit midnight movie. Like, it is so midnight. I remember when my friend Nate at XYZ, there was the cats that helped us make Tusk. he sent me this and he was like, hey, do you want to do a screening at your place and check this movie out? And I'm like, this movie makes Tusk look like, fucking Little House on the Prairie. Does anyone remember that show? Let me come up with a more current reference. Take two. This movie makes Tusk. Well, Tusk isn't even a current reference. Jesus, man. My head's stuck up my ass in the past. Let's just say it made the most weird thing I've ever done look very tame by comparison. So I was worried, that we were going to bring it in and people would get up and leave, or we wouldn't get people to show up. We gave out free tickets, but we gave out all the free tickets, man. So we had a packed house, and I was so like proud of my hometown area, man, because they were so dialed in to the movie. Like, and at the end they gave a big applause and they were like laughing in all the right places. It's a real like out there gonzo movie. So there was a chance, I've made some of those flicks where people just like, fuck this, I'm leaving. Nobody left. They fucking stayed, man. So it was delight. And having a screen, like screening my stuff at Smodcastle Cinema is just something that like I'm used to and something I love doing and whatnot. And it's helped keep the lights on as well. But screening other filmmakers' work like that would never be in central New Jersey, having a dude from Holland, and Nick Frost flew in from London, man. Like the night before, he was in London in Leicester Square doing a screening of 20th anniversary screening of Shaun of the Dead. Jumped on a plane, came to do the Crazy House screening at Smodcast. I was so glad that the place was packed, and he was hysterical. He was like on point, really, really funny. Then the next morning, got on a plane, went back to London. So that was the kind of event I've dreamed about doing at Smodcastle Cinemas since we took it over like 2 years ago. Like me going to the movies at my movie theater, naturally, of course, but bringing in people that would never be brought in to like central New Jersey and getting to expose their work and expose the town or central Jersey to like their work. Oh, that's what I dream about doing. So hopefully way more of that. Kids, first of our ads tonight, man. We got to talk about the good folks at Lumen. What is Lumen? Well, Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach, man. It's a device that measures your metabolism through your breath. And on the app, it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs and gives you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, your workouts, sleep, and even stress management. All you got to do is breathe into the Lumen first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fats or carbs. Then Lumen gives you a personalized nutrition plan for that day based on your measurements. Science, kids. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals so you know exactly what's going on in your body in real time. And Lumen will give you tips to keep you on the top of your health game. JC, pop in here, Banff, man.
Banff. That's not really a Banff today, but slide.
No, I know. Now you're sidekick man. You're Mark man today. You breathed into a Lumen or two, haven't you?
I have. It's pretty cool. It's really easy. It's really interesting to see. I do the intermittent fasting that you were doing once upon a time, and it's interesting to see how that affects your lumen and how even if you've been fasting, sometimes you still dip into a carb zone. Yeah, it's if you like data, if you like, you're trying to lose weight, you're trying to be healthy, you can read everything on the internet. This gives you hard data on what you could and should be doing.
It helps you gamify your health. And in a world where that's what everything is, when we're used to the gamification of everything, it makes like something like as scientifically necessary, but like abjectly boring as checking your metabolism, easy and fun to do, man. And then something you're like, oh my God, I'll keep doing this, man. Your metabolism is your body's engine. It's how your body turns the food you eat into fuel that keeps you going, because your metabolism is at the center of everything your body does. Optimal metabolic health translates to a bunch of benefits, kids, including easier weight management, improved energy levels, better fitness results, better sleep, etc., man. So if you want to take the next step in improving your health, go to lumen.me, lumen.me/fatman, FATMAN. to get 15% off your Lumen, man. That is LUMENDOTME/Fatman for 15% off your purchase. Thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring this episode. And I apologize for not being Mark Bernard. In a moment like this, I miss Mark. He's so fluid and smooth on that sort of thing. And I were like,
Will Wilkins has been Will Wilkins has been using Lumen for a hot minute, and I think he has lost over 25 pounds.
He looks good, man.
Following the guided advice and hey, try eating this, try eating that.
That's what it is. It is advice. It's not gonna like breathing into it's not gonna make you lose weight, but breathing into it and reading the data and using the data can help you lose weight, man. Lumen, for heaven's sakes, go check it out. Okay. Let's see. What else did I do last week before I get into other things and whatnot? I was back east. I went back east to do Good Morning America on Wednesday. And then I did the Are You Garbage podcast while I was in New York, and that's up right now. And then what did I do? Oh, I did Criterion Closet, which I guess I don't know, is that meant to be a surprise or something, but it's not up yet. I think it's going up fairly soon. But that was good time. And there's 2 occasions over the course of like 1 week where I was allowed to go on a shopping spree, like where they're like, here's a bag, go fill it. And once was at the Funko store, and once was at Criterion, in the Criterion Closet. And I gotta tell you, man, I'm never the guy that takes free shit. Like I remember going to the DVD, what was it, Home Video Awards or whatever the fuck, the year they gave Stan Lee like a Lifetime Achievement Award. And they were like, you present us? Absolutely. And they held it at the what was that place? Not the Troubadour, like one of the places, I think place where we did like the Red State tour here in Los Angeles. Pretty famous.
Wiltern.
Wiltern, thank you very much. So they held at the Wiltern, and I went up on stage, introed Stan. Stan got up, got his award and stuff. And then I was done. So you're allowed to leave as presenters. Another cat that was there was Jerry Bruckheimer of Jerry Bruckheimer Films. I forget what he was presenting for. But he was there as a presenter, like I was a presenter for Stan. So as I was leaving, they were like, hey man, take your gift basket. And I was like, oh, like that's cool. I'm good, thanks. And I went to get in my car. I saw Jerry Bruckheimer get in his car. He had not only had 1 gift basket, he had 2. And I was like, that's how the rich stay rich right there. But I've never been the dude that engages much in the free shit. One time after the heart attack, like I went to some Goop conference, like Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop thing. Here in Los Angeles. And when I was done with it, like as I went to my car, they were like, hey man, take your 2 Goop gift baskets. And I was like, oh, that's okay. You guys could have them. Like, no. And I remember like, they were like, your wife will want one of these. Don't leave them both behind. And I begrudgingly, I was like, all right. And I got home and gave it to Jennifer. And she was like, what do you mean they offered you 2? And I was like, oh, I could have had 2, but like, I felt like that was too piggish. And that was years ago, like right after the heart attack. So we're talking 6 years ago. My wife still talks about it to this day. The time you didn't take the second Goop free basket, you dumbass. So generally, I'm not the guy that engages in like the free shit. But at both Funko and Criterion, I made such a pig of myself. I don't think I'm ever going to be asked back, man. I think I went way too far with it. Like, it's crazy how free becomes an aphrodisiac of sorts, where you're like, wait, so I don't have to pay for this? I can just keep sticking it in the bag? I went a little full hog. Apologize to the good folks at Funko and Criterion. If either of those companies wind up shuttering over the course of the next year, I feel like it'd be my fault. Let's see. I know this is an incredibly unpopular thing to do this early in the show, but we got another sponsor, kids. That's right, man. Believe it or not, another fine corporation wants to see Fat Man Beyond continue going. So we thank them for their patronage, man. You were talking about Mando, kids. We love Mando. You want to see how much I love Mando? I keep a bar of their soap, this bar soap, just open on the desk, man, just because it smells good, man. They got the deodorant. I used while I was gone. They have these deodorant wipes, and I keep them in my bag for when I'm traveling. While I was traveling, man, at one point, kept fresh with the deodorant and wipes while I was running around New York 2 days doing press and stuff like that. I love the Mando products. Let's see what Mando has to say, man. What's the most valuable thing in the world? This is like straight out of Conan. Conan, what is best in life? Um, you know, to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of other products that aren't Mando, I would say. And what's the second most valuable thing? Well, time. Managing and worrying about body odor used to take up a lot of time, man. I was paranoid about smelling, especially around midday. It was all extremely time consuming, but not anymore. Not since I switched to Mando whole body deodorant. I freed up so much time, man. Time to write the next film, Jay and Silent Bob, Star Wars, man. I was able to write it because I wasn't sitting there going, do I stank? Am I full of stank? Is it me? Yeah, man, it's that effective and long lasting. Here's why. Mando doesn't cover up odor after the fact with heavy fragrances like certain other deodorants. It stops odor at the source by blocking the bacteria on your skin from eating your sweat. Is that how it works? Is that how it blocks the bacteria on your skin from eating your sweat, which is the actual cause of body odor? Oh my God, every day is a school day. We just learned something. Mando taught us things. Show us the way, Mando. What does this mean? It means Mando is clinically proven to control odor for up to 72 hours. That's a long ass time. It's 3 days by my reckoning. So give yourself the precious gift of time and get yourself some Mando whole body deodorant. Is that it? Or is this it? This is the invisible cream deodorant right here, man. Special offer, kids. New customers get $5 off Mando's best-selling starter pack with the code FATMAN at shopmando.com, man. You'll get the whole body deodorant, which is just it's seriously safe to use anywhere on your body. Pits, packages, which includes grundle and balls, belly buttons, butt cracks, stinky crevices, stomach folds, and feet. And that's deodorant, man. Like, when has ever anyone been like, here, stick this deodorant in your ass? It'll still work. Mando is American made, kids. Mando's whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use anywhere, allowing you to put Mando on family jewels without any worry, because Mando, it's aluminum free, or for you British people, aluminium free, baking soda free, no cooking involved, cruelty free. No animals had to die so that you can stop your stank. Die free. Live free. Die free, for heaven's sakes. And vegan. Good to know. I am one. Clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor level was a 5 out of 10. With Mando, the average grundle odor level is at a 0 out of 10. Come on, man. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like a mini body wash, deodorant wipes, and free as hell shipping. Luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use the code FATMAN, all one word, FATMAN. God bless you, puppy. At shopmando.com, shopmando.com. We thank the good folks at Mando, not just for sponsoring the show, but for like curbing the stank while I was on the road in New York, particularly. Okay, man. JC, throw up that picture of me on a TV show from last night. Last night, kids, I had no idea this was happening. Holy shit. There was a episode of The Simpsons where they cut to people in the crowd, and yours truly was one of those peoples. Having been drawn into an earlier episode, man, I was so delighted to be included, man. And like out of nowhere, I wasn't expecting this. It just happened. Last night I was doing a live script reading with the cast of Veep. They had this Veep reunion to benefit the Wisconsin Democrats. So everybody from that show came, and also Jason Alexander, of course, who was on Seinfeld with Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Veep herself, Selena Meyer herself, Larry David, Kumail Nanjiani, me. It was nuts. I got included because Dave Mandel who worked on like the last 4 seasons of Veep, I think it was. Him and I did the Clerks cartoon years ago. You know, Bear is driving, and he was the one. Dave is the guy that actually says, who's driving? Bear is driving. How can that be?" So Dave knows what like a massive Veep fan I've always been. So he was like, "Hey man, do you want to come in and read the reporter lines?" And they read the episode Crate, which is one of my favorite episodes. So it was bliss, man. I got to watch Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Tony Hale like reenact a scene, the scene from that episode, Crate, where Selena finds out she's going to become the 45th president of the United States, and the show's a reality. And her and Gary like kind of have this breakdown, cracking up in a bathroom and shit. And you know, I've seen that episode so many times, and for a read through, a live read through, even if it's a benefit, I was like, there's no way they can touch how amazing that scene was. And they duplicated it, man, if not made it better. They legit laughing while you're acting is like one of the hardest things to do, man. Jason Mewes, we're trying to make Dogma. Jason Mewes, like, there's the line where he's like, "Oh, holy shit, holy bartender, holy fuck, I get it. That's a great one." And he's supposed to laugh, like after Azrael shoots the bartender and stuff. And we sat there for like 9 takes because Jason couldn't fucking put a laugh out there. And every laugh he did was like, ha 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 ha. It just like sounded so creepy and not fake. And I was like, "What's going on?" He's like, "It's hard to fucking get a real laugh going and shit." And I was like, "Well, we're all waiting on you, shit." The pressure's on. He's blowing take after take. And finally, we're doing like what honestly must have been the 10th take. And, you know, it starts with the two of us. It's a 2 shot of us. We got our hands up and shit. And all of a sudden, he fucking goes, he like rips one. And that made him laugh like a baby, you know, like a baby finding its genitalia, its own genitalia, or fucking farting and making itself laugh. He fucking made himself crack up because of his own fart. And that's the take that's in the movie. So if you ever see Dogma again, and there's a good chance you will in the future, that moment was Jason Mewes' authentic laughter born out of his own fart. Watching two pros who, you know, have played these characters for years, but haven't played them in a while, dip back in and find the magic was absolutely thrilling. And then after it was all done, I was like, "Man, that was so much fun. What could make it a better Sunday night?" Somebody was like, "You were on The Simpsons." I was like, "Ah!" Shit like that still matters to me. You know, I've been in this job 30 years. Clerks happened 30 years ago and shit. And there are things that I was engaged with before I ever started making pop culture. Pop culturally, The Simpsons, man, was like as big in my world then as it is today. So that still means something to me. So thank you to the good folks of The Simpsons, whoever was just like, because they could have pulled from like anybody to fill that seat. It was a pretty prime seat, like right up front. So thank you to whoever fucking said, "Hey, let's include fucking him." They'll be slobberingly grateful. And I was, for heaven's sakes. Okay. Let's talk about, like I said, 4:30 movie drops at midnight, man. It's 8:31 here on the West Coast. So I intend to broadcast straight till midnight. That's right. We're doing a fucking 4:30 thon. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take it all the way to midnight. But I'll hang out for a long time and chit chat and shit. Although this feels very vloggy to me without Mark. You know, it's no longer a conversation. It's just stream of consciousness. But I'll be honest with you. This is what I hear in my head all the time anyway. Kevin Smith droning on and on. The difference is I love him. I'm a huge Kevin Smith fan, so I can listen to it all day. Sometimes it's so much, I got to spill it out and share it with other people and shit. And that's what we're doing tonight. You're my therapy. You're going to save me $250 this week, man. I'm not going to go see Thomas. I'm going to sit here and tell you my fucking problems. 4:30 movie, kids, was a fun ass experience. For those unaware of this little charmer of a picture that we put out a couple weeks ago for very limited time on a few screens, but most importantly, one of those screens being Smodcastle Cinemas, where we shot the movie. This was a movie that started for a number of reasons. Number one, it started because I've loved movies my whole life. Number two, it started because we just bought a movie theater, me and my friends, the movie theater that I used to go to when I was a kid. And we named it Smodcastle Cinemas. And saved it from being closed. It's over 100 years old, and it was the theater that meant the world to our community. And yes, there are multiplexes down the road, but this theater has been the center of that town for a century, and we were part of its life. Me, my friend Ernie O'Donnell and stuff. We sat there going to the movies. Mike Bellicose, Kim Lochran. Those are the four people that were on stage when we did the Q&A on Friday. So didn't want to let it go. And I'm a filmmaker, and I care about film. Film changed my life. Like, honestly, movies have given me everything. I've said it before, I've never learned much about myself in a classroom, never found out much about myself in a church, but in a movie theater, oh, that's the big black mirror up there, or the white mirror. It shows you yourself if you're lucky. Something, depends on what movie you pick. Don't pick a movie about serial killers and find yourself. That's frightening. But like, for me, I learned more about who I am by sitting in a movie theater watching movies than anything else. And maybe that, wound up informing my career choice. I mean, but that worked out. That didn't necessarily have to work out, but it did. And loving movies and going to the movies, gave me some of the happiest memories of my childhood, and then provided me a fucking way to make a living throughout my adulthood, a way to make a living that is not only like, well, this pays the bills, but is like creatively fulfilling and exciting and dream come true territory and stuff. So we didn't want to let that movie theater go. Plus, I'll be honest with you, like any place where my dad once was, he's been dead like 20 years, but like, life goes on, buildings get knocked down and shit. And there are fewer and fewer places where I could say my dad was there when he was alive. And that movie theater is one of them. I sat next to him in that movie theater, watched movie after movie, saw Blade Runner with my dad there, saw Raging Bull. So I've told this story a zillion times. I saw Raiders of the Lost Ark there. My father was a pretty quiet dude. He wasn't a chatty, dad like I am and shit. He didn't wear his heart on his sleeve. Like, me and my kid were more friends than fucking relatives. Me and my dad, he was my dad. I was his son. We were related, all right, but like, he wasn't like, you can talk to me about anything you want. 70s kids didn't have it like that, man. TV 70s kids did. Brady seemed to have it pretty good. But our parents were, you loved them, but you also feared them, which is what they told us. They taught us about God in Catholic school. They were like, you love God. And we're like, of course we love God. Like, but you fear God. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, you fear him. Like, how am I supposed to fear? Don't we fear the devil and love God? Like, you love God, but you got to fear him, because that shows the ultimate respect and love is when you fear something. So you better fear God. Gee, I wonder why I wound up so fucked up later in life. In any event, we feared our parents in that way. Not the fear of like, they're terrifying, but like, look away. Like they were on pedestals, reverent. At least some of us did. I know there are some people that were real cheeky with their parents and shit, mouthy. Oof, I would have been killed by my parents. So my father was kind of a quiet dude, and he took me to the movies, and that's where I saw the real person at the center of my very quiet father. I saw a movie fan that humanized him and stuff. Like my dad sitting next to him watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, and my dad never talked like while we were in the drive to the movie theater, never really talked on the drive home from the movie theater, and certainly didn't talk in the movie, even though generally it was always us, because we'd go to a matinee like 12:30 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. But man, the day we went to see Raiders of the Lost Ark, that motherfucker would not shut up. It was nuts. He was just like so excited by that movie. I was excited to see it because I was like, hey man, it's Han Solo and the guy who made Jaws. This is all good for me. My dad, though, oh my God, dude who never said anything, generally just sat there with arms crossed most days, not judging the world, just kind of like, I don't know, hiding his gut probably and stuff. And there he was, just babbling like a brook when Raiders of the Lost Ark were like 5 minutes in. He's like, oh my God, this is a cliffhanger. This is what me and your Aunt Barbara used to go see when we were kids, man. And like, you pay money and you see a piece of the movie, but then the movie, you didn't see the ending. You had to come back the next week to see the ending, pay to see that. this is a cliffhanger. They're doing cliffhangers again. I love this. Are you having a good time? I'm having a great time. It was like my father had done a rail of coke off my mom's ass before he brought me to the movie theater. He's like, yeah, man, movies, let's go. But that was just the film fan in him. That was me seeing like the creamy center in the middle of my dad, the icon, the role, the figurehead of the family and stuff. You know, before he had to worry about getting a job to pay for his wife and kids and shit like that, he was just a dude who liked going to the fucking movies. And watching a dude who's normally quiet as fuck suddenly like come to life, that'll have an impact on you in a movie theater. Like that's the reason the chattiest version of your dad you've ever encountered is because art opens him up, makes him sing. I mean, shit, he took me to see Raging Bull, which is like, I don't know why you take a 10-year-old, 11-year-old to see that and shit. But he was like, oh, it's just like Rocky. Like, P.S. It was not like Rocky at all. And I remember my big complaint when I went, I was like, ugh, it's in black and white, said the guy who'd make Clerks years later. So I was bored through most of Raging Bull. I was a child. And at one point I looked over at my dad to see if like I could borrow money and go play a video game or some such shit. And my dad's crying. He's like emotionally engaged with the movie we're watching. It's touched him. And I remember being like, this is crazy. Like, this is make pretend, but he's crying. It's okay to be that. You could cry. You could feel so deeply about a make pretend story that it makes you cry. I never seen my father cry except like when his mother died. You know what I'm saying? So like seeing him cry at Raging Bull, that was real permission. Anybody that's just like, why the fuck did you post a picture of yourself crying after Black Panther 2? My old man never sat me down and taught me this lesson, but by sitting next to me in movie theaters and watching his emotion, watching him feel interactive with movies on an emotive level, I learned from an early age, like, this is the man I admire most in life. If he can cry at a movie, fuck yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I can get emotional about movies too. So it's always been a part of my DNA, that movie theater. And we didn't want to see it go. So we held on to the place. But once we picked it up, one of the first thoughts I had, I'm gonna be honest with you, even before we closed on the fucking mortgage, one of the first thoughts I had was like, if we have a movie theater, then heavens, we can make a whole ass movie here. We got a free ass location. And so it was born from that as well. The idea of like, we got somewhere we could shoot a movie. Now I just need to think of a movie to shoot here. And since our movie theater is ancient inside, like Theater One still has the same exact seats I sat in when I saw Friday the 13th Part 2, way back in the day. You know, it gives you an idea of how throwback the place looks inside. So I was like, man, we turn a camera in the movie theater, inside the movie theater, and we put the correct costumes on people. This could be my childhood. This could be 1986. And so at that point, I was like, all right, I'm going to tell a story about what we used to do, how the movie theater was our church and how we went there every week to pray, so to speak. And it was our social interaction, the center of our social interaction, as well as the place where we learned all the most important life lessons and just, you know, enjoyed being, because movies were fun and a thing that you did with your friends, and generally maybe the first place you ever went on a date and things like that. And so, you know, 430 movies started taking shape that way, where I was like, oh, I can tell a story about being a kid. And so I reached back to the first date I had with my high school girlfriend and wrote a movie about that. And, you know, hanging out with my friends. It's like the day we represent is May 25th, 1986, which was also the day of Hands Across America. But, you know, it's one of those movies where, boy, a lot happens in a day with these kids. It's a real like throwback kind of like to John Hughes. Those are the movies I grew up watching. And so I was like, let me see if I can make one. And it turned out, man, like people seem to like it. So far, so good. So delighted that people got to see it on a screen, the ones that could and did. Thank you for going. And now even more delighted as it comes home, so people could watch it right in the comfort of their own living room and whatnot. I think it's a warm blanket of a motion picture, man. If you love movies, tough to not love this movie. Although there have been plenty who don't, including the New York Times, who, you know, I've saw a lot of people have been like, oh, this is like Kevin Smith's Fablemans. And the New York Times was like, Yeah, it's like Fableman's if the kid grew up to be a terrible filmmaker. That was the fucking New York Times. Good Lord. Felt like a New York Post review, to say the least. So, there are people that don't like it. But generally speaking, somebody told me today when I was doing the junket, they were like, this is your best reviewed movie since Chasing Amy. I was like, are you fucking serious? Good Christ. So it drops in a couple hours, man, on digital and whatnot. And then, more people will see it. This is where a Kevin Smith movie lives and breathes. Very seldom does it live and breathe at the theater, man. It dies, burns like a phoenix at the theater, then rises from the ashes on home video. It's been the story of my life, the leitmotif of my career. Kevin Smith just goes down better at home. You ask his wife, she'll tell you the same thing. So in any event, that's happening tonight, and no other movies are coming out at midnight. None of them. Can't think of a single one, man. Just the 4:30 movie. Maybe Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't know. But come on, we've all seen that, haven't we? A couple times. Isn't it time to give the 4:30 movie a shot, for heaven's sakes? Yeah, I just found that out the other day. I was like, what else is coming out that day? They were like Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm like, I mean, that movie is a fucking juggernaut. And they're like, it's not a competition, Kevin. I was like, it's not a competition. I'm just worried about being noticed at all. How are they ever going to see my tiny peener, man, when they whip out their 12-inch cock? Story of my life. But in any event, yes, there's a steelbook coming, man. An amazing steelbook. You can only get it at Amazon. That don't come for a month, though. I think that's like November. Top of November it comes out. So if you want to see it digitally, Apple, Amazon, all the places you generally get your movies. But if you're into physical media, that fucking steelbook is beautiful. The slipcase comes off, it looks like a big fat VHS. And then you open it up, and the two Blu-rays inside look like the reels in a VHS cassette. And this is some very cool packaging. We may not have had a popcorn bucket that you want to fuck in the mouth, but I got to tell you, man, that steelbook is pretty hot. Okay. What else can I talk about? You know what? I talked about somebody else's movie before, Crazy House. Totally worth seeing, man. And Nick Frost, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Fucking legit hardcore funny, man. He owned The Room last night. And it was great. Like I'm still fucking, I'm walking on, not last night, but in fucking Saturday night, still walking on cloud nine, thinking about that, walking on air, thinking about like, fuck, man, that event went off without a hitch. I was really afraid people were going to like walk out and be like, fuck you. But man, they just dialed into that fucking movie. Like I was proud of the hometown area. Now, granted, it wasn't like a bunch of people from my hometown area. People came from all over. There were a couple of people that were like, we came up from, where were they? South Jersey, North Jersey, like far away in Jersey. And then there's people came from Rhode Island, stuff like that. There was one guy who was like, I'm here from Denmark. I was like, whoa. But it was a good time. Another movie I just literally watched before we started doing the show tonight is on home video right now, man. It's Apartment 7A. It's got Julia Garner in it and Diane Wiest. It is the prequel to Rosemary's Baby, which is one of my favorite films of all time. I'm writing a thing right now, my version of Rosemary's Baby, because I love satanic cult movies, man. I'm a child of the 70s, man, a Catholic kid. So Satan, that's like our Darth Vader, in our fucking space opera. And so as a kid, man, whenever they were like devil movies, I was like, one of my favorite movies is Race with the Devil. And of course, Exorcist is up there, Omen, fucking shit like that. But Race with the Devil, man, that shit's badass. And Rosemary's Baby, my all-time favorite devil movie. And somebody made a prequel, man, and it's legit good. It's got it doesn't have high ratings on Rotten Tomatoes. I thought it looked like it was under 40, and I was like, bullshit, man. I watched this movie, and I'm like a huge Rosemary's Baby fan. It is easy to put me off because I love that movie so much. And I thought these movies dovetailed insanely well, like especially considering it's a prequel that was made like 50, 60 years after the original. But as a huge Rosemary's Baby fan, like, Ruth Gordon's irreplaceable, and yet Diane Wiest played Minnie Castevet. And, I wasn't like, oh, she's no Ruth Gordon. Like, I went with it. It was a good journey. It tells the story, if you've ever seen Rosemary's Baby, Rosemary meets this chick, Terry Giannaffrio, in the laundry room. The whole movie's about Terry's story before she meets Rosemary, and then while, after she met Rosemary and what goes on, and then because spoilers in Rosemary's Baby, she winds up dead, like she came off a roof, jumped off a roof or something like that. And this is the story of all that and how it happened. And it's fucking badass. I thought they did a great job. Like right down to the last note, which is the first note of Rosemary's Baby. You could watch these fuckers back to back. Like, you know how hard it is to pull that off? Like, I was damned impressed, man. Like, I'm gonna watch it again. That's how much I enjoyed it, man. It was good times. And there was one thing though, and it's not criticism by a stretch of the imagination. It just shows you the difference between filmmaking then and filmmaking now. When they did devil shit in this movie, big score, score cues, like evil score cues and shit. But one of the most unsettling things about Rosemary's Baby is the scene where she's having sex with the devil, and all you hear is like a metronome or a ticking clock. And it's, other than that, it's silent. They don't use score to like amp you up and shit like that. It was just one of those things that I was like, wow, if this was Rosemary's Baby, they would not be scoring it right now. They'd be going quiet shit. But there's a lot of things, they're doing modern filmmaking naturally. But there's a lot of stuff in the movie that homages Rosemary's Baby really well. Kind of has the feel of like, wait, it looks like you could watch these back to back. I was delighted, man, delighted that it absolutely worked. So worth your time, Apartment 7A. Check it out. What else I got to tell you? You know what? I'm going to turn to the comment section to see what news I should be talking about, if there's any news to talk about, man. Kids, let me know in chat if there's news I should be addressing. Unfortunately, Mark not here, so Mark's the one that always prepares the news, right? I'm just the guy that reacts to the news.
Bam.
Oh,
I've got a 4:30 question that I saw pop up in the chat earlier, and it's one of the funniest. The part that I laugh out loud every time I watch 4:30 movie, which is Belly sees graffiti on the bathroom wall that says "sex poo." Do you have a story behind sex poo? Who came up with that? Where did that come from? Is there any? Was it just a lightning strike of hilarity? What was that?
It was me sitting there tapping at the keys when I was putting the story together, and like the two graffiti things he sees before that, the two little poems, man, those are like classics from childhood. If you sprinkle when you tinkle, please be neat and wipe the seat. And here I sit brokenhearted, tried to shit, only farted. And so he sees those and chuckles. And then the last thing he sees is this fucked up drawing of like, you can't even tell if it's a boy or a girl, but bent over, and there's like fucking poo coming out of the ass, and it says sex poo over it. It just made me laugh when I was writing it and stuff. Just the idea of like that captures his imagination and shit. Because teenage boys, having been one, you never know what it is that's going to be like, holy fuck, I'll jerk off to that. But at our Q&A the other night, where Mike Bellicose was on stage and shit, nobody even asked, and Bellicose was like, I never did nothing in these bathrooms. That's all made up and shit. All right, let's see what they're saying in chat. Will 4:30 movie screen at Chronicon? I say yeah, why not? I'll ask him to. There's a Rosemary's Baby remake being made. They did a series not too long ago where they, who was it? Gamora. What's her name? I know. She played Rosemary.
Zoe Saldana.
Zoe Saldana. She played Rosemary. So I guess perhaps there's a new Rosemary's Baby coming. Let's see. Kevin, what happened to thought balloons in comic books? They go away? Have they done away with them? The ones I write have thought balloons. I don't know how to answer that question, DO7. Declan Power says, what do you think of John Cassavetes' filmography? I look, I know most people don't consider this like classic Cassavetes, but I'm a huge fan of Gloria. Yes, you know, A Woman Under the Influence. Yes, Minnie and Moskowitz. But I think Gloria is a badass movie, man. And you know, it's still just as valid. You know, most of his that was more of a studio funded effort, but not a huge expensive movie. Just proved that he could do a bunch of things. But Cassavetes, like the thing he never gets more credit for, I feel that he deserves is he's a wonderful actor. He's amazing as Guy Woodhouse in Rosemary's Baby. Like fucking, that was a tough role to pull off, and he was great, man. There's something to be said about directors who act. Not this one, I suck. That's why I never got any lines. But like Sidney Pollack, great director, was an actor and then became a director. He's like Dustin Hoffman's agent in Tootsie. He's been a zillion things, of course, Michael Clayton and so forth and so on, but Changing Lanes. But him and go look at his performance in Tootsie as Dustin Hoffman's agent. Oh my God, he's so fantastic. Um, Directors, man, hidden wells of talent. Not this director, but other directors can really fucking act, and it makes sense. They sit there for a living and watch people act, just like actors are really great directors because they sit behind fucking directors their whole careers and slowly aggregate a style because they're like, well, I would do that. I wouldn't do that. I would do that. I would do that. I wouldn't do that. And then when they get their chance, fucking ready to go. They've been sitting in film school their whole careers, making money to go to film school. ZB says Chris Christopherson and Pete Rose died. Oh, man. Yeah, I saw Chris Christopherson passed. My mom was a huge fan because she loved Barbra Streisand and she went to see that Star is Born movie. And my father was a country and Western fan, so he loved Chris Christopherson for that. But, you know, of course, we all know him as Whistler, thanks to Blade. But I know him as the lead in Convoy, man. Remember that shit? Remember he was the fucking man in Convoy? When I was a kid, that Convoy song was like all over the radio and shit. So rest in peace, Chris Christopherson. Pete Rose, I'm not a baseball guy, but I know he did cool things in baseball. And Greg Grunberg, a friend of mine, just did a documentary series about him on HBO. Wow, two legends that left us. And then I saw somebody else passed away too. I forget who it was. I'm sure somebody will bring it up.
Bamf. It was the guy from Beverly Hills Cop, the not Judge Reinhold, but the other guy.
John Aston died.
Yeah, he died.
Oh my God, he was just in the most recent Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah,
Oh man, damn. God, he was so good in Midnight Run.
yeah, yeah. It makes me want to
Wow.
go watch Midnight Run. Just you saying the
Oh.
name. I think Jen and I watched that during the pandemic the first time. I think I was like, oh, like you got to see Midnight Run. That was like on my list that she needed to see.
E in chat says, "Is there a video version of Beardless Dickless Me podcast?" That's my podcast that I do with Harley. It's over at iHeart. It's an iHeart podcast. You can find it there. You can find it wherever you find your podcast, kids, including Spotify. Somebody asked me today, "Is it on Spotify?" And I had to look, and I was like, "It is on Spotify." The video for it is that Kevin Smith Club. You join that Kevin Smith Club, man. You can watch the video all the live long day. Other than that, it's just audio and every place else. But this is my favorite thing I'm doing recently. Like it makes me laugh so hard, making fun of my kid. Um, it's good times by my measure. Like fucking mercilessly making fun of Harley, trying to make her laugh in the process. This is something I've been doing since she came out the fucking shoot. Like spent my life trying to make this kid laugh. Now we do it on the podcast. Good time. Let's see. Jay McIntyre says, when Batman Part 2 going to start? I don't know. I mean, should I know? Do you know something I don't? Am I about to get a call from Warner Brothers? Be fucking amazing. I don't know when it's going to start, but I guess got to be soon, right? Because didn't I've been reading shit like the Penguin, this TV series, is going to lead into, maybe they don't mean lead in directly, meaning at the end of the show, the Batman movie happens. But this TV show with the Penguin happens, and then the next thing in that universe is the Batman. And what they're saying is going to set up the events of the Batman 2 movie that's coming. But that's all I know. And I read that shit online. So, take that as you will. Let's see. Stanley says, was Ming Chen in the movie, in the 430 movie? Sure was. Oh my God. Josh M says, about to watch 430 for the first time. I can't wait for Sex Poo. Oh, we just ruined it. God damn it, JC. We ruined Sex Poo for this guy. Dame Maggie Smith. That's who passed away. Of course, was she Mrs. McGonagall in the Harry Potter movies? But I go way back. She's California Sweet. For me, she was a big figure in the 70s. So I grew up with Maggie Smith. I'm familiar with her work before she was a dame, for heaven's sakes. So when I saw that, I was really sad, man. It sucks when you see the legends go away, man, the people you grew up with, and naturally you feel bad for them and their families and whatnot, but it always comes back to yourself. And what's a constant reminder is of like, oh my God, if Dame Maggie Smith is gone, that means I'm old. But man, what a legend. What an absolute legend. Huge bucket of win. Charlie Dompler says, when does Star Wars start filming? Not till next year. March the earliest, from what I'm understanding. Banu in a space says, Chris said his career dried up after he did charity for kids in Palestine, said it was worth it to do the right thing. Well, there you go. There's some Chris Christopherson stuff right there. Let's see. Oh, Jay McIntyre says she played old Wendy in Hook. That's right. Peter, don't you remember who you are? Oh my God, man. That was like the fucking best part of that movie, hands down. Josh Mundhall just popped up. Salem's Lot movie drops on Max this week. Turk 182 and Alex Conway will lives forever. Thank you for reminding me, Josh. When we were making the 430 movie, our third AD, or in America, we call them the second AD, because I guess third sounds too much like turd. Alex Conway, wonderful cat. I worked with Alex both on Clerks 3 and on 430 movie. And I remember it's the background actors, everyone that you see in a movie, when you see the background, the people in the foreground, the director directs those. The people who are not the foreground actors, the main talent or whatever, that's the domain of the assistant directors, of the first AD, second AD, third AD. That's their world. So Alex, like one day I was on set and I saw Alex, like basically when you're setting up extras, you're like, you're standing over here, you stand over here, and I want you to cross it when this person crosses and stuff. It's very technical. But I saw Alex like directing, like the extras, going like, so what you're feeling right now is like he's breaking up with you, and you're like, I can't believe it. And so he gave everybody like 9 different people in the background of the scene. You're gonna see these people for like 2 seconds. He gave them all backstory and something to do. And I watched him do it, and I had to shout it out. I was like, ladies and gentlemen, Alex Conway is who you want to be on a movie set. Like, he is making an excellent movie within this movie, man. Look at the attention to detail. So give it up for Alex. He was a really great kid. Sadly, Alex lost his battle with mental health, and he's not with us anymore. And that was a real heartbreaker, man, because this kid was always happy. Like, he never would have known that there were issues. And, I was coming off of being in a mental institution myself. And it's, I believe me, I let people know when I'm in crisis. But Alex, I would have never, I've known. He's always seemed happy. He was always so cheery. But, that has so little to do with it, as we know. Kids, if you know people that are suffering, or if you yourself are suffering, make sure you go talk to somebody. There's nothing wrong with admitting that you need help. And sometimes, man, a good conversation is all the difference between being here and not being here. Sadly, we were locked on the movie. So we couldn't add, like, I would have put, like, dedicated the movie to Alex. So the next flick we do, which will be Star Wars, that'll be dedicated to Alex. And the Turk 182 thing that Josh Mundhall pointed out was, if you see the 430 movie, and there's a scene in the back stairwell, and it's graffiti on the wall, Turk 182, which was, they asked, Rat Face is like, what do you want up in the wall? He's a production designer. And I was like, I don't know, like just normal graffiti. And he was like, Turk 182. And I was like, fuck yes. God, that's a great idea. So Alex was the one that actually did it. He was the one that could do the most graffiti-ish looking paint. There's a picture of him doing Turk 182. And now whenever I watch the movie, I think of my heart goes right to Alex. Um, thank you, Josh, for bringing Alex up, man. It's important to remember those that aren't with us anymore. I mean, come on, man. We all saw Coco, fucking Pixar's Coco. Remember me, you know. Um, fuck, life is so wonderful and so horrible at the same time sometimes. Wonderful because all the opportunity, all the possibility, all the beauty. Horrible because it, for all of us, comes to an end. But maybe that's what makes it so beautiful, right? Nothing gold can stay. I think somebody far better with words said before I did. Um, we get so caught up in doing shit, trying to get to things, we forget to appreciate shit, live in the moment. That's what they taught me in the fucking booby hatch, man. Human beings exist in the present, but live in the past and in the future in their heads. And that's the worst place to be. Got to live in the present. Can't live in the past. Can't do anything about it. You can revisit the past, fond memories and shit, but that's not what we do as a species. We sit there and beat ourselves up, relitigate all our bad decisions. Why did that person say that thing? Why didn't I say this? And then the other place we spend a lot of time, and an inordinate amount of time, is in the future, worrying about where things are going to go, what's going to happen. Do I have enough money? Am I going to have a fucking home? Like, am I going to die? All that shit. And then we start writing those futures and making decisions based on things we make up. How fucking powerful is the imagination? So in the booby hatch, they told me, like, stay out of the past. That is depression. Stay out of the future. That is anxiety. So the best and most healthiest place for you to be is right here in this moment. This moment, you can't even control this moment, but you got a better chance of hanging on, than you do in the past and in the future. At least this is what's going on here and now. And also, it's like we spend so much time dwelling on what went before and thinking about what might happen. You forget to look at like what's in front of you. That's important. Life happens on the daily, and it's like, even when you're trying to work toward a future, build a future for yourself, you can't live there. You can set the table for yourself, but live in the now, which sounds like a real like hipster thing to say, but it's healthy thing to say. Have I seen Inside Out 2 yet? I was just asked by Al Sense. God, yes. That was fucking wonderful. Man, that movie gave good movie. Movied me the fuck. Movied me good. Loved it. And it was crazy coming off of like, coming out of the stir and shit. I was like, that's what they taught me in the nut house. Like, I could have saved myself a fuck ton of money if I'd just seen Inside Out 2, if that movie had been out, instead of me fucking going someplace and stuff. But you know what? The good folks at Sarah, Tucson, bless them. I lost my marbles. They found them for me. So couldn't have waited for Inside Out 2. Hans Schneider says Kevin is on autopilot with this bit. There are definitely some things that I say quite a lot, but let me see. I guess that's one of them. The past and the future thing is what Hans Schneider is talking about. Yes, Hans, it is autopilot, but autopilot will still fly and land a plane. So there's some good to be had there, because remember, Hans, you may have heard it before, but it's always somebody's first show, always somebody's first Kevin Smith, whatever. And they ain't heard that yet. It's fucking crazy. And I know the benefit of repeating shit based on having the heart attack and how many fucking lives it has sold since then. My apologies if you have to hear me tell a story again and again and again, kids, but I promise you it's saving a fucking life. 4:30 movie, somebody said, is available right now on the West Coast. No, clearly no. I mean, right now it's midnight back east, so that means it is available back east. Kids, 4:30 movie is happening whether you want it to or not right now. Man, you can go get it. Where is it? Where did I lost it? It says, oh, look at this. Record Hound said, look at the past, but don't stare. Fucking love that. I'm stealing that, man. Oh my God, that's fucking good. Look at the past, but don't steal. I stare. I'm stealing that. Look at the past, but don't stare. Look at the past, but don't stare. Look at the past, but don't stare. Will Wilkins says the 4:30 movie is now available on the West Coast too. Right now, you can see it, kids. My latest picture available. Cheesler says Jim Mahfood has a new Kickstarter. If you love the cover of, it's not within reach, the brand new Quick Stops Volume 2 hardcover. It was drawn by Jim Mahfood, man, for the Cash Cow storyline I did in Quick Stops. Go look up Jim Mahfood on Kickstarter and support his Kickstarter. I'll go see it after the show. Speaking of Kickstarter, kids, this is kind of breaking and relevant to this show. I got a text from, let's see, Mark Tyler Nobleman. He said, "Hey, Kevin, it's Mark Nobleman, the Bill Finger guy. He did the Bill Finger documentary. The Bill, he's the guy who was pushing for Bill Finger all this time to be recognized as the co-author of Batman, and eventually it was. He said, Athena Finger, that's Bill's granddaughter, I believe, is fundraising to get Bill a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He said, can you signal boost? And I said, yeah, I'm going to send this link to JC, and JC can put it up there, man. We all love Bill Finger, for heaven's sakes. Co-creator of Batman, not co-creator, but yeah, you know what? He gets co-creator credit for a lot of the Batman universe now, something he never did. He was overlooked for years. And now when you go see one of them Batman pictures or Batman related movies, he's got a credit right up there with Bob Kane. So, I guess they're trying to get him a star on the Walk of Fame. Batman just got one, the fictional character. So I guess they're hoping maybe, it's a process. You got to start, I guess I've heard. I have never tried to get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but you better be sure that one day I will. But I was, once I had my hands and feet in the cement at Grauman's Chinese Theater, I was like, I'm good for now. This is fucking crazy. So we'll get there one day and stuff. But it looks like his granddaughter Athena is trying to get Bill Finger there sooner rather than later. So go check that out. That's on GoFundMe. I know that. Jim Mahfood's project's on Kickstarter. That's on GoFundMe. Speaking of Kickstarter, bless you, Bampan. I saw you sneeze off camera. Mark rang the bell, kids. Did we talk about it on the last show? No, because I think the last show we did was about like he had 3 days left. Mark hit his mark for his. They were going for like $250,000 or something. I think that was it. And bam, he did it for Deepest Darkest. So I thank all of you. I love when my friends get to chase their dreams as well. And you help Mark get there, man. So that means the absolute world. That's why Mark's not here. He's like, fuck everybody. I've got money now. What do I need this fucking pissant show for? He said. And he went off to make movies, and we never heard from him again. But thank you all for supporting him. Live in the now with a comfortable pair of jeans. Kids, our third and final sponsor of the evening. You know it. You love it. You know those podcast ads that sound like a robot reading a script? Well, here's me, the robot, reading for the perfect jean, including this bit. They sent me their jeans, and after wearing them to battle dragons in a video game, I could confidently say that they're even better than advertised. But is that my true opinion or just more of the script? There's only one way to find out. Picture this: 700,000 pairs of nuts rescued from bad jeans. That's 2 per dude. The hero, the perfect jean. Say goodbye to stiff cardboard denim and hello to comfort, man. These jeans fit like they were custom made, stretch like you wouldn't believe, and look fantastic, man. They stretch these jeans. This is something that like women have had for years, man. Those jeggings, the jeans, leggings and stuff. Now I put on a pair. It was slimming. You know what my wife said to me? She's like, you got thigh gap. I was like, get the fuck out of here. But that's what the perfect jean does for you, man. Also has a seriously massive range of sizes. That's how I was able to wear a pair with 6 fits from skinny to thick with 2 C's, man. Waist sizes from 26 to 50 and lengths 26 to 38. So it doesn't matter if you're a short king, a thick daddy, or something in between. You can find the perfect fit for the body you're rocking. For a limited time, our listeners get 15% off their first order plus free shipping at theperfectgene.nyc or Google the perfect gene and use the code word. I got to imagine that it's Fat Man. Tends to always be Fat Man. Fat Man 15. Holy, they threw us for a loop, man. Use the code Fatman 15. You're going to get 15% off, man. It's finally time to stop crushing your balls in uncomfortable jeans by going to the perfect gene .nyc. That is ThePerfectGean.nyc. Our listeners get 15% off your first order plus free shipping, man. Free returns and free exchanges when you use the code word FATMAN15. FATMAN, all one word with 15 at the end at checkout. That's 15% off for new customers at theperfectgene.nyc with promo code FATMAN15. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you, man. Fuck your khakis and get the perfect gene. We thank the folks at the Perfect Gene for sponsoring this here episode of Fat Man Beyond, this markless episode. We're just adrift, sent adrift to memory bliss without Mark Bernard and kids. Now, you know, all these people that are always bitching like, Mark's so negative and shit. You miss him now, don't you? When it's just like Kev fucking psycho rambling at the camera, man. Like I'm fucking, you know, the Unabomber or some such shit. Okay. Let's see what else we got to talk about. I'm diving into the chat to see if there's anything you guys know that I don't. Am I going to LA or New York Comic Con? Asks Stanley. I'm definitely going to the New York Comic Con, kids. And if Banff Man wasn't taking up half the screen, he'd probably throw up a graphic proving it such. But I'm going to be at the New York Comic Con. If I go to LA Comic Con, it'll just be as a fan who's going to see shit. Banff Man, you going to LA Comic Con? Oh, look at that graphic.
Yeah, there's your New York graphic. I'll be at LA Comic Con for a few hours on Saturday. I'm going to bring my niece and my daughter. It'll be my daughter's. I was going to say it'll be her first convention. It's like her 10th convention at age 4. What a lucky kid. It'll be my niece's first convention, though. LA will.
What did you pop on to say before? Because that was before I even talked about
I was going to say, have you seen, and somebody brought up, again, Belly in 430 movie goes, oh, yeah, are we wrestling? And obviously Major Murder plays a large role. Have you watched the Mr. McMahon documentary on Netflix?
No, not yet. How is it?
It is fascinating because it is filmed between 2022 or 2021 and 2024. So you catch when he is at his height and then through the downfall and the sale and all of it. It's really, really fascinating and well done.
I just saw a trailer commercial for a documentary called The Catfishing of Tegan and Sarah. Have you heard this story?
No.
Fucking fascinating, bro. Because I'm not going to say like this happened to me, but there's a little bit of crossover. Like they were very internet savvy when their careers began. Their careers began shortly after mine and stuff. So when on my website, I would hear from people who are like, oh, Tegan and Sarah like you. They answer a lot of questions and stuff like that. So this documentary, like it opens with all these people talking about how like, you know, Tegan reached out to me and like I would talk to Tegan every day. And here was an artist who was actually interacting with, you know, their audience, blah, blah, blah. And then you find out that Tegan and Sarah have no idea what anybody's talking about. Like, you know, this one girl like reached out to her manager and the manager was like, Tegan says she has no idea who you are. And then somebody stole their identities, co-opted at least Tegan's identity, fake Tegan, and spent years online.
Wow.
Like deceiving a lot of people that had relationships with this person. Like it is nuts, man. So I'm looking forward to that. That's a good deep dive.
I'll have to write that. I'll have to check that off. The Vince McMahon one, I highly recommend. If you were into wrestling at all, I was from like 88 to, you know, 93 maybe. But it takes you through all of it from the beginning through every era. Is really good.
Let me tell you something, kids. Chat is alive with the sound of music. JD Morales writes, I got my 430 Steelbook on pre-order. Me too. Netheads Will says, whoever made that graphic has got some mid talent. Will Wilkins makes my graphics for C-Smod kids. Shout out to Will Wilkins. Are you fucking sleeping on netheads, my friends? Will has been doing it for 1,000 years. Tune in when Will does it, man. When does Will do netheads? Is he on a regular schedule? Does anybody know? Nobody to answer me. I'm in the void by myself. Louis Lupercio says, we ever going to see God again in any movies? Ever? Sure. If I had to guess. One of my movies? Probably not. Can't imagine I'd ever use God as a character again. Got away with it using Alanis Morissette, for heaven's sake. So, but the devil, oh, I'm bringing the devil to one of my next pictures, man. I've been having a good time outlining that. That's going to be fun. Let's see. We've got, we got some folks checking in. We got Silver Cloud saying, I watched the making of RoboCop, 4 episodes, 1 hour each. Good Easter eggs in there. Like the comic guy grabs in the liquor store robbery scene. October 11th, Sights Obscene says, October 11th is the 30th anniversary of Clerks winning its NC-17 appeal to R. But that's wild. But the 430 movie lost its R appeal this year. 30 years of pushing the language envelope. Yes, thank you, Sights Obscene. Well remembered. Yeah, man, that's true. My God, we're coming up on the 30th anniversary because that happened like a week before the movie came out. I remember it was like we were going to have to change it if we didn't flip the rating, go in and cut the movie. But October 19th is the official 30th anniversary of the day that Clerks was released into theaters. And when I say theaters, I mean 2. One in New York, the Angelica, and one in LA, the Laemmle Sunset 5. Opened on 2 screens. So wow, 30, that's coming up on 30 years ago. Somebody said, I missed it, but it said Mark Bernardin is missed. Oh, Jacob Muir says, Mark Bernardin is missed today. Black Man Beyond for life. Thanks for making me feel so fucking good. But meanwhile, Autobots Rock says, thank you for being there for me during an extremely dark time. But then said LOL, so I don't know if that's a joke. Let me see. Now I'm feeling the pressure of I'm not Mark Bernardin. Man, that just made me want to quit. You're hearing my inner monologue out loud. Yeah. Kev, Mark is like the Kev catalyst. He properly fuels you. Yeah, but he's not fucking here. I can't do anything about it. Mark is preoccupied. Fuck. Will says, storm off, Kev. Show him. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking leave. Hurt my feelings. Telling me I'm not Mark Bernardin. What do you got, man?
Adam Secafico earlier had asked, in the 430 movie, there's a moment on the phone between Austin and Jason Lee where Lee makes Austin do an Igor impression. Was that inspired by anything in your life?
Yeah, my father, when he would go to bed at night, because he would go to bed like 6 o'clock and then wake up at 9 o'clock to go to work at 11 o'clock at night, work the night shift. So when he would go to bed, like if he came one night, I said, good night, master, like Igor. And it was one of those things that when a kid does a thing and their parents fucking love it to death and they make them do it to death and stuff. So every night it was always like, say goodnight to your father. I'd be like, night, dad. Like, that's not it. And I'd be like, good night, master. And one day I stopped saying it because I was like, a fucking teenager. And I was like, man, I'm tired of doing this shit. And naturally, of course, now at age 54, I regret not fucking saying good night, master, like Igor for fucking ever, but I will be honest with you, it's going to be a little fucking sad. But when my father died and I went into the room where he was, the OR room, the side room next to not the OR, the ER, because he died in the ER and shit. And I went to the emergency room and saw my mom freaked out. Like she was really crying and praying and desperate. and I'd never seen her that scared my whole life. And I looked at the nurse. I looked at my brother, and my brother went like this. And I went to the front desk of the nurse. It was a few feet away from them. And I was like, Donald Smith. And they took me in the back. And he was lying on a fucking stretcher, man, just dead, intubated still, but dead, body not moving, just, fucking motionless, lying there like a raincoat and shit. And I used to like put my head on my dad's stomach when I watched TV. I'd T-bone him like he was going this way. That sounds way dirtier than I meant it, but he was going this way, and I'd lay this way and watch Bowling for Dollars. And I hadn't had my head on my dad's stomach in like fucking decades, and I realized like your last fucking chance. And so I put my head on my dad's dead stomach. He'd only died like fucking less than an hour earlier and shit, but still so motionless. There's just, it's really when you understand completely that like that's not my father. That's just something my father walked around and he left it behind like so many clothes. But before I left, I said, "Good night, master." He was gone. He missed it, but I still said it. So yeah, I threw that in the movie because anything that lends it an air of authenticity that gives the people like a feeling of like, no, that was true. And there's a lot of that in this movie. People talk about it who've seen it. They're like, that phone call happened, right? I was like 100%. Like that, obviously we didn't talk about fucking Bucklick and shit like that. And when I called her, I invited her to see Poltergeist 2. And it wasn't a 4:30 movie. It was, 7 o'clock, 7:30 show. But other than that, that's exactly what I did. Called up Kim Lochran when she worked at China Taste and gave her a ridiculously long order and ended with like 6.5 almond cookies and your hand in marriage and stuff. So when I was writing the flick, I was like, I'm going to borrow as much from real life as possible. You got to remember, I'm 54 and far removed from a real life for the last 30 years, which means for the lion's share of the time I've been on Earth, I have been an entertainer longer than I've not been an entertainer. I only had 23 years of a normal existence. And then after that, it becomes, fucking fantasy land at all times. And so if I were to write a script and, try to write for 16-year-old like character that was based on me, but still, it would have sounded more like, "Hey kids, it's me, Kevin Smith, man." Like that guy would have sounded like the other guy, the performative Kevin Smith. And so I wanted it to feel authentic. So I was like, you know what, man, I'm going to go back and pick up the trail of young Kevin Smith, look at the old journals and shit like that. And I had tape of the guy, from the emo Kev episodes of Smodcast. So I know what he sounded like. And so I was able to write a more authentic version of a 16-year-old than I could have without that material. I was able to go right to the source, tap in, looked at all my old yearbooks, the things that were written to me, the things that I wrote, more importantly. Kim Lochran, God bless her. Without Kim Lochran, this movie don't exist on so many levels. Aside from just without knowing her in life, we wouldn't even be having this conversation because it's important to have like somebody who believes in you in life. And Kim was the first person who like really believed in me and stuff like that. So she like me keeps everything. She has access to like all the things I wrote in the yearbook. There's a big whole scene in the movie where an exchange in the movie, not a whole scene, where they talk about writing in yearbooks and stuff. That's all predicated on reality. So as much as I could grab, and I was feeding pages of the script to Kim while I was writing it because she could fact check it in real time and also be like, "What about this? Remember this?" And it made it all like a more realistic gumbo, so to speak. And that those moments that people kind of latch on to, like the phone call, or like "Good night, master." Like they get that it's there for a reason, and the reason is it just makes it feel more realistic. There's a shot in the movie that I love. It's one shot. It's not very long. It's during the opening credit sequence where he's biking down Bay Avenue in Highlands, like something I did thousands of times in my youth, to go to Katz's to pick up comics or Starlog or something. And he bikes past the Methodist church that I went to kindergarten in the basement of that Methodist church. There's two teens sitting on the wall, because there were always teens sitting on the wall. And there's one girl standing on top of the wall, and there's a boombox, and she's just fucking dancing. I love that shot. So fucking dreamy. Like that, to me, that came straight out of the 80s. As a visual, that happened to me in real life as I biked down Bay Avenue one day, and wound up in a movie years later and stuff. And moments like that, I think, help to lift the authenticity of what is from the jump an exercise in artifice. Even the movie that's the most emotional movie you've ever seen is manipulative artificiality. Nothing trumps real life or trounces real life. Nothing is better than real life. But when you're making a movie, for heaven's sakes, all you're doing is approximating a conversation, approximating a feeling, approximating an emotion. And it's always going to be a pale facsimile of the actual real thing. So as important as movies are to me, and as much as I've learned from myself about by being in movie theaters and whatnot, you then have to put that shit into practice in the real life. Can't live your whole life in a movie theater. You have to live a life in order to appreciate what goes on in the movie theater, I think. So let's see. Jumping into chat, Laura D says, it amazes me how much you remember. Thank you. It's a thing that I get overpraised and overcredited for a lot of things. And then I get underpraised and undercredited for the things that matter to me. Like I'm a really great foosball player, but nobody knows it and shit. But my memory, I ain't Mary Lou Henner. Like she's my neighbor. She lives up the hill and shit. Mary Lou Henner, go look her up on YouTube and you could watch like fucking news pieces where she's got like a steel trap memory where you just go like December 11th, 1977. She was like, oh, that was a Tuesday and I was wearing this and it's the day that Elvis said this. And like she got a memory that is insane. Like it's photographic to say the least. I don't have that at all. I don't have a photographic memory, but I remember feelings and emotions. Definitely there are core memories that loom larger than others. But just recently, I went back home to see my mom. She was in the hospital and she's actually getting out this week. So thank you to everyone who wished her well and whatnot. But when I was driving from the airport to go see her, I heard a song that was playing that reminded me of my childhood and reminded me of like being in the car with my parents, my mom driving, my dad in the front seat, me, my brother and sister in the back, and then going up to North Jersey to visit relatives, like on a Sunday. And American Top 40 was on the radio and stuff. So I was thinking about that moment, and then I was thinking about, God damn it, I wish I'd paid more attention in childhood, like just to the banality of our lives. As a kid, I was always looking for excitement. And I'm always looking at, let's go to the movies, let's watch TV, let's, I was always trying to get here, like to the future. And I wish I'd paid more attention to the silence. You know what I'm saying? Like to the quiet moments. Like all of my key and core memories of my father are involved in core memories. Like, this is tied to this. I don't really have that many memories of him just hanging out and not doing anything important. I'll be honest with you, that was most of my dad's fucking life, was hanging out, not doing anything important, man. Like, and that's not me judging him and shit. That's how he liked it. And, now that I say it out loud, I'm like, all right, I got this picture of dad sitting in the chair and watching boxing on a Sunday. Or like, I remember things like my father would go into his room on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday because he didn't work on the weekends and shit. He worked at the post office and the sectional center. He didn't deliver mail or anything. He canceled stamps. But he would go into his bedroom, like close the door and play his records. He was a country music fan. So he'd sing Hank Williams at the top of his lungs and stuff. And my father was not like an expressive artistic guy. And I remember, being like, listen to him, listening to this music and shit. And now I get it. That was when my dad was like feeling life. He was in love with life to the point that he was just sitting in his room, cleaning up. Maybe he was polishing his belt buckles. Go figure. It was a 70s thing. But there he was, like listening to country music, singing at the top of his lungs. I get it now. He was happy in those moments and shit. It's crazy. If I had a longer movie to make, I would have included shit like that. But my dad gets a big shout out in the way of Jason Lee playing him in the movie. And, my uncle Wayne went to see the flick the other night when we had the screening at Smodcastle Cinemas. And that's my dad's brother. And Uncle Wayne, he's in Clerks 3, like in the background. He's walking when Jay, we're trying to shoot the scene where Jay and Silent Bob are supposed to dance. And Jay's like, I'm not going to act with all these people around. And Jeff's like, what people? And he's like, look at this fucking guy. And there's like one guy walking in the background. That's my Uncle Wayne. So Uncle Wayne came to see the 4:30 movie, and he was having a good ass time. And then my father came up. And, granted, it was not my father, it was Jason Lee, but like I could tell that it affected him. Like it made him emotional. See, like even that version of my dad, because he had the glasses on, the bathrobe, he was eating peanut butter off a spoon straight out the jar and shit like that. And he texted me the next day and he was like, boy, you just nailed your mother, which sounds way dirtier than he meant it. But in terms of Rachel Dratch's performance of my mother in the movie, but he said like it was good to see your dad again. I thought that was like so sweet and stuff. But my old man made one real artistic expression his entire life. And it's featured in the 4:30 movie, like when Rachel Dratch and Jason Lee are on the porch of their house talking to Brian David on the phone. There's this nautical net on the wall in the background, fishing net. And it's got fake crabs and fucking shells in it and fake lobsters and stuff, almost like a collage of sorts. And I asked Ratface, the production designer, to put that in there because it was an homage to my father. Only artistic expression I ever saw my father ever make. I came home from school one day, and there he is on the front porch, and he's like stapling up this net, and he's got fucking sand dollar shells and fucking clam shells and plastic lobster, everything like put on an angle as if like somebody. It's the kind of thing you would see on the restaurant wall at like Red Lobster or some such shit. And I was like, "What's this?" And he's like, "I'm putting up a net." And that was it. No other explanation than that. It wasn't like, I expected him to say, like, your mother told me to do it. But it was him. He loved the sea. And I don't know, one day he was sitting around the house and he's like, it would look better on this porch than nothing. A fucking net with a lot of fake crabs in it and shit. And it lived on our wall throughout my entire fucking childhood. Like my brother and sister they hated it. They were like, it's so cringe. Well, they'd never say that back then, but they were so embarrassed of it when their friends would drop them off at the house and shit like that. But I dug it. Like, I don't know. And now I understand why. Number one, it looked better than having nothing up on the wall on the porch and shit. But number two, like, as a guy who went into the arts later in life, that was my dad's self-expression. Like, that was my dad trying to be artsy and shit like that. And so, I don't know. I appreciate it now so much more than I did as a kid. And I did love it when I was a kid. But we made sure to include it in the movie for reasons that, like, again, just bring a little authenticity to it. That kind of shit communicates. Even if there's only, for me, I thought there's only 3 people in the world who are ever going to like look at this net and get anything out of it. And it's like, other than me, my mom, my brother, and my sister, because we all grew up in that house and stuff. But I forget that it also just has the effect on other people who don't know the inside story of just like, yeah, that looks like a house in the 70s by the seashore, man. Anybody who lives in a Jersey house or been by a house by the shore would kind of recognize the nautical nature of things. Anchors everywhere. And, anchor down, bitch. Let's see. Somebody in chat, I just scrolled past it. Give us Blue State. I've thought about making Blue State for a long time. And it's not the story you would expect. It was a satanic story. But I'm working on something else, a different satanic story now. I've always wanted to do a devil movie, for heaven's sakes. I made the opposite of a devil movie, a devil worship movie. I made an angel worship movie or a God worship movie. That's what Red State was about and shit. But I want to make my devil worship movie. I ain't tempting fate. I'm not trying to like fucking summon him or anything like that. But man, I love fucking movies where there are normal fuckers who all of a sudden start spouting shit about fucking Baphomet. And you're like, the fuck? That's one of my favorite parts of Rosemary's Baby is people that shouldn't be talking about Satanism, just comfortably fucking talking about the devil and shit like that. So yeah, that's something I'm working on now. Make Satanic Panic great again? No, we don't want Satanic Panic. That shit sucked. We just want to make, I don't know about I just want to make a cult movie. And not a cult movie like I'm used to making and shit. Like, hey man, it's Clerks 3. I'm talking about a movie about a fucking satanic cult and shit. We'll get there. Let's see. What does it say? He's making Rosemary's Baby too. No. But I love Rosemary's Baby, and so I'm making my version of a Rosemary's Baby movie. Let's just clear that up. Is it the Nun trailer? EEE says that played during the 4:30 movie. No, it's not. But if somebody ever wants to finance a Sister Sugar Walls movie, like Grindhouse style, like I'll take your money and I'll go make that movie in a fucking heartbeat. How awesome would that be to be like, fucking my third movie about religion after Dogma and Red State, Sister Sugar Walls. Um, let's see. Kevin says Majito. Heading to Chronicon soon. Chronicon, kids, is coming up, man. It's not this weekend, but next weekend, October 11th to the 13th. Me and Mark going to be there doing Fat Man Beyond. Me and Jason Mewes there doing Jane, Silent Bob Get Old. A slew of guests. JC, throw up that graphic with all those faces on it, man. In Chicago, kids, Chronicon. Go get tickets at Chronicon for real right now. But in any event, Majito says, I meant to interview you over Zoom, but I got no update after emailing Jordan again. I hope to interview you before I meet you, man. I will find out about that, Majito, but if not, we'll do it there if you're going to Chronicon. I can't wait to see you. Somebody said, what about a horror movie? That's what I was talking about. Totally making a horror movie. I'd watch a full movie of just Jay playing the John from Sister Sugar Walls. He was fucking funny, man. And then there's a little section of outtakes at the end of the 4:30 movie. And there's a long shot. I was like, I just need a shot of her coming up to the car. I just have a conversation. I'm not going to use the audio. And when she comes up the car, like Harley's just like, it's a nice watch. And he's like, you like it? I got it from the president of the president of the United States of these nuts. And he made me fucking laugh. Even though he's saying to my kid, it fucking made me laugh so hard. Let's see what else we got here. Josh Mundhall says Dragnet, Tom Hanks, Dan Aykroyd, great satanic film. I wholeheartedly agree. Pagan, People Against Goodness and Normalcy. That was their group. But 976 Evil is the bomb. Kevin Smith, artist formerly known as Lunchbox. Thank you, Josh Mundhall. But look, of those two, I go hard for Dragnet, man. I saw that movie 4 times in a theater. I want to say it came out the summer of 86. Or was it 87? Somebody fact check me. Maybe it was 87. Gunnar James says, was it weird for Harley to film a pseudo sex scene with who is basically her uncle? Not in our family, oddly enough. Plus she's such an actor. She's just like, hey, man, I don't see Jay. I see a John who I'm going to stab in this trailer. Like, she's all method and shit like that. Let's see. Legend is my favorite devil movie, says Endelias Music. Yeah, but that's not the devil. That's darkness. That's what they call him, right? I am a part of you all. And he looked cool ass and shit, but I don't think of Legend as a devil movie. When I say devil movie, I mean like there's never a devil. You don't fucking see the devil. It's just a bunch of people who believe in him so hard that, they do creepy, weird, fucking, and sometimes murderous things. So I don't know if I would actually show the devil in my cult movie, because I think that kind of validates it, right? Like, isn't it scarier if they just all believe it with their whole fucking hearts? Dragnet was 87, says Josh Mundhall. Thank you, Josh. So it was a year after the 4:30 movie, the next summer. It's because I was wondering why. How come the kids don't mention it? They mentioned Labyrinth, they mentioned Aliens, but they didn't mention that. But that was the summer after. What about The Omen, says Jerome King? I fucking love me some Omen, man. I love the Damien Thorne saga. All of them. There ain't a bad Omen picture of the first 3, man. The ones that tell the story of first little kid with Dick Donner movie, amazing. I like Damien Omen too. Me and Greens and Grains podcast. We did that whole ass episode, man, about fucking Damien Omen 2. And then Omen 3, which is called The Final Conflict. The Final Conflict, for heaven's sakes, has that amazing scene where fucking Damien Thorne, who's now a grown-ass man, played by Sam Neill, is standing on somebody said, what about Mr. Frost? I'll get back there. Standing on the fucking cliff, and he's like, Disciples of the Watch, Chris Jericho. That's who, the Grains and Greeds podcast. We talked about Damien Omen too. Final Conflict is him preaching, like they have this shot where he takes a helicopter, goes to this fucking cliff, and there's all these fucking Satanists, just a sea of Satanists. And he's at the top and he's like, Disciples of the Watch, and he's talking about the fucking Redeemer is going to be killed and all that shit. And fucking, this is the devil's day and shit. Oh, Love crap like that in a movie. Not in real life. Like if that ever happened to me, I'd be pissed scared. But fucking in movies, oh, that's my jam. Um, Children of the Corn wrecked me, says one crafty punk who makes my Van sneakers, which I wore on um, uh, uh, Seth Meyers a couple weeks back, and people were admiring him and stuff. The number one crafty punk on Instagram. She paints Vans, amazing, and more than just Vans, man. I asked her to paint a pair of sneakers for Logic for Paradise Records, and he loved them. He absolutely loved them. But we mentioned before, man, somebody said, where is it? Let me find that. What about Mr. Frost? God, I want to give you a shout out because you said Mr. Frost, but I can't find it now. Mr. Frost, there it is. What about Mr. Frost? Says Acker Jawaka. Kids, if you've never seen Mr. fucking Frost, go find this movie. Jeff Goldblum plays the devil. And it's fucking Jeff Goldblum circa The Fly, a couple years after, let's say. I think it was the early 90s, man. Oh, it is fucking chilling. Like at one point, who is it? Kathy, the actress, I can't remember her name. Kathy was a Baker, maybe. It's not Bates, but she plays a psychiatrist. And the story is all about this guy in this asylum claims he's the devil and stuff. And he's going to use, fucking medical science. He's going to prove medical science wrong because medical science has gotten rid of the devil and explained away all evil. And he's like, no, I'm true evil. And I'm going to show you that's true. And I'm going to break you, he says to the psychiatrist and whatnot. So it's kind of about the movie, what the movie's about. Jeff Goldblum is fucking fantastic. And there's one scene where the therapist is like looking at these tapes of things he did to kids and you don't see it, but you pop the VHS tape in and shit, and you hear the static, and then you hear it come on, and you just hear this very like haunting, not loud wailing cry, but like a really sad, like, and her face looking at what she sees, and we can't see it, really fucking tells the story. It's a nice piece of acting because she's just like, oh God, like right away, right off the fucking bat, man. Oh, terrifying shit. But his performance as the devil is fucking chill, or Mr. Frost is chilling. I think you can find it on YouTube. It's a movie that like, I don't know who owns the rights to it and stuff. I think it was made overseas, if I remember correctly, or at least it was financed overseas, but it's tough to find. I don't think it's on streaming, but I think you could probably still find it on YouTube. Kill Josh Petrino, man. Jumped in, says Crusader has a ton of cult satanic aesthetic. Let's talk about it. Also, I could totally get money for Sugar Walls if you're serious. Love you, man. Kill Josh Petrino worked on 430 movie as well, and he's about to make his own movie very soon. Have I seen Nefarious with Sean Patrick Flannery? One of the best satanic movies I've ever seen. No. But I know what I'm doing fucking tonight, Monday night, man. Tomorrow I'm going to the ass doctor for the very first time for the colonoscopy, not for the colonoscopy itself, but for the visit where they're like, so this is what we're going to do when we do the colonoscopy, and here's the shit you got to take. So my journey to I think that's how it's done. They feed cable into your ass. Begins. Something I've been avoiding for a while. I thought you had to wait until you're 55 to get it done. They're like, they just rolled it back to 45, dickhead. So I'm going to go have them check for polyps and all that shit. Hopefully everything's in order up there. But that's tomorrow. But so tonight, I'm going to prepare for that shit by maybe, what was that fucking movie called? Nefarious? With Sean Patrick Flannery? Watch Nefarious, this trailer wizard. I'm in. The Real Light Warrior brings up a devil movie that I was just talking about with my wife, Angel Heart. One of the most terrifying films I ever saw when I was a kid as a Catholic, because spoilers, part of the plot is about a guy who sells his soul to the devil in exchange for fame and shit like that. But part of the deal was that he don't remember he made that deal with the devil until the time for the bill to come due, until he drops dead. And then when he goes to hell, and that's when he finds out, oh shit, I fucking made a deal. That terrified me as a kid, as a good Catholic kid, because I'm like, you can make a deal with the devil, and part of that deal is that you forget you made the fucking deal, and you can't fucking repent. Like, what a nightmare. And that stayed with me. I'll tell you how powerful that notion is. When Clerks happened and it got picked up, there was a period of time where I was like, I probably sold my soul to the devil, and part of the deal was that I not remember. Like, just like Angel Heart. There's no way this just happened. Did I Angel Heart myself? Do I have an angel heart on? And I've never found out the answer. I guess I'll find out when I die. But that would explain for why such a mediocre fucking talent like myself has had a career. I angel hearted it. Imagine telling some kid that I angel hearted it. And they're like, I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. It's like, what do you mean, man? This is a movie where Lisa Bonet was in it. And they're like, what's her daughter's name? She just made a fucking movie that I loved.
Zoe Kravitz.
Zoe Kravitz. That fucking Blink Twice movie was fucking tight. My God, that was good, man. You know what else was fucking watchable as fuck? The Substance. When I was back at Smodcastle, I watched it in my own movie theater, man. Kick back and watch the Demi Moore, Margaret Qualley movie, The Substance. A lot of people were going like, hey, man, Tusk. There were some Tusk references. And I was like, what? They're comparing a movie to Tusk? How? And I went to see it and I was like, oh, that's how. Body horror, man. It was like Cronenberg crossed with David Lynch through a female lens, man. It's worth fucking seeing. Yeah, it was pretty twisted. This is a great topic for October 1st. What, scary movies? Fuck yeah. I agree. Highway to Hell is how I picture hell when I was a kid. My favorite image of hell in a movie wasn't truly technically hell, but it fucking looked like hell. Is in what is that movie? Event Horizon with Sam Neill. Another fucking Sam Neill movie. Where at one point, like they do this quick flash of like the fucking madness that happened on the ship. And it's still to me, like we wanted to use that in Dogma. Like there's a scene where Azrael covered Bethany's eyes and wanted to show her what hell looked like. And I was like, let's just license that clip from Event Horizon. And they were like, you can't do that. So we wound up cutting it. But man, they did it. Anthony M says, you don't see the devil, but I still love Late Night with the Devil. Well, we love Dave DeSmulchin, man, around here. Around these parts, we stand Dave DeSmulchin. But that movie was fucking fantastic. Really limited means and budget, and they did it fantastically on one set, you know, and it was kind of a found footage movie, but also it went beyond the boundaries of found footage as well. But yeah, that was good. And also had the cult angle to it as well, which was fucking tight, man. I remember like when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, this is like Network meets Rosemary's Baby. I still can't believe they cut out like 20 minutes of the original hell sequence because it got an NC-17, says sites obscene. That footage is gone now. Are we talking about what I was talking about? Stick Insider says, Kevin, I'm surprised you never started an online comic book publishing company. I have a comic book label. I used to do comics with Oni Press years ago, and now we do Quick Stops and Masquerade with Secret Stash Press, which is a Dark Horse imprint. But yeah, I never started an online comic book publishing company. I didn't. You're right. Fucking wasted my life. In the Mouth of Madness is the best and fascinating story, says Doctor. The one with Sam Neill. Sam Neill getting a lot of love tonight, man. When I met him the year we had Yoga Hosers at Sundance, there was an award ceremony. I was given an award, and Sam Neill also either gave or got an award. And so when I got up to receive, no, Sam Neill gave me my award, I think. Yes, they picked Sam Neill to present to me. And he said nice things. And I got up and I was like, this means the world coming from Damien Thorne, man. And he loved that. Like nobody's fucking referencing The Omen to Sam Neill at this point in his life. But I did. And I was like, come on, man. And I said, Disciples of the Watch. Like I said it to him and shit. He was a sweet dude. What a nice guy. Have you ever seen his videos? He's so fucking wholesome. Stay Tuned is a super underrated devil flick, says I Heart Epitaph. Horsehead says Bill and Ted 2. They do a great version of hell. Funny, but you know, still valid as fuck. Kabuki Kid says Event Horizon is batshit. He says Event Horizon had 20 minutes cut, and that footage apparently ended up being destroyed. So no chance of ever getting a director's cut of it. Yeah, their fucking vision of like hell was just fucked up, man. Hey Kevin, I missed your suit. You missed my super chat. Kishin Riki says, I'm still waiting for Kilroy was here. Yeah, we're gonna probably show it again at Smodcastle Cinemas if you want to join us there. Sooner or later, it looks like we'll probably be able to take it to home video. Um, I don't know. I got to look at our deal with the NFT folks that put it out. The story behind that. Let's see. Did you like The Devil and Constantine, Kev? Says Randy Arndt. Kind of referenced Jane Silent Bob, if I remember correctly. Like maybe I'm high, but I remember that vaguely from the past. Any Constantine people out there know what I'm talking about? Maybe I made it up. Maybe it's a dream, but there's reference to like two angels or one don't talk. I don't know. I just remember some vague thing from back in the day where there was some tangential connection to Constantine. And it could be one of those things. It's like that never happened. You dreamed it and you made it part of your reality. Mad God was Tipper's Mad God was hellish, says AJ. Jeremiah Maxwell says, yeah, I'd love to get to Smodcast one of these days. Got to do it when I hit the East Coast again. It's a haul from Alaska. Shit, everything's a haul from Alaska. But yeah, man, if you're ever on the East Coast, come visit us at Smodcast Cinemas, kids. Whether I'm there or not, if I'm there, make sure you get a ticket, man. It's always a good time. We put on long ass shows. You'll pay for a 90-minute movie and get 6 hours of fucking entertainment, whether you like it or not. But it's also worth visiting. It's a wonderful museum. It's a nice companion piece to Jane Silent Bob's Secret Stash, now in business 27 years in Red Bank, New Jersey. 27 years I've owned a comic book store. Fuck all this movie nonsense, man. That might be my greatest achievement, is having a brick and mortar last that long. So if you're in the Jersey area, go visit Jane Silent Bob's Secret Stash in Red Bank. Go visit Smodcastle Cinemas in Atlantic Highlands. Even if I'm not there, there's plenty to look at and things to do. How can I see the movie in Kentucky, says Joe Starr. What? The 4:30 movie? Why, Joe Starr, you can go get it right now on digital. That's right, kids. Throw up that graphic, JC. The 4:30 movie is now available for digital. You can watch it at home, man. Have you ever wanted to take the adventure of a lifetime? Time machine back to 1986? Join me and my friends for a goofy ass adventure about a first date and a paean to youth, man. The 4:30 movie is available right now. Right now, kids. I'm going to sit here. I'm not going away until you all fucking go buy it. Joe G says, whatever happened to the West Coast Secret Stash? We made it almost 5 years and then it went away. There was nobody to run it from our flicks. You know what I'm saying? Like back east, we had Walter, and then later on we had Comic Book Men. So, Mike still works at the Secret Stash. People, when they walk in, they're like, that's the dude from the TV show. When we had the Secret Stash out west, after Brian Johnson didn't work there anymore, you'd walk in and it wasn't somebody recognized. I'm not saying it's the staff's fault. I'm just saying it was much easier to keep a comic book store themed to Jay and Silent Bob going when you can walk through the doors and perhaps see somebody who was involved in a Jay and Silent Bob thing. Rents were also pretty high out in Westwood. And, it didn't match like what we were bringing in. So eventually Bob Chapman and I were partners on that. The guy ran graffiti, still runs graffiti. And then we moved it, or I moved the version of the store, smaller version of the store over to Laser Blazer. And it existed for like maybe a year or something. And then eventually just went away. And the one in Red Bank has never gone away. It's moved locations. But ever since we opened up in like late 96, early 97, she's been going strong. I was just there. I was there last week. Here's something nobody knows. I was there last week at the, back east and whatnot, because I went back to Good Morning America to promote the 4:30 movie. It was me and Ken Jeong. We had a good ass time. And I did the Are You Garbage podcast, which is out right now. And then I did, as previously mentioned, a Criterion Closet, which I guess will air sooner or later. But then that night, I had a pitch to make for a TV show. And I did the pitch from the Secret Stash because it has, it's not connected, but visually, it was a great backdrop for the show we were pitching. And, knock wood, I don't want to fucking jinx it, but we sold the show. And I didn't even understand it. When the pitch was over, they said nice things. Then we all got off the Zoom and I had to call up my manager to be like, what just happened? And he goes, something that never happens at all in this business anymore. You sold a fucking show. And I was like, what? Like on the Zoom? And he was like, yeah, in the room, as they say. So that was kind of exciting. And having the stash, doing it in the stash, you know, like the pitch starts off with me showing off the gigantic life-size Jay and Silent Bob pops that are in the back of the store. You know, it's just not your average pitch. So it began very visually interesting. And then the show that we pitched, me and my friends, is pretty unique and wonderful. And thankfully, first place we pitched it to, they were like, yoink. So more about that when I could tell you about it down the road. I'm sorry, I keep itching my nose. And if anyone's like, well, are you cokey? Not at all. I've never done coke in my life, and I can't imagine I'd be this low key if I was coke. But I have a very itchy nose right now. All right, it's going away. Okay, congrats. A lot of people saying congrats. My thank you. It's cool, man. Like, you know, it's cool. I still get happy when people are like, and this I can't tell you any more about, but there's something about this one that makes it very unique and very different, at least for me, that also makes it like, wow. And I'll tell you when I can. Carl Daves said, just bought the 4:30 movie on Fandango now. Looking forward to watching. Thanks, man. You can buy that movie on Fandango? I thought Fandango just like showed you where movies were playing. Who knew? Every day is a school day. Mark Duffy says, I got offered a job on the spot once at a dream job. Great feeling. I'll tell you, it was really cool feeling, man. Like, this is not a complaint. I'm happy I get to do anything I do, but sometimes like it's a lot of effort to make it happen. And I make my dreams come true. You know, sometimes people help you. I always have help. Sometimes you get major help by somebody going, here's a bunch of fucking money and infrastructure and shit like that. But if I waited for then to do anything, you know, I wouldn't work that often and stuff. So oftentimes we go at it alone and try to build it ourselves. And you know, it's gratifying when you get it done, but it's hard and it takes a lot of your spirit and time and effort and stuff like that. You know, every once in a while, you're just like, man, I'd love an easy win. And I wouldn't call this an easy win by any stretch of the imagination, but it wasn't hard. You know, it wasn't like one of these things where I'm like, oh man, we got to get through 96 layers to get to a maybe. Like, so it was a really nice feeling of like, is the Sally Field, man. You like me. You really like me. Or I don't know if they like me, but they certainly like the idea. Burger Bob says, Canada loves you. Never fucking stop. Done and done, Burger Bob. Some guy says, I love you, Kevin. You literally are my inspiration to be a filmmaker. Go do it. What are you listening to me for? Go make a movie. I took a creative writing class and wrote a screenplay in high school because of Clerks, and Snowball Effect was so inspiring. Oh, Phil Benson is the director of Snowball Effect, a wonderful documentary about the making of Clerks. One of my favorite Kevin Smith movies, man. And Kevin Smith didn't even direct it. Another one like that, Malcolm Ingram's movie Clerk, which is the documentary about my life and stuff. My favorite Kevin Smith movie that Kevin Smith didn't make. Snowball Effect, though, powerful document for change. It makes you want to make a movie. You know, when you're done watching it, you're like, oh man, I just want to make a movie. 7Gen171 says the author Christopher Moore has mentioned that he wanted to work with you during his book signing. Have you ever thought about it? His work is similar to your movies. Is it? That's cool. I didn't know. I'll look into it, man. That sounds like a good deal. Jeremiah Maxwell says, Kevin just bought the 4:30 movie on Apple. Thank you. 4:30 movie available right now, kids, on digital. Super excited to see it. Would love you to do a screening of any of your movies at the Beartooth Theater Pub here in Anchorage. Anchorage, Alaska? I was there once. I was there once when it was day all day long, except for 1 hour at like 3 or 4 in the morning or something like that. And then it became fucking day. Like, I mean, bright ass day. You know what I'm talking about. That was fucking wild. And I saw a moose. Like, we were doing a show at the college and shit. And somebody was like, there's a moose outside. And we all opened the doors while the show was going on. This fucking moose just like lurching around the fucking parking lot. And all the kids are used to it because they go to school there. But I'm like, never seen a fucking moose in real life in my entire existence. Look at this. This is fucking nuts. The local movie spelunker says, "Hey Kev, Van Dangle bought Voodoo." Oh, also, did you see yourself show up on The Simpsons last night? I did. We talked about that earlier. In the audience cameo, I was flattered. It was amazing. Uh, One crafty punk says, "You're definitely one of Hollywood's most dedicated hustlers to make the magic happen." I try. I spin them plates, man. So it's nice every once in a while when like infrastructure is there. In fact, they sent me a document tonight because it's a company and they're like fucking rules. And this is the way we do things and shit. And when I got this document, I was like, "Ooh, it smells like infrastructure." Something that I don't deal with that much anymore. The infrastructure of what we do here, is rather tight, small, intimate. But working for a company and shit, two big companies, that's nuts. Let's see. D Gen Xer says, "I'm from Jersey, but I've been living in West Virginia, and your movies keep me happy, although I miss New Jersey and my family there." Oh man, New Jersey is the cradle of civilization. That's why you miss it. It's what makes us who we are. It's what makes us like tolerable human beings, for heaven's sakes. Because we grew up in the Garden State, man. It forms strong individuals because you grow up in the shadow of Manhattan, something bigger than you that everybody's always talking about. And so it makes you try harder. Like people from Jersey try harder. It's just that simple. And it's not me putting down other states. It's a psychological thing. You feel less than because you grow up next to Manhattan. That's the center of attention for the world and stuff. You're just New Jersey. So we tend to try harder, man. So if you ever want your fucking dick sucked or your pussy eaten, find somebody from New Jersey. I guarantee you they will thoroughly do it. And you'll be like, I came already. And they'll just keep going. They're those people. That's who we are. We keep going after you come. New Jersey, we keep going after you come. I believe that's the state motto. It's on a license plate. Let's see. Dibble Rules says, "I saved your playlist on Spotify. It kind of slaps." Thank you. Deuce Bagel says, "Is Smodcastle hiring?" You'd have to ask Smodcastle keeper Ernie O'Donnell, man. But I'm not going to say we have high turnover, but send your name in. There's always a chance, like you get a call, especially if you got like experience and stuff like that. Joe Hernandez says 4:30 movie was amazing. Thank you. Saw it twice in theaters, but sad they only played it once a day for a week only. Let me tell you, Joe, shocked they even did that. Like, it doesn't have Deadpool or Wolverine in it. So I'm shocked we got any screens whatsoever. I'm one of those beggars can't be choosers guy. I was like, what? It was in a theater? That counts. Woo. Most flicks in this day and age tend to kind of go either day and date or straight to streaming and stuff. So I was happy that it was even a little theatrical birth. We had an opportunity to take it out and tour it like we did the last two movies, but it just doesn't feel like the right environment right now in terms of like, people are holding on to loot. And I would have, it's one thing to be like, come see a sequel to movies you loved as a kid, like Jay and Silent Bob Reboot and Clerks 3. This would be me educating people about a brand new concept and stuff like that. It didn't seem to be quite as easy to sell. So we opted not to tour. And, the nice thing is movie theater where we shot it, Smodcastle Cinemas, it will always play there. It'll leave every other movie theater. I doubt it's in any movie theaters anymore now that it's on home video, but I guarantee you kids for the rest of my life, as long as I'm stomping on the Terra, 4:30 movie will play every Sunday at the Atlantic Highlands movie theater I own called Smodcastle Cinemas. It'll always be there, man. Rarely does a building have a whole ass movie made in it and about it. And so it's just appropriate since it's a movie theater to show it as often as we can forever. So even if you buy it tonight, right now, 4:30 movie is available for digital sales. There's a chance you can come see it with me in the future, and I'll be sitting there telling you backstories and stuff. That's what we do at Smodcastle Cinemas, man, where the movies come to play. Christy Reacts says, "Gonna try once more, Kev. We stayed in the same hotel in St. Louis once, and I was so scared to say hi. What's the general rule when we see you out in the world? Say hi or leave you alone?" Oh, I'm not the leave me alone guy. If you give me half a look, I'll do this shit, catch your eye, be like, "You looking at me?" I'm generally the person, if somebody comes up to me and they're like, "Hey, I hate to bother you," and I'm like, "Oh my God, you're not bothering me. This is part of the plan. I did it. So people would come up to me and say shit. So, do you got a camera? Let's take a picture. And they're always like, oh my God, I wanted to ask. I beat people to the punch, man. I don't let people ask me for a picture. I fucking beat them to it. Make it less awkward by being like, you want, let's take a picture. Pull out your phone. Let's do it. And I take it and I fucking selfie us and shit like that. Then we say goodbye and part like ships in the night, man. Sweet. That's an exchange that happens to me many times over the course of my life when I leave this house and this room. You know, my dogs don't do that to me, but people in the real world will come up to me and be like, oh my God, that never bothers me. Never hesitate to come over and fucking say that I did something you liked. If you're going to come over and say you did something I hated, please hesitate. Think twice. Be like, does he really need this information? But if you're going to tell me you like something I did or you like the cut of my jib or whatever, oh my God, by all means, come right the fuck over. Come over my face, neck, and chest. I don't give a shit. I'm here for you. Matt here says you're a gem. Oh man, thanks. I haven't called a gem in a damn minute, man. So that felt pretty good. Oblique Lafrique says, what's your advice on building a good work ethic? I never had one about anything that didn't matter to me, right? So like when I worked at convenience stores and delis, I was a shit worker. Terrible. I mean, you saw Clerks, right? It's not a documentary about how good I was at the job. It's an admission that I was terrible. So I didn't have the work ethic before films. Once I got my dream job, man, you couldn't stop me from this shit. Like, and I'm always creating. You know, I wake up, hit my desk here, and just like, I can't wait to create, you know, because I got an opportunity. There's a chance that whatever it is I'm dreaming about cooking up will be seen by more than just me and my family and stuff. So you know, it's easy to get up and work every day. When I'm in the midst of writing something, man, I wake up early because I'm like, I can't wait to get back downstairs and write that. I want to see how it ends. I want to see where it goes. So, yeah, I don't know. Did that answer the question? I think so. Louis Looper CO says, I need a Kevin Smith Christmas movie. I don't know. Not really a Christmas guy. And not that I'm like, fuck Christmas. I ain't Scrooge, but I just don't think I have a Christmas movie in me. Unless somebody's like, here's $40 million. Jay and Silent Bob meet Santa Claus. I'm like, oh, where have you been for the last fucking 10 years? I'll give you 3 of these. Hey, Banff, man, what's up?
Die Hard in a movie theater. There's your Christmas movie.
Die Hard in a movie theater. Oh my God. Excellent point. Where were you before I made this 4:30 movie bullshit? That's an affordable, good movie to make. Die Hard in a movie theater. Fuck.
It's like you're going home to Jersey for Christmas, and like you just.
Am I the hero? Is it like that Kevin Hart action movie where Kevin Hart was the hero?
Yeah,
you get like a version of myself
stuck in the movie theater, and you know, I mean, I don't know who it. I mean, you worked with.
I'm stuck, and then somebody like kills a terrorist, blasts through the front doors, and I'm like, Lee Majors, the $6 million man. Scrooged. Lee B. Film says Tusk is Kevin Smith's Eraserhead. I'll buy it. Karen Love says Kevin is so kind. My husband told him that I'm his biggest fan, and he called me over to give me a big hug and get a picture. Yeah, but to be fair, I was hoping you guys would invite me to watch you have sex. I'm just looking to cuck it out, man. So when somebody's like, oh, I'm a big fan, my wife's over there, I was like, bring her over. Because I hope when you guys come together, like, you want to come back to our room and watch me fuck? Be like, fuck yeah. I love watching shit going to other shit up close. I don't have to be involved in shit. I'll be in the splash zone, though. That'd be amazing. Typical Mayo says, since the schedule released for Chronicon, I have been 10 times more excited. That Chronicon schedule is up, kids. You can see what you're in for, what activities await you October 11th, 12th, and 13th in Chicago, not Chicago proper, but outside. You fly into O'Hare and then you go to the Hyatt, like one exit over. Banff Man will tell you he's from Illinois. He's from the area. You going to be there, Banff Man?
Banff. I should be. I don't have my plane ticket yet, but I am scheduled to be there for the Fat Man.
You'll be getting your plane ticket. You'll get your ticket. Yeah, he'll be there with me and Mark when we do Fat Man Beyond and whatnot. You're from the area, right?
Banff. Yeah. Somebody earlier was like, JC, Kevin, what's your first convention you ever went to, and it was literally Wizard World, I think in like 97 or 98 at this spot. So it's like a homecoming to my first convention I ever went to.
Typical Mayo in chat says Rosemont, Illinois, 3 minutes from a dispensary, kids. Illinois, one of them weed legal states. So Chronicon can be filled with chronic if you like.
And a casino is right there now too. So
is there really? Don't spend your money there. Spend it at Chronicon. Unless you could triple your money, then come back and spend more of it at Chronicon. That's gonna be a fun weekend, man. If this works out, you better bet we'll be doing Chronicon again. Probably move it around like a movable feast. Next time we'll do it someplace else and stuff. Ironically, we didn't get in Jersey because they're like, let's try Chicago because the midway point of the country will get people from both coasts, maybe. And so far, so good. It's working out. The folks that were throwing it, they're the folks that did Astronomicon. They're happy with our results so far. So it's a good chance maybe we get to do it again in the future. You know, kind of exciting for a kid who used to go to cons all the time. I grew up going to cons and stuff. And when I say grew up, I mean in my fucking 20s, 30s, and 40s. And now to have my own con, like, it's kind of sweet. It's tough. I guess it's not, if it was Kevin Con, it'd be my own con, but Chronicon. I love that more because that's like bringing a movie to life. Like Chronicon happened in Jay and Silent Bob reboot. And ever since then, I was always saying, like, we should probably try this in real life. And thanks to the good folks who present Astronomicon out there in Michigan, we're getting to do it, man. We're getting to do a real life, real ass Chronicon. So hopefully the first of many. Bring it to Boston, says Olups. And Anthony says, SoCal area, please. All possibilities. What is this? Ron Riffle DEI certified says Kevin's movies have been lacking heart. Well, not the 4:30 movie, my friend. Oh my God, it's dripping with heart. Too much heart. Scott's hard on. He'll chase you with a hard on. And you'll be like, go away till it catches you and shit.
Also, did he miss Clerks 3 also?
Yeah,
that's true. Have you been around the last 4 years? I don't know.
Yeah, where you been, Ron Riffle? That movie, that was lacking heart. It had way too much heart. And so many hearts that hearts started getting attacked. Bunch of people saying I should do Chronicon here, I should do Chronicon there. Jordan Peters says it's like Kev's very own Catalina wine mixer. What is that? Is that a thing that I've never been involved in? Let's see. Jeff Gordon says Kev can sell vibes. You can tell you're missing out if you aren't creating like him. Okay. Nethead says Kevin Hart was not available. He was not. Let's see, man. How long have we been doing this? 10:15. When did we start? 8 o'clock. I've been at this for 2 hours. Let's get some questions, kids. You know what? Fuck that. I was having a good time talking about devil movies. Let's talk about some more devil movies, man. Throw some devil movies into that chat, kids, and we'll talk about them. Hell movies, devil movies. What have we not talked about tonight in terms of those flicks? We covered a lot of ground, but are there others that we did not get to talk about? Don't forget to check out Nefarious. I am checking out Nefarious. What's up there, Banff?
I liked, what was the Denzel Washington one? Fallen?
Yeah, that was good, man. Where he kept jumping bodies. Yeah, that was good.
Also, the Devil's Advocate was Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves.
Just watched it recently within the last 2 months and stuff. The Firm meets Rosemary's Baby. Prince of Darkness, Josh Mundall pointed out. Yes, John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness. I have a message for you, and you're not going to like it. That was a low budget, man. That was when they gave Carpenter like $3 million a piece to make whatever movie he wanted. And one of them was Prince of Darkness. The other, I think, was In the Mouth of Madness. I forget what the other one was, man. Nefarious. Everyone keeps saying it. Time is on my side. John Elrod II said, time is on my side from Fallen. They made that song creepy. They really did. Oh, Hugh O'Donnell hit the nail on the head. Exorcist 3 is an amazing and the true sequel. Exorcist 3 is amazing and the true sequel. It absolutely is. Exorcist 2, The Heretic, not as creepy as Exorcist 3. Brad Dourif in Exorcist 3 is fucking phenomenal. And that God, that whole movie. George C. Scott, um, Legion. Isn't that what it's called? Exorcist 3 Legion. For the line from the We Are Legion. Ooh, that was a creepy ass fucking movie. Well done, man. Excellent poll. The Gate from 1987 is underrated. Great horror, 80s horror. Yes, absolutely. I'm not gonna fight you on that. But if I'm gonna pick a hell movie that's not quite, although that was close, Phantasm technically is a movie where they go to an alternate dimension. I always like to think that dimension is hell. Phantasm, badass fucking series of movies, man. That silver ball flying around, fucking, oh, I still have fucking bad dreams about being chased by one of those and shit. It's where a baseball bat would come in handy. They should have done a fucking um, silver ball versus fucking Merrill from Signs. Swing away, Merrill, and fucking Joaquin just bats that fucking silver ball out of the air and shit. Phantasm and Signs mix up. I just watched Signs fairly recently, hence the reference to a fucking 20-year-old plus movie. I was shocked after the movie was done. I was like, right on, man, that holds up. When was it made? And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, decades ago. But also a good fucking spooky movie. Made, not about hell though, about aliens. Made though on a kind of tighter budget. Like when I rewatched Signs, I was like, it's not a fuck ton of special effects in the movie. Cursed Cat Film says, do Dogma with the devil turning up. He turned up in one of the drafts of Dogma. And if there was a Dogma sequel, it would have concentrated on Lucifer. So there was thoughts about it, man. But instead, other than Azrael as a representation of a demon, of just one of the residents of hell, everything else was talked about and stuff. But if we were to ever do it again, fuck yeah, man, be Lucifer, be the bad guy. What I always liked about Dogma, though, was like the bad guy was Catholic dogma. Like the whole reason the world existence was about to be blinked out of existence was because of some, dopey rule in Catholic canon dogma that would have negated all of existence. Then when I was doing press for the movie, like, people would be like, based on your flick, does everybody go or just the Catholics? I was like, no, we all go, blink out of existence. Like, but what if that wasn't my faith? I was like, just a movie, dog. Like, you ain't gotta worry. Shit ain't happening for real. Kill Josh Petrino, who we heard from before, says, what dreams may come hell is actually kind of creepy in the shadow demons in Ghost. 100% true. What dreams may come is a fantastic movie, man. Robin Williams, so great in it. And those shadow demons and ghosts, they you know what? They hold up. And they take fucking Tony Goldwyn away at the end, future president of the United States, in that fucking show that everybody loved. It's creepy. They drag his ass to hell. That movie was a huge hit. Do you remember how fucking big Ghost was? Maybe you weren't around for it, kids, but the movie was fucking massive. And not just because like Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore did Pottery. That really captured people's imaginations, man. Bruce Joel Rubin, I think he was the guy that wrote that script. And then he wrote the script for another movie that everybody loved back then too. It wasn't nearly as popular, but a fantastic exercise in screenwriting, still stands up to this day. Also a good movie that fucks with demons, Jacob's Ladder. Jacob's Ladder is a good ass fucking movie, man. I might go watch that shit later on, but no, Nefarious is what I'm going to watch first, man. EE says Kevin Smith version of This Is the End, Seth Rogen apocalypse movie. That fucking movie. That was fun. That was one of those movies where I was like, man, I wish I'd thought about doing a movie like that. Steve Sargent said, my wife worked in a hospital when Exorcist 3 came out. Fucked her up, man. She loves movies like this, so in a good way. Yeah, man. Remember the scene in the hospital? They did that long shot down the hallway, and like you just see the nurses crossing and like goes on for like 2 minutes, and you're like, all right, something's going to happen. The way this is framed, something's going to happen. And you keep waiting and nothing happens. And then the nurse goes to her desk and then she walks back to the room, and then suddenly a lady is behind her with these fucking hedge trimmers and shit, like right on her. They play one strong note and then cut out. Ooh, that was a disturbing movie. Sights Obscene says it was the #1 movie of 1990. I believe we're still talking about Ghost. The #1 movie of 1990. Made Whoopi Goldberg a massive star. People knew who Whoopi Goldberg was, but Ghost broke her huge to everybody. And then I guess Sister Act followed that, if I remember correctly. Or maybe one went before the other. I'm pretty sure Ghost happened before Sister Act. But man, Ghost, that movie still works. I might watch that later on. Anthony says Dogma was basically the same type of creepy shit. Yeah, I guess if you're not Catholic, that shit was kind of creepy if you're outside the church, I guess. And Delius Music says, "Oh God, you devil." Counts. George Burns playing dual roles as God and the devil, for heaven's sakes. Phantom of the Paradise with Paul Williams as Swan, says Record Hound. Good soundtrack. My friend Malcolm Ingram made a movie called Phantom of Winnipeg, and it's a documentary about Phantom of the Paradise, which remains like the highest grossing film in Winnipeg. Its biggest grosses, where it played it for years, still plays, was in Winnipeg for some reason. Like this movie died every place else, but like Winnipeg took it into their hearts. Wasn't shot there or anything. It's just a wonderful documentary, Phantom of the Winnipeg. It's called. We're going to show it at the Burton Cummings Theater the first week in November. Man, I'm going to be up in Winnipeg, up in Canada, with Malcolm showing his documentary and doing a Q&A afterwards. Wonderful doc, man. But that Phantom of the Paradise movie, I remember like when I was a kid seeing pieces of it on cable. During like Night Flight. Fuck, man. There's a show called Night Flight. Now it's an app. There's a show that used to be on like midnight till or 11 o'clock till 3 in the morning or something like that on weekends. It was called Night Flight. And they would show you, it was basically the internet before the internet existed, man. They'd show you like weird shorts, like fish heads, roly poly fish heads, that Barnes and Barnes thing. And clips of movies like Eraserhead. They had clips of Eraserhead. Just a collection of things like late at night and shit. And then it cuts commercial and come back. And their logo just soared over this like digital landscape. Night Flight. They have an app now. You can get the Night Flight app, and it's just like reliving the experience. And they have some of the programming that's still on there. I found that shit, man, made me so fucking happy. James Shovar said Devil's Rejects. There's another good fucking devil movie right there, man. Benu Inaspace says, did you like Witches of Eastwick? Fuck yes. Who didn't? And you know, there's a movie that no kids fuck with, man. You ever hear a Gen Zer talk about the Witches of Eastwick? No. It's a movie lost to time. I mean, it exists, of course, and it was a huge hit, but like, it's so weird that it doesn't have the cultural currency that it had when I was younger, man. Jack Nicholson playing the fucking devil with Cher and Susan Sarandon and Michelle Pfeiffer. Like, that cast was fucking huge. That movie was massive, but he was just great, man. Remember his big old monologue? Women, a mistake, or did he do it to us on purpose? Because I want to know. Oh, he's fucking amazing in that flick. Excellent fucking pull, man. Bringing up Witches of Eastwick. Let's see what else we got. Wonder if that's where the Night Flight Orchestra comes from. I don't know if it was. I cosplay as Captain Spaulding. Miss Sid says typical Mayo. Nicole Noble Burb says, wonder if that was the Night Flight thing. Crypto Zoo said, just heard you on the Are You Garbage podcast, available right now. As a fan of you and the show, I knew it was going to be good before I even hit play. It was a good time. I had a good time with the kids on that podcast, man. I've been doing the podcast rounds a little bit because of 4:30 movie, available right now. Go buy it digitally. You can buy it at Apple. You can buy it at fucking Amazon. You can buy it at Vudu. You can buy it wherever you buy movies and shit. And because I was out there doing press, I got to be on. So I was on the Theo Von podcast. I was on Are You Garbage? And there's more to come. And you know, it's always nice to get out there in the world. I was promoting my podcast that I do with my kid as well, Beardless Dickless Me. But it's fun to be on other people's shows. I did catch some heat for Theo Vons though. They're like, let him talk, you fucking dick. And you know, yeah, I did talk quite a bit. But to be fair, like, he was feeling under the weather. He even said it after the show. I don't know if it wound up at the end of the show, but he was like, man, I'm glad you talked as much as you did. Because he's like, I was feeling kind of sick still, because he was coming off of sickness. So I just yap. But I did see a lot of people seem to enjoy the conversation stuff. There's only a handful of people that were like, shut the fuck up and let Theo speak. Yeah, man. And sadly, when you invite me into your world, I'm a play. Like, you know, when I was just on late night with Seth Meyers show, man. That's my favorite thing to do because I write scripts and I go in and have him perform, rather than him interview me and ask questions and shit. I wrote this whole script and we performed it, man. It still makes me happy. Roger Straight says, don't forget literally Spawn. That's true. That's a movie about hell. There's a devil in it and stuff like that. Deuce Bagel says, have you checked out Long Legs yet? That had a lot of satanic themes in it. It did. And that when I saw that shit in the trailer, I was like, oh, we're going to see a satanic movie. And it definitely had some Satan shit in it. I'm still not quite sure what was going on with that ball have like evil spirits in it, the brain part of the thing that, I don't know. I need somebody to explain that movie to me. But Liz Destro, who produced the 4:30 movie, and she produced Jane Silent Bob Reboot and Clerks 3 and I think Yoga Hosers and a lot of my flicks. She produced that. She put that together, man. I was like, oh my God, Liz, your movie made like over 100 million. She's like, not my movie, it's their movie, but like I helped put it together. She's like, yeah, it was really exciting. So let me see. Sharp Kion says, purchase 4:30 movie, my dude. First KS movie I haven't seen in theaters since Dogma. There'll be a chance. Come see it at Smod Castle Cinemas one day. You want to take the trip to Jersey, kids. It's where the movies come to play. Not devil related, says Anthony M, but film I love that's perfect for spooky season is the Abominable Dr. Phoebes or Fives, is it? I'm never quite sure. You're absolutely right. That is one. Kill Josh Petrino says, Kev, can we have a horror fest with a focus on hell this month? Maybe I can help curate it. He's talking about Smod Castle Cinemas. I'm down like a clown, son. Are you kidding me? I'm all for a devil movie festival and shit. I don't know if we can pull it together for October, but why not fucking Christmas? Christmas in hell. Most people, that's how they feel about Christmas until it happens. The Cell, says Tim Anderson. Fuck yeah, man. That's that movie with Jennifer Lopez in it, right? That had some real twisted demon shit in it. Anthony M says, Kev keeps streaming till the 4:30 movie is available to purchase on the West Coast. It is 10:30 in an hour and a half. I think you could get it now. I think Will Wilkins said it's also available like for purchase now on the West Coast. I thought it was just midnight on the East Coast and stuff. I thought that was the benefit of living in California is like we get shit when they get shit on the East Coast. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Bamf.
Bamf man's jumping
I have
in.
a question for you because I've heard lots of stories. I also know that you have traveled everywhere. Have you ever found yourself in a haunted hotel or a haunted venue backstage or had any ghost stories of your own that you've witnessed?
I'm told the movie theater has ghosts. I've never encountered them or seen any evidence, and never mind evidence. Like there's been no ectoplasm anywhere, but I've heard nothing, but never been spooked out in the movie theater. But the kids who work there have said like, yeah, no, there's a fucking ghost here. I was like, come on, like, no, seriously. And they reported somebody got killed in the theater like decades ago, and so people keep that going. And the guy who owned the place, Mr. Edwards, Lenny Edwards, he had the apartment above the place, the apartment that I have. He died in the apartment. So there's that. So somebody said like, fucking, I hear Mr. Edwards walking around, but I never heard anything. And believe me, I'm receptive to it. I ain't one of those people that's like, there ain't no such thing as ghosts. I'll be the first one to fucking like be like, oh my God, it's a ghost and shit. You watch how quickly I'll fucking offer to suck that ghost dick, not to kill me, not even to scare me. You know, like, please don't scare me. I'll suck your ghost dick. What was I just gonna look up? Oh, I was gonna look up C-Smod, kids. We go coast to coast here on Fat Man Beyond. And so that means that I might be coming to a theater near you with a show. This weekend coming up Saturday night, man, Hollywood Babylon, October 5th, me and Ralph Garman, the newly married Ralph Garman, for heaven's sakes, man, doing our show that we've been doing for over a decade, well over a decade. Hollywood Babylon, this Saturday night early. We're not doing it late at night anymore. 10 o'clock. That's for young people. We're on at 7:30, man. So you can come see our show and get to bed at a decent hour. Weekend after that, of course, is Chronicon right there near Chicago, Illinois. 11th, 11th. Yeah, the 11th. October 11th, October 12th, October 13th. 3 days of all Jay and Silent Bob action, man. More Kevin Smith and View Askew universe than the eye can even comprehend. After that, the following weekend, I'm going to be at Comic-Con in New York, man, the New York Comic-Con. Let me be there on the 17th and the 18th, Thursday and Friday, taking pictures with Jason Mewes and Jason Lee. We'll all be there. Signing stuff, all tickets available at csmod.com. November 1st, as previously mentioned, I'm going to go to Winnipeg for Kevin Smith Gets Winnipegged. Me and Malcolm showing Malcolm's documentary, The Phantom of Winnipeg. Phantom of Winnipeg. Tickets available at csmod.com. Then November 9th, Jesus, I'm busy. November 9th at Smod Castle, we're doing the George Lucas Talk Show live. Oh my God, I can't wait. This is a very, very funny show with our good friend Griffin Newman, who played Orko on Masters of the Universe. I've done their show before, and I can't wait to do it again. It's legit good times. They went and did this over at the Edge Festival in Edinburgh, with Fringe Festival, I mean. So it's been around the world. It's a funny, funny show. Come join us live November 9th. Tickets at csmod.com. Then I get out into the world, kids. I'm coming to Salt Lake City, Utah for 2 nights of shows at Wise Guys on November 19th and 20th. Then I'm going to Denver on November 22nd and the 23rd. Colorado, kids, Comedy Works downtown. 2 nights of shows there, November 22nd, 23rd, at 7:15 and a 9:45 show. The other place at Wise Guys, 6:30 and a 9:30 show. 2 shows a night. I'm playing it like I'm a comic, kids. Just not funny like one, but I've definitely got the time slots like them. And then Friday, December 13th, I'm going to be in Oregon, Portland, Oregon, kids. I'm going to be at Helium Comedy Club for 2 nights of shows, 2 shows a night, December 13th and 14th, right before Christmas. 10 days before the Christmas, man, ruining everybody's Christmas. And then after Christmas, 3 days after it, man, I'm going to be in Phoenix, Arizona, doing an evening with Kevin Smith, 2 shows, 7 and 9:45, and that'll pretty much close out my year, man. But believe me, I'm sure they'll be adding stuff between there. I know we're going to be doing another screening of 4:30 movie with me doing a Q&A after at Smodcast. I think we're probably going to wind up doing it. Maybe it's October 20th. Hey, kids, October 20th, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Clerks. It came out on October 19th. We're going to be up in the city at New York Comic Con for that. But on October 20th, we're going down to Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash, me and Jason Mewes himself. And we're going to do a signing of the Quick Stops hardcover that just came out, our Secret Stash press book from the good folks at Dark Horse. Quick Stops Volume 2, and we'll be signing Volume 1 as well. To celebrate 30 years of Clerks, man, we're having a signing of Quick Stops, book that's spun out of all the Clerks adventures, man. Tickets are not at csmod.com, and they should be. But if you go to the Jay and Silent Bob Secret Stash website, which is different than jayandsilentbob.com for some reason, you'll be able to get tickets. What is that thing that we use? It's not talk. I forget what it is. At Banff Man, do you know?
Is it Eventbrite? Is that what you guys?
Yes, I think it is Eventbrite, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong, but that's right, man. Clerks 30th anniversary at Jay and Silent Bob Secret Stash with me and Jason Mewes on October 20th, man. Tickets at whatever that place is. Really should be up at csmod.com. And I bet you Will Wilkins is hearing it. Will says he could buy it on Amazon Prime right now. He's talking about the 4:30 movie. Will, can we get something up at csmod.com about the Secret Stash signing that we're doing on the 20th that you didn't know about until I just said it here? We kind of put tickets up on sale very quietly the other day, but they're up there, kids. You can get them. Let's see. All right, I'm done selling. Benu Interspace says, love that Blank Check podcast. Fuck, you ain't kidding, man. Griffin does a podcast called Blank Check. and I've been on it twice. Last one I was on, we talked about Die Hard because I think they were doing John McTiernan, a run of John McTiernan movies. And I did an episode where they did a simple plan because they were doing Sam Raimi's movies. Wonderful podcast. Go check it out when you get a chance. But Griffin, who does that podcast, plays Watto in the George Lucas talk show and puts on the outfit and everything. It's funny fucking shit. D-Gen Xer says, took my kids to the secret stash one day when you were there, but the line was so long. So we went to Quick Stop and Leonardo got sodas and then went to Union Beach. Fun day. Oh man, I'm sorry the line was long. That's why now when we do signings, we do reservations. So we used to just be like, hey, we're having a signing. And like fucking 1,000 people would show up. And then we try to get through them all and it would take like 12 hours. So now we just kind of set it up where you get your slot, you buy your slot and prepay for your book and all that shit. So then you could show up at a appointed time and not have to wait in a line that lasts more than like 15, 20 minutes or something like that. If that at all. If you just show up at the time you're supposed to get inside, it's all good in the hood. Appointment. That seemed to kill the long ass lines where, people like yourself are like, fuck it, I'll go do something else. That makes it a lot more well organized. Leah Sepulveda says, are you still going to Brazil? Maybe coming down to Argentina? I was supposed to be going to Brazil to Rio for Comic-Con, but they moved it, I think, into next year or something like that. So I know it's not happening October 20th. That's when I was going to be flying down to Rio. Hopefully I'll hear more. I don't think it's been canceled. I think they're just moving it till next year. Let's see. I Heart Epitaph says Joker 2 out of the theater, reactions are brutal. Is that happening right now? Is Joker? Well, no, Joker's not opening on a Monday, is it? Is it opening this week? Yeah, it is. No, tonight's the premiere, I think.
Yeah, the premiere was tonight. Andrew was supposed to work it.
Where was the premiere, Banffman?
It would have been somewhere around L.A. because Andrew was supposed to work it, and then they called him off of it.
Always amazes me, and I don't mean this to sound privileged at all, but always amazes me we don't get invited to shit like that. Like, literally sit online and talk about the things that I dig, and most of them are comic book oriented and shit. And I would just imagine that anyone who's like, well, he's a free fucking mouthpiece. He likes everything. I'm like the Mikey from Life Cereal of pop culture. Like, show it to Kev. He'll eat it. He'll eat anything. But very rarely do we get invited to shit. But yeah, so Joker is premiering tonight, man. So I guess we're going to start seeing. Joe Hernandez says it's an early fan screening. So I guess it's coming out. Yeah, it comes out Friday, right? It's this Friday. Lonely One says, I have tickets Thursday. Please don't ruin it for me. I can't ruin it. I didn't see it. And I won't be reading anybody else's coverage. Karen Love says, I love yours and Harley's podcast. It's so lovely to hear genuine laughter and chat between a dad and daughter. Yeah, it makes me laugh. This is one of my favorite things I do. It reminds me of Smodcast in as much as I genuinely laugh all throughout this podcast. You could hear it. Like, I'm having a good ass fucking time. It's not fake laughter. It's that good for the soul fucking laughter, and kind of laughter like you pay cash money to get. Like, you give somebody a comedy club, like, make me laugh, motherfucker. Like, that's what I get for free hanging out with the kid, doing beardless, dickless me. Available wherever you get podcasts, my friends. Let's see. Tim Anderson says, Kevin, what is the most creepiest witch movie you've ever seen? Let's see, witch movie. Escape from Witch Mountain. They weren't really witches in Witch Mountain. Isn't that's the movies, the little girl grew up to be a real housewife or something, Kim Richards. I love those movies when I was a kid, but the Witch Mountain movies, they're not witches, they're aliens. They come from another planet and shit with the star person, all that. So that don't really count as a witch movie. Or does it? What would be a fucking strong witch movie? Um, let's see. The Witches with Angelica Houston. Rand has said Sights Obscene and Lonely One. Randy Arn says The Witch, creepiest ever. Danny Dorito 23 said, "Hey Kevin, loved your chat with Theo Vaughn. Very inspiring shit. Thank you." Oh fuck, man. Walrus Union says Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. Fuck yeah, it's one of my favorite witch movies. And she's a legit fucking witch in that movie. Angela Lansbury. Angela Lansbury harnesses the power of the devil and the dead to fight Nazis. That's how fucking metal Bed Knobs and Broomsticks is. Like, if you've slept on this Disney movie for most of your life, if you weren't alive in the 70s, like me, maybe you never seen Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. It's got Angela Lansbury, Mrs. Potts, fucking Murder She Wrote herself. Jessica Fletcher is playing Eglantine, this would-be witch who's taking a correspondence course to learn her spells and whatnot. And it turns out, like, the book that the spells are pulled from, that this guy who's just like running a scam witch college and shit pulled it from a real book, because the star of Astaroth is a totem that actually can create magic, but the star is worn by the king in an animated fucking under the sea sequence. They go to a jungle island where it's run by animals, but they're all cartoon animals, and they have a soccer game and shit like that. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks is a crazy ass fucking movie. And but it's all in service of Eglantine is trying to figure out how to harness witchcraft so she could fight the Nazis. It all takes place during World War II, and there are three kids whose houses were destroyed by the Blitzkrieg, and so they're having to be rehoused, and they set these kids up with Eglantine, who wants nothing to do with the kids because she's busy trying to learn to be a witch and shit. Then she goes to track down her teacher, and he's like a total phony and shit, but fucking the book of spells was real. So the climax of the movie is fucking the Nazi army is attacking the shores of England, and she raises a ghost army of the dead to fucking fight the Nazis. It's a Disney movie, so they more scare them more than anything else. This is one of the most metal fucking Disney movies of all time, man. It's got a witch in it, and the witch harnesses the power of fucking the undead to fight Nazis. Who don't want to see that shit? How come Disney ain't fucking remaking that? You can make a fucking, it don't even have to be a family friendly version of Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. You can make a fucking hard ass, scary version with all that, with the witches' spells. Traguna, Macoides, Tracorum, Satus, D. They say that in a Disney movie. It's fucking nuts. You got to check out Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. Excellent poll, man. Whoever suggested Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. Fucking love it. Colin, look, I can go deep on Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. James B. Smith says Portobello Road is the best musical sequence in cinematic history. I don't know if I go that far, but I fucking love Portobello Road, Portobello Road. I think one of the best musical sequences in cinematic history is We Both Reached for the Gun from Chicago. So well staged. Whether it's on stage, I've seen it done in a performance, or whether it's in a movie. It's a really cool number. Inquisitor says, I love Bed Knobs and Broomsticks so much, man. Don't we all? Jesse DeCamp says, Hocus Pocus 2. Those three singing Elton John was terrifying. Let's see. Christian Lopez says Season of the Witch. What, Halloween 3? Technically, that counts, right? Because that is a movie about witchcraft. Literally, that movie's about witchcraft. Like, they're using witchcraft. They're shaving pieces of Stonehenge. They literally stole a whole ass rock from Stonehenge, and they're shaving off pieces, putting it into these little fucking pins that go in the silver shamrock masks that, on Halloween, when the kids are watching the commercial with the fucking flashing pumpkin, it makes bugs come out of their head. Fucked up movie. A movie that really works. It would have worked a lot better if they didn't call Halloween 3, because everyone's like, I know what a Halloween movie is. I've seen Halloween 2. Give me Halloween 3. And suddenly there's no Halloween in Halloween 3, meaning no Michael Myers. But it's a good ass movie, regardless. I mean, there's some goofy ass shit in it and whatnot, but there's goofy ass shit in every movie. But I love me some fucking some Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. Great soundtrack. I had that score when I was a kid. Man, I play that album all the time. My parents come in the room and be like, should we be worried about you? And I said, no, I just like movie scores, man. Lonely One says Wizard of Oz while we're at it. Of course, that's got a witch in it. You got that new Oz movie coming out, right? Wicked, based on the musical. That'll have a witch in it. Max Finkel says, all right, Kevin, who do you cast for the devil? Off the top of my head, who is the guy least likely? Or the girl least likely? Part of me wants to just be like, oh, Nick Cage. But, Nick Cage, of course, can do anything. But who is somebody you wouldn't see coming? I mean, look, Michael Parks would have been fucking amazing. And he did. I could argue that Michael Parks played two versions of the devil in two movies I made. I think Matt Damon would make a good fucking devil because he comes across like the guy next door and good natured and shit like that. In The Departed, he's kind of that role. He is kind of like a living devil. Who else have I worked with that I think would be a good devil? Well, Alan Rickman would have been a great fucking devil. I mean, there's nothing Alan Rickman couldn't have done. Fuck, could you imagine him tearing it up as the devil and shit? I mean, like Hans Gruber, but really fucking evil. Like the sheriff of Nottingham, but like really canceling Christmas. Um, T.R. Morris says, is Mary Poppins a witch movie? It's a good fucking question, man. She got them powers, but she don't get them from Witch Mountain. She's no alien. Is she a witch? Is Mary Poppins a witch? Well, why did my voice go high? Is Mary Poppins a witch? You just fucking shattered my brain. Never thought about it before like that. You know how we find out if Mary Poppins is a witch or not? Throw her in the lake. If she drowns, not a witch. If she floats, witch. Let's see. Noble Burb says Army of Darkness, witch in the supermarket. Good point. Absolutely good point. 8 more days till Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Anthony M says Carrie Fisher would have been phenomenal as the devil in one of your films. Fucking good poll, man. Excellent poll. Yeah, Mark Hamill could play an excellent devil. I mean, he's played the devil forever as the Joker, right? Who's more devilish than that? Gunnar James says Michael Keaton is the devil. Excellent fucking poll. Excellent poll. Of course, he could be a fucking excellent devil, man. Hans Schneider says Cary Grant is the devil. Bry Guy 5622 says Michael Fassbender. James Shovar says Terry O'Quinn. Wow, stepfather himself. Jordan Peters said a name I was thinking of toying with, saying Justin Long, but I don't see him playing the devil. Although he does play like really shitty characters. His character in Barbarian and Tusk, both of them are like shitty individuals. But I don't see him as like the devil per se. Let's see. Return to Oz was traumatic as a child, says that Inquisitor. You ain't kidding, man. I mean, I was already like past the age of being traumatized by movies, but I was like, this counts as a sequel to Wizard of Oz? And it was a Disney film, man. This was before Disney knew what the fuck they were doing. There's this whole period, like, before Jeffrey Katzenberg came in, Michael Eisner righted that ship where Disney, wasn't quite sure what they were doing. Let's see. Kill Josh Petrino says Jay as the devil would be fucking hilarious. He's too sweet. Kid, he's too good natured, man. Jay's got $1 million heart, nickel head, but $1 million heart. I don't buy him as the devil. I buy him as the devil on a shoulder, but I don't buy him as the devil. Silver Cloud says the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus had a devil. Sweet. In the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen comics, Mary Poppins is God. Is that right? Is that what Alan Moore did? That's nuts, man. Let's see. What else? All right. Enough devil suggestions, kid. T.R. Morris says Kermit the Frog is the devil. You can pull it off. I mean, shit, that'd be creepy as fuck. Why are there so many songs about Satan? Johnny Depp says yeah, fucking Depp could totally play the devil. He'd pull that off. James Smith says, is Jennifer excited to do Chronicon? She actually is. She was talking about it the other day. Her and Harley. They're kind of looking forward to it and stuff. So be nice, if I can put them to work and shit. You've been in these movies. Get out there and earn. God damn it. So yeah, that'll be a good time. Don't forget, kids, October 11th to the 13th. Chronicon, right out there near Chicago, man. And also, right now, you can get the 4:30 movie on digital, man. You can own it, for heaven's sakes. Apple, Amazon, Vudu, probably YouTube, anywhere you buy your movies, kids, digital movies. That's where it is first. And then it's on Blu-ray like in a month. And a sweet ass fucking steel book. I ordered 20 steel books off Amazon. You would think I could get them cheap, but I'm getting them for the same price you are and shit. But I want them to give out to people and whatnot. Not as Christmas gifts, that'd be tacky, but the people that worked on the movie and shit. You always run into people who's like, hey man, do you have a copy? And I'm always like, no. And this is like a cool ass looking fucking copy. I only got one copy of the Clerks 3 steel book. It's fucking astounding and stuff. So this time I said, I'm ordering me a bunch of copies. I wonder if they'll send them to me or if Amazon's going to think like he's a retailer trying to resell them and shit. I guess we'll find out. Josh Mundahl says, how fares Ms. Grace? That's my mom. And Donald with the storm Helene that passed through Florida. Mercifully, where my mom is, my brother is, the storm went right by him. So I spoke to my mom early this morning, and I spoke to her yesterday as well. But I was like, still no storm, Ma? She said, we had rain, but that's about it, Tiger. So she got lucky. I saw some of that footage of people in Florida and I think North Carolina as well, who, were not so lucky with a lot of flooding. And I know what that's like, man. I lived in a house that got flooded in Jersey during the nor'easter of 92. My house is, in downtown Highlands, 21 Jackson Street, below sea level. And when the sea rose, we were water into the house up to the knees and stuff. Whole house got fucking swamped and destroyed. So when I see footage like that, I got like PTSD kicks in, where I remember like sitting alone in a house with no power, with water everywhere, and 5 cats sitting on the couch next to me, like looking at the water, like, who's going to clean this shit up? It was so fucking like depressing to say the least. So my heart goes out to all those folks who've been affected by the weather. Thankfully, my mom's not one of them. She got enough to deal with right now, man. I'm fucking glad that like the storm wasn't one more thing on top of it. They took her for a test to bring her home. She's been in the hospital now for a month this trip. And so now she's in the rehab unit, and not rehab of like, she's got a drinking problem, but rehab in as much they got to teach her to walk again because she's been off her feet for a month. So they took her home the other day to see how she did at home, to gauge her and stuff. She got to see her beloved cat, Princess. This fucking cat is 22 years old. Cat's been with my mom since my dad died 22 years ago. And when my mom goes to the hospital for long stints, like me, my brother and sister are like fucking on pins and needles with a clenched asshole going like, please, Princess, do not die while mom is gone. It'd be worse. I don't know what is worse, if she dies while mom is gone or dies while mom is there. But like my mom would lose the will to keep going, man. Like Princess is her heart and stuff. So she's trying to get out of the hospital. She's like, I gotta get back to my Princess. So so far so good. Hopefully it looks like she's getting out in the next 3 or 4 days, and she's really looking forward to it. Let's see. Gunnar James said, that's how you funded Clerks, isn't it? Well, partly with that storm, with that nor'easter, because me and Jay had a couple of cars, Volkswagen Rabbit and a Volkswagen Beetle, which we applied to FEMA, get a FEMA grant for them. FEMA came into town and replaced people's like homes and goods and cars and shit like that. And we thought they'd give us a couple $100. They gave us like $4,000 for these 2 cars, man. It was nuts. Came in handy, helped finance Clerks right there. So FEMA, federal government, man, helped finance Clerks. Let's see. Steve Sargent said, awesome to hear she's okay. Thank you, my friend. Laura D says, my dog is my reason for living. I can co-sign that. I love these German shepherds, man. The German consulate, that's what I call them. I'm like, I'm leaving, and the German consulate is going to escort me when I go take a walk with them and stuff. They're so beautiful, and my God, they're loyal. Like they follow me wherever I fucking go, because I'm Mr. Fun. treats, walks, dog park, fucking beach. Like I'm the guy that's always like, today we're gonna do this. Dogs lead pretty boring lives, like house dogs and shit. Not dogs on farms and dogs that get to run all over and shit, but house dogs. After going out, it's a lot of laying around and shit. So I always like to kind of inject, fucking, hey man, this exciting adventure. And so they fucking like adore me. They like Jennifer quite a bit. They love her, don't get me wrong, but like, when I'm around, they're glued. Both of them are glued to each one of my hips because they're like, if anything good is going to happen, it's going to be with this motherfucker right here. So I love that. It makes me feel, fucking like these dogs really need me. Most human beings don't need me, but fucking dogs, oh my God. Laura D says, will the doggos come to Chicago? Fuck no. I don't love them that much. It'd be a real pain in the ass. Jennifer's always like, when I come to pick you up at the airport, should I bring the dogs? I'm like, fuck no. Like, are you nuts? Like, they go crazy when they see me and stuff. Wait until I get home. So yeah, we brought them to Jersey when we made the 4:30 movie because we were there for a while. But for the 3 days in Chicago, unless people were like, I'll pay to take a picture with Birdie and Lucky, then I'll put them on the stroll, man, just like everybody else and shit. We're putting the movie costume on the stroll. At Chronicon, I saw an ad for like, take a picture with movie. So somebody's gonna be wearing that costume and somebody could take a picture with it and shit. Believe me, I got no shame. I put fucking Birdie and Lucky out there to take pictures of people. Birdie, every picture be like this. She's constantly cocking her head. She's looking at me right now. Well, that's Lucky. Birdie's over there. Lucky was looking at me. Lucky don't cock her head as much because she's an adult. Like she's 8 years old. Birdie's still a kid, so everything is. What'd you say? What does that mean? TR Morris says, congrats on the Simpsons appearance this week. My many thanks. We talked about that earlier at the top of the show, man. Kevin Barry says, okay, I purchased the film along with Deadpool and Wolverine tonight. Good night, Kev. Good night, Kev. Same to you, but double it. Yeah, that's right. Deadpool and Wolverine is out today, right now, as well as the 4:30 movie. And those movies are exactly alike. And they made equal amounts of money. When you're done rewatching and drooling over Deadpool and Wolverine, kids, pop in the 4:30 movie. Is a fun little time at home and shit. More fun, well, not more fun, but most fun you can have without having Ryan Reynolds in a fucking movie. Victoria Nicole says, how do I become an extra in one of your movies if the chance presents itself? Very easy. And I say this and people don't believe me and they think I'm full of shit. Easiest way to be in a Kevin Smith movie is just be nearby when it's shooting. Because I pull people in all the time. I'm like, hey man, come stand here, do a thing and shit. So, we don't do auditions and whatnot. That's your best chance in. Just be where we're shooting it and whatnot. And chances are I'll see you and pull you in. Like it sounds crazy, but we've done it before. That's definitely one way to do it. If you're like, look, I ain't in the business to like fucking be an actor and shit. I just want to see myself in a movie. I can help out with that. We got like crowd scenes in this next Jay and Silent Bob movie, man. We need a crowd. Let's see. Robert Mills says, great devil, Ralph Garman. Yeah, Ralph would play a wicked devil and shit. Absolutely. Constantine Furman says the 4:30 is more fun than at least 2 Ryan Reynolds movies. You're out of your mind. Look, man, I appreciate that, but come on. Ryan Reynolds, he's got the edge, man. He's Canadian. He's got Deadpool on his side. It's funny, good looking. He's got it all. Fucking billionaire. Like, who wouldn't want to be Ryan Reynolds? Seems like a nice guy, too. Anytime I've interacted with him, sweet kid. Well, that was years ago before he blew up as Deadpool. But I would imagine that only makes a person nicer when all their dreams come true. I'm sure that's the way it is in life. Him and I helped save the Rio movie theater up in Vancouver. Me, him, and Seth Rogen. Those two are from the Vancouver area. I went to film school in Vancouver. So they retweeted, the Rio needs help. And so did I. But then I went up and did shows and gave the money to the Rio as well. Waiting for, I don't know what I was waiting for on that one. Somebody would be like, good job, Kev. Like, good for you. Let's see. Kill Josh Pacino says, fun fact, 430 movies AD Shane is also, yeah, Shane Kalman is also Ryan Reynolds' go-to AD. So Shane works with Ryan all the time, shooting, like Ryan's got a commercial agency, or I guess, or something. They shoot commercials all the time. Shane works on like all of them and stuff. So yeah, Shane hangs out with double R, the Canadian double R. And he showed me like a picture one day. It was like, you can't tell anybody I showed you this. And it was like a Deadpool picture that I was like, TR Morris says, Kevin, you and Weird Al should make UHF 2. Done and done. Be tough to explain to people what a UHF or even a VHF is at this point, as those concepts don't really exist. But thanks to the movie UHF, some people remember what that is. But yeah, do anything with Weird Al Yankovic, man. Icon. People fucking love Weird Al. Kevin Schaefer, just wondering what happened to the Charleston show. It did not have numbers to support a show, sadly. So I owe a trip back to Charleston, but at that point, low ticket sales. So I was like, you know what? We can let the show go. I'll use that day to go visit my mom. And so instead, I went to visit my mom, who was not doing well. So it all kind of worked out, except for the people who were like, well, I wanted to see a fucking show in Charleston. You will. I promise. I'm coming. I'll make it up to you. My bad. Victoria Nicole says, more Masquerade and Quick Stop comics. Yes. Andy McElfish working on the next Masquerade, and I'm working on the next round of Quick Stops. I got 2 issues done. One of them is Chasing Amy, the comic book that Holden McNeil makes in the movie Chasing Amy, the one that he gives Alyssa at the end of the movie and shit. You only really see the cover and 1 page of it. So I was like, oh, it'd be cool to do that whole comic. So I wrote that. So that's going to be one of the next issues of Quick Stops. Next year, comes out 2025. Joe Yoder says you're a good son. Oh my God, thank you. That means the world. My mother says it too. So I believe you, because my mom told me that's true. I am a good son. Not as good as my brother, though. He's the best son. My brother Don, fucking saint on earth, man. I wish I could be him. Kevin Schaefer said, damn, I had front row. You will again one day, Kevin Schaefer. I promise. I'm coming back. You'll see. And you're going to have front row. If you don't, talk to me and I'll make that shit happen, because I owe you. Let's see what else we got. Can't believe we're still going. Can't believe I've been going this long by myself and shit. Mark is missed. James B. Smith says we need Chasing Amy on streaming. It comes and goes, like Clerks. Clerks pops on to Netflix and then goes away after a couple months, comes back, and then it's on HBO and stuff. These films are part of a package that gets sold to streamers and shifts and rotations. So it'll be back for sure. Not all of them, you know. Dogma never went to anything because it was tied up for a while, but soon that's going to change as well. Wolverine Ortiz says it was awesome seeing you, but more so your mom at the Hard Rock in Orlando to watch Clerks 3. Yeah, I bring her out all the time whenever I do shows and she's in the area. She loves that shit. Pete Dencott says, hello, Kev. Are you looking forward to Robert Eggers' version of Nosferatu due on Christmas Day? Yeah, absolutely, man. And not the least of which because Lily Rose is in it. So I'm always happy to see her do stuff. I'm not saying I feel responsible for her career, but I feel like I played a part. Like, you know, I put her in Yoga Hosers, and ever since then, she's been acting and stuff. So I love that. It's awesome. Awesome that, you know, she chose a life of art and stuff, and that she's in Nosferatu, very badass. So yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Mean Dave said, really dug your appearances on Theo Vaughn and Steve-O podcast. That's right. I was on the podcast with Steve-O again, the second one. Check that out. Steve-O's Wild Ride. Fun show, man. He told he was cute at one point. He's like, I was a little intimidated about doing the show today. That's why. He goes, because the first podcast you and I did together is one of my favorite podcasts I've ever done. And I was like, well, I mean, you know, it's like there's no such thing as a bad blowjob. This will be a good podcast too. Hopefully it was as memorable for him as the last one. But it was a good time. You can go hear that now. Like I said, man, Doing a lot of appearances out there promoting 430, and it's putting me on some cool shows. Grim Adam says, Kevin, I'm happy you are way better after your heart attack. Thank you. Me too. Fuck. Nice to stick around for a little while longer. Joe Hernandez says, did you get a screener of the new Toxic Avenger movie? I did not. But at one point, I was attached to make the new Toxic Avenger movie. I guess I don't know if I was attached per se, but they asked me to do it. And I was like, let me think about it. And then ultimately I was like, they wanted to do it for money, like 20 million or something. And I was like, you realize the original is like a low budget classic. Like there's a reason it works because it's low budget. They wanted to do a kind of big budget version. And I was like, I think that's a cool idea, but I'm just not your guy. And they went another way and stuff. So I look forward to seeing it, man. Dinklage is in it, right? Peter Dinklage? Fuck, man. Watch him do anything. He's a wonderful actor. I think he's also from New Jersey. I think he's a fellow Jersey boy, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Levi Patterson says, let's go for the record. What is the record? Anybody know what the longest Fat Man show we ever did? Feels like it
I
might be Stan Lee's eulogy.
I think we've done like four plus four
Yeah,
415. I think
I feel that as well.
we're we're about an hour 15 off from that right now.
I have that. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna do it, man. Molar Jeff Lavazoli says molar scraping. That's bad. What is molar scraping? Gamfam says, hello, Kevin. Did Justin like my idea to fix the tongue issue? Was that the thing that I texted in the middle of something? I was like, hold on, I'm gonna text this person. Where was I? Oh, we were doing the Q&A. Were you is this the Q&A person who said the thing? And I was like, about how they grow ears? Because if that's the case, I legit texted him that, and he's fucking like, this is a great idea. And he's doing the research on it now. Don't tell anybody what that's about, though. We got to keep that quiet. But yeah, it's cool. It's a cool conversation that's been going on. Me and Justin been having fun working on the thing. Lonely One says, I could have watched the 430 movie twice by now. That's right. Instead, you listening to me talk about the 430 movie, rambling to myself in this one man, Fat Man Beyond. Typical Mayo says, I loved Cop Out, even though you talk shit about it. I love it too. It reminds me, I mean, one of the reasons I made that movie is my father would have loved that movie. Like it was when we were making it, we were like, let's make a TNT classic. Like, you know, there was a period where TNT was like TNT classics, and they were running fucking movies that like your dad would love, a lot of cop movies and shit. So when we were making Cop Out, when it was called A Couple of Dicks, we were like, I'm consciously trying to make a TNT classic. And eventually it did run as a TNT classic. And I was like, mission accomplished. Kevin Schaefer says, I love the episode of Marvel Method that you did. Would you and Method Man ever do a full-blown podcast of weekly polls? Yeah, in a heartbeat. I remember Marvel Method. That was fun. But yeah, I would love to do like a regular comic podcast, man. Declan Morrison said, what Bruce Springsteen song would you direct as a video? Maybe The Wish. Yeah. Song he does for his mom. Oh my God, it's so heartbreakingly beautiful. And it's got that part of the song that like really speaks to me, where he goes, it was a funny old world, ma, where little boys' wishes come true. And he's singing about himself. Oh, that's fucking dope, man. He loves his mom. Loved his mom. I think she might have passed by now. But that song, The Wish, make a hell of a picture, because it's just about life in New Jersey growing up, about a guy who one day is going to become one of the most famous people on the planet for being as talented as he is. You know, it's a story of how he gets his first fucking guitar, like Bruce Springsteen, and what life was like, you know, kind of living with his family, and the role that his mom played and in his life, not just in his childhood, but later on, you know, in his teenage years before he went off and became the artist that he is. So yeah, nobody, if they were ever to do like how Dolly Parton did that series of Netflix shows or movies that were based on her song catalog. If they were to ever do one for Springsteen and they were like, "You're a Jersey guy, you should direct one," I would beg for the wish. Um, it's right up my fucking alley. Like, most of his songs are about getting the fuck out of Jersey, and I don't know shit about that. But I do know, about being close to one's mother and fucking like growing up with a family, tightly connected in that community. It, yeah, the wish. Um, Anthony Hurst says, "I miss my mama." Yeah. Remember fucking there's a wonderful movie Mike Nichols directed called was it is it Primary Colors? It's based on that book that was written years ago. And it's got Billy Bob Thornton in it. He's playing like a James Carvell type character. And at one point they go to a barbecue joint and they have a mamathon. And it's like they're talking about their moms. John Travolta plays like a Bill Clinton type character, and Billy Bob is playing this the Carvel type character, James Carvel character, and Emma Thompson is playing the Hillary Clinton type character, and she's speaking to their campaign manager, and she's like, "They're having a mamathon. This is going to go on for hours." And you just hear them having this loud conversation, and then it gets louder. Like Billy Bob gets up, and he's like, "They started cutting parts out of my mama, man. She didn't deserve that. What'd she ever do?" And he starts crying. The one barbecue guy gets up, hugs him, and starts singing. It's fucking hysterical. It's a really good flick, man. Um, Declan Morrison says, "I love you for picking The Wish. It's a lost classic. It's one of my, hands down, easily one of my favorite Springsteen songs, if not one of my favorite songs of all time." And when he plays it in concert and does a talk up about it, like, I saw that Springsteen on Broadway show, and the talk up to get into that song, talking about life growing up in Jersey, was just like, almost like, oh my God, did you live my childhood? Because that sounds so fucking similar and shit. It's a real snapshot of a very specific time of life in Jersey from before even I was on the map, so to speak. So yeah, that one is beautiful. And it's about family and shit and Jersey family. One day I'll do that. Most of the movies I've made are about the families we build, the families we choose with our friends. Um, Very rarely do I make like a flick. Like, this is the first time I think my parents show up, or some iteration of my parents show up in a flick that I did in the 4:30 movie, now available on digital. So yeah, I got to do one of those, man. One of my favorite movies is, I mean, 4:30 movie gets kind of close. There are moments with the parents, but still primarily about the kids. But I would love to make a movie like Barry Levinson's Avalon. Did you ever see that shit? Oh my God, it's so beautiful, that movie. It's just an American treasure that people don't really talk about anymore. And it's so haunting and so like soaring and sad at the same time. I'm like gonna get emotional just thinking about it. There's a movie. Fuck. I would go watch that tonight, but like Jennifer would be like, "I don't want to cry." I was like, "No, man, that's fucking what's awesome about it. When a movie can make you all emotional and shit." But that tells a story about life in a family in America in a very specific time era of the country. And I'm a sucker for stories like that. Family is where it all begins, right? That's how we learn about life. It's how we learn who we're going to be when we grow up. They model behaviors for us, good and bad. Sometimes they nurture us and sometimes they fuck us up, but it's family first before anything else. You have no choice. It's just the way the world works. And then you build your own family later on. You start choosing your friends. You have your own familial system. But, I'm not saying one's better than the other at all by any stretch of the imagination, whatever works for you. But we learn who we want to be in life based on the nuclear family, based on the people we're around when we're children being nurtured, I think. I'm not going to hold off saying this is 100% fucking true. I think so. Canadian Gemstone says, "Thanks for making good movies, Kevin." It's debatable whether they are, but thank you for the kind words. Jack Matter says, "Thoughts on Diddy?" None. Tim Anderson says, all right, Kevin Smith, aka Silent Bob's. Great chatting with you. Love your work. Keep it up. Biggest fan out here in Arizona. I love to all. Good night. Oh, how sweet, man. Good night, Tim. Sleep well. We're losing them. They're dropping like flies, kids. T says, I cried from the last Insidious movies. Like cried out of fear or cried because they were so beautiful? Because I'll be honest with you, that's something I wouldn't have expected to hear. Constantine Furman says, I have to say, the one thing I didn't like in the 4:30 movie was you made me hate Kate McCucci. She's so cute, but that mom was such a bitch. That proves what a great actress Kate McCucci is, because she's absolutely wonderful in real life. And she could play, I wouldn't call her a bitch, but she definitely played a very protective mom, which was the real life story. So she actually nailed it. Let's see. Stephen Moore says, The Wish, a Kevin Smith story, a great movie title. Wouldn't be a Kevin Smith story, it'd be a Bruce Springsteen story. That's how we'd fucking market it. You kidding me? Kevin Smith can't sell shit. Bruce Springsteen, it's been selling for years and shit. I'd be all over that shit. I'd be putting Springsteen's name all over it. Big G says, friends are the family you choose. 100%. So true. So true. Sats Tube says, morning from the UK, another 4 hours, please. I don't know if we'll get that far. What is your favorite SNL cast? Says TR Morris. I really want to see the Saturday Night movie. Yeah, I want to see it too, man. I like Jason Reitman's stuff. Was my favorite cast? I mean, I watched the very first broadcast, so I was around, of course, for the original cast, but that's tough. That's really tough question, man. I don't think I have a favorite. I think part of the beauty of that show is it flips and you meet new people all the time. And I've been around and alive long enough, all 50 of the years that it's been on, that I've gotten used to the cast changes. It makes you appreciate the cast when they're there, when they're making you laugh. You're only going to get a limited time with those cats, whether, unless you're Keenan, when you're there for almost 20 years and stuff. But appreciate it while it's here, because before you know it, those people move on, man. And it's crazy. Like, nothing quite like SNL. And it still isn't. And, kind of like The Simpsons, been around so long. Some people just love to hate on it and point out what's wrong about it, but I fucking dig it. They did a sketch this weekend with Jean Smart that was so fucking funny, where she played like a romance writer that was writing textbooks for math textbooks for Scholastic, and all of her math equations were like over sexualized in nature. And her delivery, Jean Smart's delivery, as she read her equations out loud flatly, was like absolutely hysterical. It's a sketch worth checking out. Lord of Elderon said, do you think that Frankie Valli should continue performing? Fuck yeah, man. Oh my God. Like, if a performer wants to go out toes up from doing their job, I encourage that, man. Like Robert Altman went toes up off a movie set. One of the greatest American filmmakers ever, died making a movie. And then, had the satisfaction of knowing, because he was old and the studio was like, look, if you're going to do this, we need a backup director based on your age and health. And his backup director was Paul Thomas Anderson. Could you imagine that? You die on a movie set, die doing what you love, and you're okay to go to your eternal reward and rest because you know that a very talented filmmaker is going to finish your work for you, and you're still going to get all the credit. If that's how I can die, fuck, I'll take that. Go out doing the thing you love. I'd say fucking, but that'd be horrible for my wife, right? So filmmaking, go out doing the other F, filmmaking. Be great, man. Be like, action. And then you die before you get to say cut. Movie never ends. Just like that Journey song. And the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Kabuki Kid salutes to all the loved past moms. I feel you, man. Mine's still here though, so yay. Craigie Barnes says, every few weeks I think about that podcast tribute you did for Jim Jacks. I can't get it out of my head for years now. Thank you. That's good. That's and then I did my job. I was effective with my eulogy, because you're still thinking about him. Evan Fowler says, Dana Carvey as Biden murdered me on SNL. Oh, what was the thing? He goes, yeah, and one more thing. And by the way, that was it. Yeah, that was actually funny. I thought he did a good job. Michael Morales says, so now you're going to make a 430 movie universe? Probably not. But I wouldn't mind it. Like, um, I would love to, if there was a sequel to the 430 movie, it would be the Midnight movie. And it's where Brian David goes to see Slacker and decides that I think I could be a filmmaker. But no plans whatsoever. Are you looking forward to Treehouse of Horrors? Fuck yeah. God, yeah. And I saw a preview of it when we did the the panel at Comic-Con, including Denim, which is their Venom knockoff, where Homer gets a pair of jeans that fucking possess him. And they did it with like actual small pair of pants in real life. It's a mixture of different types of animation, from Seth Green and was it Stupid Buddies? Is that their name? Production company? I forget what it is. But the guys who made Robot Chicken, man. So they did half of the animation for this Denim short that's part of the Treehouse of Terror. I feel like I'm just fucking rambling. Is anybody still here? People still here, man. I'm happy to talk if people want to listen, man. Fuck. Did you like Beetlejuice 2? Says TE. Why or why not? Haven't seen it yet. Almost watched it the other night at my movie theater, but then I had to get up at 4 a.m. and catch a flight. So I didn't wind up seeing it yet. So hopefully I'm going to check it out by the end of this week. My kid saw it and she loved it. So I trust her opinion. And I haven't heard from people who are like, sucks. Like, I ain't heard that. I've heard people go like, it's good fun. Or like shit like that. So I'm in. Kill Josh Petrino says, my mom has major surgery in the AM at 80. Oh my God, my heart goes out to you. Or her, more importantly. It's why I'm still up. If you can hug your mom right now, I really suggest you do it and show as much love as you can. Those are truer words never spoken by Kill Josh Petrino. That's his credit in the 430 movie. Like it says, Kill Josh Petrino. Josh sent me a review. I think it was on Letterboxd. But like, the movie's gonna suck when one of the credits you read is Kill Josh Petrino. I was like, is that how you know the movie's gonna suck? Let's see. I saw Beetlejuice 6 times, says Lonely One, in the theaters. I'm such a huge fan of the original. Wow, there's a high praise for that. What's up, Banff Man?
I did some research on the longest episodes of Fat Man Beyond ever.
What we got?
We are in the top 10 currently.
Yeah, look at that, kids. We did it. We did it.
The current longest episode is episode 398 from April 12th, 2023. It was 3 hours and 37 minutes.
That's the longest?
There are a couple episodes that are longer that are like clip shows that have been assembled from multiple shows, but that is the longest episode of the podcast as it stands to listen to.
What are we on right now?
We are at about 319.
Well, I mean, I gotta break the record now. We're that close.
Second longest is episode 326 from April 12th, 2021. Wow, April 12th was a special time for podcasting. That was 3 hours and 27 minutes.
All right, so we just got to get to 340, and we're officially the longest episode.
340. Another 20 minutes.
20 more minutes. 20 more minutes. 20 more. I'm going to fall asleep doing the show and shit. Thank God I've got Celsius, not a sponsor, but shit. You want to stay awake? Put Celsius in your veins. Let's see. Jeremiah Nation says, Kev, my mother just died Friday. She was 83. Fuck, man. I'm sorry. Fucking sucks. Why do we have to lose anyone we love, let alone our parents? And think about it. These are the people that care for us, usher us into the world, teach us right from wrong, put us on a path. seems unfair that they ever have to go and that we have to watch it, but that's it. That's the price you pay for all that, unconditional love is best thing you can do for your parents who saw you in is see them out. He said she would have adored the 4:30 movie and her name was Mary. Maybe give her a shout out. It would be just for me now. Jeremiah, this is a shout out for Mary. Pour one out for Mary, man. Missed at age 83. Let's see. Nah, nah, nah. EEE says, how many Celsius drinks have you had today? What are you, my daughter? 3. Don't tell her. Only she said, no more than 2 ever. I was like, all right. Then I was like, why am I listening to you? I'm the parent. No, I don't pull that shit. Even when I was the parent, I never pulled that. I'm the parent. Let's see. Grim Adams says, Kevin, it was my birthday on Tuesday, the 24th of September. Well, you know what we do in that instance? Happy fucking birthday. Let's see. Kevin Barry says, I think I know the answer to this, but distribution wise, why did they release on digital before disc? Why not at the same time? I have no fucking clue. I think the drive for digital, I have no idea. And I've never wondered. But I mean, I have wondered, why don't they do it at the same time? But nobody's ever gave me an answer that made sense. So I don't know. Declan Morrison says, I'm in the middle of a depression episode, and this is helping me. Thank you, good sir. Good, man. Good. Get out of there. Get out of there. I know it's easier to say than do, but, somebody explained it to me thusly. It's just like, we can know where the hole is and do our absolute best to avoid the hole, but inexplicably, sometimes, no matter how hard we try, we will fall into the hole. The key is to getting out of the hole as quickly as you can. The more you fall into the hole, the more familiarity you build with it, and the more you have a better chance at getting out quicker, not being trapped for quite so long. So I hope you get out of the hole tonight, Declan. I hope this is helping. We're throwing you a ladder, kid. Throwing you down a bunch of tied up underwear, tied together, man. Grab the underwear, Declan. Grab my underwear. Declan's like, now I'm more depressed. Hang out with us, man. We'll take your mind off it for a minute. Kevin, since you're from New Jersey, did you ever see Glenn Danzig around with the Misfits? No. But to be fair, I never saw Springsteen around either. But yeah, that would have been fucking metal as shit. Danzig, man. James Smith said, sir, outside of getting hitched at Skywalker, what was your second favorite memory there? Probably when they showed me the trailer for The Phantom Menace before it came out. Rick McCallum, that was the producer, right? We were mixing up there and they were mixing. And so he was like, come over here. I want to show you something. He took me to the Stag, the theater there, the Stag Theater, the best theater on the planet in terms of visual presentation and sound. And I got to see that trailer before it went out into the world. And I was like, oh, they're doing Star Wars again. That's pretty happy memory. And then, mixing Dogma there. I got married up there, as you said, but mixing Dogma up there, it was the first time we mixed at Skywalker. And I was like, what? And we stay here? And they've got these little apartments, little like rooms that are named after all the classic filmmakers like John Ford and shit like that. Oh, everything about it was just magical. And that was at a time where you'd go up for like 3 weeks at a time, or however long the mix was. You were there for all that time. Then it became cost prohibitive to do that sort of thing. So I would just go up for playback and stuff. But yeah, I love going up to Skywalker. What's up, Banff man?
I'll share my Skywalker, my 3. A couple weeks ago was the 20th anniversary of me winning a trip to Skywalker Ranch on MTV doing trivia.
You won it on television? Like people really went on MTV?
I was on TRL with Carson Daly. I won a trip to Skywalker September 12th, 2004. And then during the pandemic, I had a private tour and I got up into George's office. It was just me and Jen and my baby and then two friends, and they took us around, which was really cool. Um, but I don't know if we're even allowed. There's a movie that I'm working on that's going to mix it Skywalker. So I'll be going up next month to for 2 days to do the mix on a movie. So now I'm like getting to work there, which is like a big checklist. Which is
You're going up. What is your function on that mix?
The oh shit, we need somebody who can jump into the Avid to find time codes and things. Like nothing particularly important unless something goes seriously wrong.
And this is the first time you've ever done a mixing
Worked,
thing.
yeah, that I've ever worked up there.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty
Like,
cool.
we did it at Warner for at the Clint Eastwood stage, which was really cool for yoga hosers. So it's been
Right.
cool, but like I'm staying on Skywalker for 2 nights. I'm like pretty
Oh, you got to
psyched.
tell me which room you get, man.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty
Fellini
excited.
room, the John Ford room, fucking like Oliver, that not Oliver, Orson Welles room. Like it's really cool. It's yeah, happy memories up there, man. Let's see. Lonely One says, I've been in a depression episode for the past 15 years. That's why I watched Beetlejuice 6 times. They don't call me lonely for nothing. It sucks, man. I wish there was a pill that could make people not be depressed. I'm sure there is, but I wish people didn't even need that. Life can be hard. I'm sorry, my friends. I wish it wasn't. Um, Rhino says, grab the underwear, bro. Let's see. Hans Schneider said, the kid playing young Kevin in the 430 movie seems fantastic. What's his story? What's his story? I caught this son of a bitch fucking my daughter. That's her boyfriend, Austin. She's been dating him for 5 years. So I've been very exposed to him as an actor. He was in Clerks 3 with us, and as a person. And I was like, you know what? He could play me. He could totally pull me off. But that was after I went to Harley first. I went to my kid and I was like, I got an idea. You play young me. And she was like, what? And I was like, yeah, man, we yentled this shit. You're a girl playing a boy and shit. And she's like, I deal with enough Nepo baby shit online. Now you want me to play you? I love you, Dad, but fuck no. I was like, fine, I'll choose the guy you're in your bedroom. That guy, come with me. And Austin uh, played like a better version of me than I was when I was a kid. I like his version of young Kevin Smith more than the actual young version of Kevin Smith. He's got dimples, fucking adorable. Every time he smiles and shit, he's got these Campbell Soup kid dimples and shit. But I really appreciate Austin, man. He brought so much to that fucking role. I've now watched that movie over and over again with audiences, and they just fall in love with him. He takes you on that fucking journey. And he does something in the last act of this movie where he makes a declaration of love and his eyes get glassy when he does it. And that just broke my fucking heart. I was like, bro, that is more, I didn't ask for it at all. It's just something he went for while he was in the scene. And I was like, that's more fucking Kevin Smith than Kevin Smith. Like, oh, so he's wonderful, man. If the 430 movie works at all, it's because the movie rests on Austin's very able shoulders. Nick Cirillo, wonderful in the movie. Reed Northrup, wonderful in the movie. Sienna Agudong, absolutely wonderful in the movie. Ken Jeong saves the movie. Oh my God, he's hysterical in it, man, and so fucking good. I told him, I was like, bro, you never have to say yes, but I will forever ask you to be in everything I do from now until the end of time, man. So yeah, it's a movie worth checking out. Happening right now, kids. You can watch it at home. You ain't got to leave your house anymore. You can fucking buy it right now on Apple, iTunes, fucking Voodoo, fucking all them places you get. Amazon, YouTube, probably. Who knows? Sam Spezza says, I lost my brother a couple weeks ago, and he introduced me to Clerks in the mid 90s when I was too young to understand it. He's the reason for your existence in my world, and I'm forever grateful. Sam, I'm so sorry for your loss, number one. Number two, when I hear from people who are like, I lost this person who introduced me to your work, like, I love stories like that. I mean, I'm sad that the person is no longer with us, but I love when people communicate that. The person who is your doorway to something that you love or something that becomes very important to you, pop culturally, is somebody you remember fondly. And when people share that with me, like, my mom loved your movies and she passed away. My brother loved your movies and he was the one that introduced me to your stuff. He passed away. Those are such meaningful fucking stories when people share that shit with you. I didn't start out doing any of this to get there. You know what I'm saying? That was when I was dreaming about making Clerks. I wasn't like, yeah, because one day people will tell me moving things about their own lives. I was in search of young man's gold, right? I was just fucking in it for the glory of myself. Like, I want to make a movie and shit like that. And now, 30 years in, that's why you do it. You know that when you're doing a thing, that sooner or later somebody's going to tell you something real profound about some goofy ass fucking thing you made and how much it meant to them and how it was the difference on a day they really needed it. Means the world, man. I don't care what movie it is. Every movie has its most ardent fan. Every movie is deeply beloved by somebody. Every movie is the movie that saved somebody's life. I swear to you. I don't care what movie it is. And if you're like, that was the worst piece of shit ever, to someone else, that was all the difference between being here and not being here, man. That's the power of good art. It can save lives. How are we doing on time, man? We must have rang that bell. No, are we close? JC, Banff, man. We're about to play.
We
You're all involved.
5 minutes. We got 5
Oh my
minutes.
God, it's like fucking New Year's Eve. Like, we'll be able to have a countdown and shit. 5 more minutes left to the old record. You'll be able to tell people in the future. Remember the night that they did the longest Fat Man Beyond ever, and Mark Bernardin wasn't even there? He wasn't there to put Kevin in check, so Kevin just rambled for fucking hours. I was there. I was there when he melted down. I watched him when he lost it in the final 5 minutes, trying to break his own record, a record he didn't even know he had. Let us see, kids. Lonely One says Madam Web is someone's favorite movie. Yes, 100%. 100%, man. Bet my life on it. It's just process of elimination. There's so many people in the world and so many movies, and every movie speaks to somebody very deeply. Sometimes it speaks to a lot of people. Sometimes it only speaks to a handful. Sometimes maybe it speaks to one. But every movie is someone's favorite movie and the movie that like saved somebody's life. Mike Miller says, Kevin, what horror franchise would you like to tackle? None. I still got my own going. I'm still in the Canadian horror movie world. So we've done Tusk, Yoga Hosers, and we're getting closer than ever to Moose Jaws. It's gonna happen, kids. It's like Jaws with a moose instead of a shark. So yeah, that's my horror franchise. I'm gonna get back to that, finish that shit. You watch. Moose Jaw is gonna be very successful. I'm gonna call it right now, like Babe Ruth when he pointed out to the outfield and he's like, and everyone's like, what the fuck? He's washed up. Then he fucking hit it right out there, and everyone's like, how could we have not known? He's like, he fucking told you he was gonna do it. I'm calling it right now with Moose Jaws. I'm pointing. That's where it's gonna go. Way out there, whatever that means. Notice I didn't point up, just pointed laterally. I'm not making any promises. I do, though. I think that in a world where Cocaine Bear made money, how does Moose Jaws not make money? Like a real earnest Jaws remake, kind of, but with a moose instead of a shark. Changed enough so that we can't get sued. Who don't want to get on board with that? This is the movie I was born to make. Only Nixon could go to China. Only Kevin Smith could make Moose Jaws. One day. One day it'll happen. Will 4:30 movie play in AMC theaters? Says Skate Alex 2. Not anymore. If it did, I didn't hear about it. That part's over.
Damn.
The theatrical life is done. What you got there,
It
Banff man?
it did play in AMC out here. It played a couple showings at like for a handful of showings for a week in Burbank, and also I think 2 weeks at Universal Studios at their AMC.
Is that right?
So yeah, it didn't play like that opening weekend. It didn't play, but it played like the next 2 weeks at Universal. So yes, if you were in LA, you could have gone and seen it there on A list.
Galen of Toss says my mother loves Madam Web. No joke. There you go. There you go. Tyler Adams says for my daughter, her favorite movie is Back to the Future. She's 10. She also loves Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Oh, that's good to hear. Good to hear that kids are keeping those movies alive, man. Oh, let's see what we got. D Nitrogen's Musical Empire says, will the 4:30 movie come to Wales, UK cinemas? It played at a few UK cinemas, like it was at the Prince Charles. I think it played at Birmingham as well, but it's coming out on home video there soon and stuff. Kevin Smith movies generally don't get like theatrical runs overseas. They barely get theatrical runs here in America, for heaven's sakes. Kill Josh Petrino says, Kev, it should be said. I feel like Kill Josh Petrino is my co-host tonight. Kev, it should be said that the guy who wrote the Letterboxd review was named Josh. That's why he didn't like the Kill Josh. My involvement itself didn't necessarily make him think it would suck. I didn't think it was you. I just thought it was him going, when a movie starts with Kill Josh Petrino, meaning they didn't know who you were, but they just didn't like the idea of the credit. But that's pretty funny knowing that dude's name was Josh as well. Not very funny, but ironic funny. Typical Mayo says Clerks 3 released on digital when my mom passed. It was the best time to get my mind off of it, as well as the message to keep living when people are gone. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Typical Mayo. Thank you, man. That means the world. It's nice to know that like that movie helped in a way that I hoped it would. Kevin Schaefer wrote The Room is someone's favorite. Hey, The Room is a lot of people's fucking favorite, man. Maybe it's ironically, but they fucking love that movie. So yeah, oh yeah. Let's see. Nightshade Holloway says last time, would you rather see Superman 5 with Christopher Reeve or Batman 3 with Michael Keaton? You can only pick one. Excellent fucking question. Oh my God. This is like, death by shark or drowning. Like, fuck. Superman 5 with Chris Reeve or Batman 3 with Michael Keaton? I mean, I want to desperately say Batman 3 with Michael Keaton, but we kind of got a taste of that with Flash last summer, right? Like Michael Keaton back in the bat suit and shit. Quasi sequel, if you will. But another Chris Reeves Superman. You got to remember, man, I saw that shit in theaters when I was a kid. And the tagline in the poster was, "You will believe a man can fly." And they fucking delivered. We watched that movie and we'd seen flying effects in movies and the old Superman show, dude lying on a thing, just like I did in as super mega awesome ultra guy on the Storybots. They just blow a fan at you and your cape blowing in the wind, like George Reeves used to fly on The Adventures of Superman. But with Christopher Reeve, man, they introduced that green screen shit. And oh my God, or blue screen back then. Wasn't no green screen. And there he was. You did believe him, man. Like those flying effects looked amazing, particularly then. And just never mind the effects. Chris Reeve's performance of Superman, it's indelible for a reason. Like that's the voice I hear when I read Superman comics. When I used to read comics and Superman was in it was Chris Reeve's gentle voice. So oof, this is a tough one, man. Because as much as I love Chris Reeve's Superman, Michael Keaton's Batman is my all-time number one favorite fucking hero, cinematic hero. Ooh, this is some cruel shit. You dirty son of a bitch. Nightshade Holloway. Ooh. I got to go with Keaton. Superman 5. Give him one more bite at that apple and shit like that. Plus, it would bring Christopher Reeve back, for heaven's sakes. I look forward to seeing that documentary. It looks amazing. We're trying to get it for Smodcast Cinemas, but Ernie said we're probably not going to get it. We're not one of the, they've got like, it only goes to the highest grossing films in America, and Smodcast Cinemas never nowhere close to that list. Banff man, what you got?
I was just gonna say, I mean, I know it defeats the purpose, but couldn't you just do Batman and Superman team up and get them both, right?
So ashamed I didn't think of that myself. You're absolutely right.
Also,
We make a world's finest with Michael Keaton and Christopher Reeve.
uh, and with that,
Sometimes I get so involved in this shit. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And I forget that we're just hypothetically making shit up.
I think we've got the record. I think the ticker is at 341. If you take out the little lead up before the show, I think we've got it.
Kids, we
Officially the
did.
longest Fat Man Beyond.
Oh, it's gonna go longer. I figure we'll take. Do we? What time do we start? 8, 10. We
Uh,
start.
yeah, but the ticker's at 341, so we probably started. We got on pretty quick after, so like it's probably like 3 or 4 minutes of
Try to
dead
take it to the
space.
4 hour mark. See if we can get a show out of this. Take it to 4 hours and shit. Gus Orozco said, "Will the Quick Stops comics be turned into movies? Also, Quick Stops Volume 3 happening? They will not be turned into movies, but Quick Stops Volume 3 is definitely happening in early 2025. I've written 2 of the scripts so far for Volume 3, including one of the books is Chasing Amy, the comic that Holden does in the movie Chasing Amy. We're going to show you the rest of the comic. You only saw the cover and the one page in the movie. I wrote the rest of it, and it's Holden's version of the movie Chasing Amy is told through this comic lens. So that's one of the issues. The other is, what did I call it? Was it Keeping Up with the Joneses? It's about, you remember the moment in Clerks when Rick Darris and Heather Jones leave? He's like, "Can I give you a lift?" She's like, "Sure. How about the beach?" She's like, "I like the way you think." The trainer guy. I'm a trainer. Ernie O'Donnell, oh shit, you know Caitlin Bree, pretty girl like this tall, and you're Dante Hicks. You used to date her. You play hockey. He's like, "Yeah, what's it all about?" He goes, "You still dating her?" And she goes, "No, she's getting married." He goes, "To you?" And Dante goes, "No, to an Asian design major." And Rick Darris goes, "Shit, don't take this the wrong way, but I used to fuck her." And that is Ben Affleck's favorite moment in any movie I've ever done. He still talks about it to this day. He's like, "Greatest thing he ever did is let Rick Darris say, 'I used to fuck her,' in that confident voice." He's going, it's fucking hysterical. And whenever he sees Ernie, he brings it up still to this day. He's just like, "I used to fuck her." He does Ernie's head when he does it. So it's a whole story. That whole issue of Quick Stops is about what happened after they leave Quick Stops. And it's a really like twisty, turny, funny story that takes them all the way up to the present in Clerks 3 and also ties Jersey Girl into the Busk universe. So yes, Quick Stops is for sure coming back in 2025 with 4 brand new issues, separate issues. Last one we did was Cash Cow, all one long story, but this will be 4 standalone stories, man. Coming to you from Secret Stash Press, the good folks at Dark Horse Comics. Kevin Schaefer says, "Congrats on breaking the record." Why, thank you, sir. Didn't even know we were going to do that tonight. Didn't know that was the aim, and yet here we are. Evan Fowler goes, "I want an origin story for the Big B by the dumpster." That's a fucking great idea. That was from the Clerks cartoon. It's like, I'd throw it out, but there's this Big B. Let us see. Ba 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 ba. Joe Hernandez says, "You're going to make dental school?" No, I don't think so. But there was a trailer for dental school that I cut out of the 430 movie. It was going to be too expensive. It required too many locations. But the plot of dental school is about an all stuffy, all white dental school and the one black fraternity house on campus. So it's like Animal House to some degree. And I had a 4-page trailer for it. And then budgetarily, they're like, "We can't do this and the rest of the movie." So dental school went by the wayside and just became a movie that was playing there as opposed to a trailer that they would go see later on. Laura D says, "I've broken 2 Guinness records with you and now this." One of them for sure was, the Jay and Silent Bob, the most Jay and Silent Bobs in one place. I know that record. What's the other one, Laura D? Oh, fucking hockey. And playing with Gretzky. You were up there for that. Let's see. Yeah, I said it before you said it in chat. Pete DeCat says, "In search of Victor Garber, a surefire hit." I mean, maybe that's the key. Maybe I should just keep doing this show until Victor Garber agrees to come on it. Like, it's day 15 of Fat Man Beyond, ladies and gentlemen. Garber Watch continues. He won't come on the show, and I can't stop until he comes here. Maria Groningen says the Secret Stash should become a franchise and come to the Netherlands. Hey, man, if you want to open up a Secret Stash, I'll sell you a franchise cheap. Sell you that name cheap. Jay and Silent Bob come cheap, especially if it's for the Netherlands. Hey, listen, radio says Rick Derris origin film. Not a whole film, but he does get an origin comic book, kind of. Let us see. DJ Throggy P, great question. Imperial March or Duel of the Fates? Imperial March. I love Duel of the Fates, don't get me wrong, but dun, 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 dun. Come on, nothing beats that. That slaps so damn hard. Gus Orozco says, will the two Willems ever meet? Yes, in an issue of Quick Stops. That's one of the issues I'm going to be writing this cycle. Willem, the Willem of Two Worlds, and they both meet at a movies and have this long conversation. Because that's what people do, even in a Kevin Smith comic book, long conversations. Hoping for a Ponder Rock scene. There's not a Ponder Rock scene in the 4:30 movie, but there is a Ponder Dock scene where Brian David is sitting on the dock reading Starlog magazine, and then he starts recording his thoughts on Ponder Dock. Lee B. Film says, Kevin, I know of your existence because of the Blockbuster copy of Catch and Release DVD in my house. It's how my mom knows you. That's hysterical. Yeah, I was in Catch and Release years ago, man, with Jen Garner. A movie I did not direct and stuff, but people like it quite a bit. Susanna Grant made that movie. Let's see. Richard Percival, Victor Venn Diagram says, I covered the Oklahoma City bombing as a reporter, and after I wore out my VHS copies of Airplane and Monty Python and the Holy Grail, to counteract it, I would imagine, as kind of a, oof, I need to clear my head, because those two comedies would really fucking do it. I loved both of those movies. Remember an Airplane where the shit's really going to hit the fan, and then fucking a big load of shit hits the fan. Just such an easy visual pun. But when we were kids, we were like, ah. And the Monty Python and the Holy Grail, fuck, that was like the movie I passed along on VHS to people. Be like, have you ever seen this? And they're like, this is fucking funny. And then they thought you were clever, even though you had nothing to do with the movie. They just thought you were clever because you had seen it first and passed it on to them. That's how we did viral before the days of the internet, my friends. Bob Ice says, yo, Kevin Smith has invaded my YouTube algorithm. When's Mallrats 2 coming out? Oof. Hopefully, one day. Hopefully, Universal is like, go ahead. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. La 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 la. Airplane was only rated G and had a grandma geek a line of coke. Airplane wasn't rated G, was it? No. That's easily PG because they curse in the movie. Not they don't say fuck, but they do say curse. And that shit hitting the fan would never play in a G-rated movie. Lonely One says Blazing Saddles was another fun classic comedy. Caught a 50th anniversary screening last month. Wow, 50 years, man. Can you imagine? Like we just hit 30 years for Clerks. I wonder if I'll be alive in 20 years to talk about the fucking 50th anniversary of Clerks. If I am alive, I will still be talking about Clerks. I'm sure Chris Nolan don't talk about Following anymore. Spike Lee don't talk about She's Gotta Have It anymore, but I'll never stop talking about Clerks. It's my little magic trick. That's me pulling a quarter from behind your ear. Like, ta-da. People are like, hey, that's clever. That's Clerks. Um, Jonathan Ramirez, 574 said, Kevin, you should just become a streamer at this point. If you want, I'll play some games. We can twitch the shit out of this, man. Anthony M says Universal should add Mallrats to Halloween Horror Nights. It's just an abandoned mall. I'm all for it. Oh my God. I wish Universal would acknowledge that we exist, that we're theirs. That would be super cool. But yeah, that'd be amazing to be part of. Look, if Universal wants to include Jay and Bob and Halloween Horror Nights and shit, I will literally play the Silent Bob every fucking night for a month straight and shit. Could you imagine? It's like the zombie Silent Bob is chasing me. He looks real good. He looks just like Kevin Smith. And I'm like, it is Kevin Smith. I go back to it. I wouldn't care what they're paying me. That's close. Like I get to Universal Studios in like fucking less than 10 minutes. So Universal, if you ever want to do Halloween Horror Nights with Jay and Silent Bob, I mean, didn't they do it with fucking The Weeknd? Isn't there like a Halloween Horror Nights with The Weeknd or something like that? Why not with Jay and Silent Bob? I'll work for free. I can't, speak for the other guy. He likes to get paid, but me, I don't really give a shit as much. I just do shit to watch people's expressions change now. James B. Smith said, would you let someone remake your early films? Fuck yeah. Shit, yeah. I'd love to see what that looks like. Could you imagine? Somebody's like, here's a better version of Mallrats. I'm like, fuck, is that how you do it? Shit. Yeah, that don't bother me. I did it. You know what I'm saying? And I got, I've squeezed all the fucking joy and praise out of these movies as much as I could over the course of 3 decades. So I'm good. Somebody wants to remake them. I mean, number one, they'll probably have to give me some money or something like that. And number two, it's not like it negates the ones I did. If anything, it kind of revitalize and make people go like, let's go watch the other one. But it'll never happen. Nobody's going to bother to try to remake Kevin Smith movies. Nobody would have bothered trying to make him in the first place except fucking Kevin Smith. Dork Knight says, I had my 45th on the 20th, had a heart attack 8 years ago, lost 200 pounds, just got out of the nut house last month. We should hang out sometime. I mean, I felt I was reading my biography right there. Well done on all of that, man. Well done on surviving. Well done on dropping the weight. Well done on fucking keeping it together, finding your marbles again. Dork Knight, man. Dork Knight rises. Let's see. Richard Percival, Victor Van Diagram says, I heard malls are making a comeback as new generation doesn't want to shop online and needs a place to hang out. Don't tease me. Don't you tease me and tell me malls are coming back. Let me tell you, I went to a fucking mall recently in New Jersey. I was in New Jersey and I went up to the New Jersey Hall of Fame to tape my bits for the induction. I've been inducted into the New Jersey Hall of Fame. Usually they have a ceremony, but this year they're doing a TV special that I think Danny DeVito is hosting. So I went to the New Jersey Hall of Fame, which is located in the American Dream Mall in New Jersey. It's right by the Meadowlands where the Devils used to play and shit like that. They built this big ass mall and they got a theme park in it. There's a whole like fucking Nickelodeon land with roller coasters and shit. And I was like, this place looks like the Mall of America. And they're like, same people own it. And I was like, what? This gigantic ass fucking mall in New Jersey, man. And that's where the New Jersey Hall of Fame is. And this New Jersey Hall of Fame, do not sleep on it if you're on the East Coast. It's one of only 4 states in the union that have a state Hall of Fame, New Jersey. And it's all interactive and digital. You put your hand over this New Jersey map over people's faces and all this bio information comes up about them. It's really cool. They got this thing where you can pick Jersey artists, right? I picked Gloria Gaynor and she was singing I Will Survive. And it's one of those 3D holograms, like the Tupac hologram and stuff. And it's so believable. You can go up and stand next to her while she sings. Somebody was taping it on my phone and it looked like I was standing right next to her singing. It was fucked up, man. New Jersey Hall of Fame, really fucking cool, man. It's not just film people in there, movie people and shit. Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly, astronaut, him and his brother, twins from New Jersey. So they're in there a bunch and whatnot. It's a cool place and in a giant fucking mall. I can't wait to go back. We're talking about doing an event next year at the New Jersey Hall of Fame now that I've been inducted in and stuff. And so we're talking about doing a Mallrats thing for the 30th anniversary. We might do a script reading. So you might have a good reason to go to New Jersey to visit the American Dream Mall and the New Jersey Hall of Fame. Strum Theory says, any movement on Moose Jaws? Love the 4:30 movie. Thank you. And yes, a little bit. We talked about it earlier in the show. Dan says, speaking of malls, I saw you at the Westfield in Sherman Oaks once. You were wearing a jersey and shorts, I swear. Even if you didn't see me, it was a 50-50 guess that I was probably wearing that outfit. But I believe you. I have fucked around with Westfield and Sherman Oaks. I fuck around with all the malls, kids, even still to this day. Hydraulic Monkey asks, where and when can I stream the 4:30 movie? Is there a service best to watch Kevin Smith movies on? I don't know about streaming yet, but I do know that it's available digitally right now. So wherever you buy your movies when they first come out, like iTunes or Amazon or Vudu or YouTube or Hulu or wherever the fuck else, you can watch it there right now. It's up right now. In fact, I don't even know why we're watching this fucking show, Fat Man Alone and shit. Fat Man Siloed. We could all be watching the 4:30 movie together. It's out right now. Go pick it up. Sweet movie, really sweet. I fucking love it. It's my heart. You know,
Man,
my whole.
that,
It was up.
total missed opportunity. We could have downloaded it and just been like, we're gonna watch it and do live commentary. You all have to go buy it right now. We'd have sold 600 copies.
Let's do that, man. We'll do that next time. That's a good ass idea. Hey, man, we're gonna watch fucking 4:30 movie. You watch along, pick up a copy and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. We did miss an opportunity there. But hey, kids, if you're feeling, if you got the loot and shit, and you're feeling like it, 4:30 movie available right now, wherever you get your movies at home and shit. Watch it with someone you love.
Yeah. Somebody in chat just said it's $15. Not even $20. It's $15, little man.
Put that shit in my hand. Oh fuck. Nick Barucci. I wonder if it's the real Nick Barucci. Says foot traffic. According to core site research, foot traffic in top malls increased by 12% in 2022 compared to 2019. Malls are back. Let us see. Pete Dencott says, I haven't heard a single negative thing about the 4:30 movie. Even the hate train YouTubers say it's all right. Look at the New York Times. They didn't like it at all, from what I understand. But they're out there. Don't look too hard. Fucking, they ain't gonna make you happy. But there's definitely some people that are like, go him. He could go fuck himself. Him and all his stupid ass movies. But yeah, fucking. Trust me, I can find you a hater. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find you a Kevin Smith hater. Anthony M says, I just realized the Kevin Smith episode of Muppets Mayhem is the one that makes Meet the Feebles canon to the Muppets world. That's right. At the end, Peter Jackson comes in and mentions fucking Meet the Feebles and shit. Kabuki Kid says, friend of mine did one of those watch along things a couple weeks back, but he picked the movie Hot Stuff, crappy 1979 comedy with Dom DeLuise. I love him, but that movie wasn't good. I remember Hot Stuff. Vicious Bacon says, hey, Kev, just woke up from surgery. They used my appendix to repair my kidney. Fucking A, man. Look at you. Science. Well done. And look, the important part of that whole statement is just woke up from surgery. Well done. Welcome back, Vicious Bacon. We missed you. Glad you're still here, man. Let's see. JR says, payday. 4:30 movie is very much on the agenda now. I appreciate it. Okay. Marcelo Lenny says, should bring back VHS tapes. Need all Kevin Smith films on VHS and watch VHS make a comeback. Malcolm Ingram's documentary about me, Clerk, he did a VHS run. If you go to his website, mercantileinstinct.com, he sells the Blu-ray of his movie Clerk, the biography or the biopic about my life. Not biopic, documentary. The fuck. Or he sells it on VHS. You get a Blu-ray or fucking VHS and shit. Go to mercantileinstinct.com right now. Tell Malcolm Kevin sent you. Strum Theory says, I went to the Landmark on Sunset screening of the 4:30 movie 2 weeks ago. Great Q&A afterwards. Said hi to Marilyn Gigliotti in the lobby. That's right, she was there. That was a great Q&A. I love that screening. Declan Morrison says, I just bought 4:30 movie on Vudu. There you go. It exists. It's possible. I was taking a shot in the dark. I guess that was, we found out Fandango bought Vudu. Typical Mayo says, I have been waiting to watch 4:30 movie, but I can't leave the stream, so I'm going to be up till 5 a.m. You can watch it in the morning, catch some sleep. It'll be there for you when you wake up. Lonely One says, speaking of 4:30, that's literally how long this podcast episode is. Ooh, you've just given us a goal, but right now, fucking Banff Man is like, oh no, I didn't sign up for 4.5 hours of this shit just to make a fucking cute pun.
We're getting close. The ticker just hit 4 hours and 1 minute, but we have to account for the stream at the beginning.
Right.
So
I don't think got 4:30, but we're definitely clearing the bar on 4 hours for sure. It's right now 12:07. So I bet you if I take this shit to like 12:15, we definitely have a 4-hour show. JL Wireman says, just bought the 4:30 movie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. James Smith says, sir, keep telling your story. Was happy to be part of it for a short time. James, is that you, James Smith? Jim Sale? Son, how you been, man? We always miss you. Always family right here, man. Nick Barucci jumped in and says, yes, the Nick Barucci. You know, someone else is probably the real Nick Barucci. Everyone hit that thumbs up to support the channel. Likes are free. Support is priceless. Great to see you live. You look great, brother. Wishing you the best and the fans the best. How sweet, man. Thank you, Nick. So damn sweet. Look at that shit, man. Ding. Let's celebrate their 10th super on a live stream. Yeah. Voodoo is now Fandango at home, says Kevin Barry. Good to know, man. Good to know. Levi Patterson says, I love that little boy grin you get sometimes. Kabuki Kid says, yeah, 3:08 here in New Jersey. Fuck. Is that what time it is? So on, let's see, Sunday morning at this time, I was about an hour away from getting up to catch a flight back to Los Angeles. High Level Comedy says, if you don't go 4:30 on this stream, you have to transition your gender, complete the pun. Let me see, 4:30. I wanna for the fucking pun alone, but like nailing that number is going to be tough because, like JC said, we start the stream before the program begins. So even if we get to 4:30, it will never say 4:30. It'll say like 4:32 or something like that. So I don't know. DNF Jeff says, what do you think of All in the Family? Like the classic sitcom? Loved it. Grew up watching that shit, man. Archie Bunker. That's where the Jeffersons came from. You know how many spinoffs come from All in the Family? It was All in the Family, Archie Bunker's Place, Gloria, Maude, because Maude was Edith Bunker's sister. The Jeffersons, because they were their neighbor. The neighbors of the Bunkers were the Jeffersons before they were moving on up to the east side. Maud's maid was Florida Evans, as in the mom of J.J. Evans, the wife of James Evans, James Sr., on Good Times. So, I mean, all these shows came from fucking All in the Family. So, yeah, I really enjoyed All in the Family as a kid. One of my favorite episodes, though, wasn't technically All in the Family. I think it's in Archie Bunker's Place where Edith dies. And Carol O'Connor like did this scene, real powerhouse scene where, you know, he was always kind of caustic. You knew he loved Edith, but he was always like, hey, dingbat over there, you know, and shit like that. And then she died, and like he finds her slipper in the bedroom. Like, go look it up on YouTube. It's a fucking heartbreaking scene where he breaks down crying, and he never did that for the entire show for Edith. You know, he's always kind of like wise ass or like frustrated and shit with her. Oh, it's good stuff. Even right now, I'm like getting chills thinking about it. So yeah, I fuck with All in the Family pretty damn hard. Pretty damn hard, man. That, I'm telling you, that's worth your time later on. Write down, if you're not going to it right now, open another window and pull up Edith Bunker dies. Ooh, it's some strong acting. I think Carol O'Connor won an Emmy for that scene, if I remember correctly. Mike 3D says, when are you writing another book? Funny you should mention it, Mike. Right now, working on a book for Simon Schuster Element and stuff. So I've been working on it as we speak. Um, it'll be out not next year, but the year after, 2026. That's how long books take. Let's see, man. People pushing for that 4:30 time. Anthony M says there's only like a couple minutes difference between the stream starting and the show starting. I mean, yes, but that couple myth difference makes it. I mean, those couple minutes make a difference. I don't know. Let's see, man. I feel like I've been saying that a lot tonight. Let's see, man. Let's see, man. Let's see, man, all over our face, neck, and chest. Kabuki Kid says, yeah, after Edith died, I was never into the show as much. She was too important to the formula of that show. Fuck yeah. But remember, he got Stephanie, the girl, Danielle Brisbois, came to live with him and shit. That was like one of the first sitcoms where they're like, let's put a kid in it. That'll help. Not one of the first, because I think the Brady's did that. They brought in cousin Oliver, a little kid, when the other kids got a little long in the tooth and shit. So they did that with Archie Bunker's place. But I think Daniel Brisbois' character, Stephanie, she knew Edith as well. I think she was around for Edith. And then when she died, she stayed a part of, when Edith died, she stayed a part of Archie's life. I cannot believe that we're sitting on the internet talking about All in the Family. Like, I'm losing Banff, man. I see him yawning off camera, man. He's like, God damn it. Why did I bring up the record? Tyler Adams says Meathead can direct a movie. Fuck yeah, he can. Few Good Men is an awesome movie. Still stands, man. Every once in a while, when I'm on a plane and like I'm not sleeping, they got those movies you can watch and shit. I generally go to look for that. That's like porn if you like good dialogue. Aaron Sorkin script and fantastic cast. But yeah, Rob Reiner directed the shit out of that movie, man. Record Hound says Jay and Silent Bob meet Bob and Doug McKenzie animated. You got my money. Out here, take all my money. I would like to see that. And Niti Tala says movie about theater hopping is not on a theater, at least in Finland. Yeah, it's not. It's at one theater. My Finnish friend, come to Smile Castle Cinemas, located in beautiful Atlantic Islands, New Jersey. You can see. We'll run a special screening for you of the 4:30 movie. Be like, I'm the Finn. I came from Finland. I want to see your movie. Am I offending Finnish people with that accent? I don't know. Shouldn't do the voice. Oh my God. Ben Bamboo says, I never got over the death of the mom on Aged Enough. Doesn't that happen before the movie even begins, before the TV show begins? Because that's how he hooks up with, what's her name? Abby. That she becomes, part of the family, his second wife, and joins the Bradford family. They all lived in Sacramento. Do you remember when they had a theme song, right? Like fucking just music and shit for the opening of the song. But then they did an episode where David, the one son, created lyrics for what was like in the show. They don't know it as their theme song, but we who watch the show know it as the theme song. And they took the theme song and he put lyrics to it. So the chorus was, and 8 is enough to fill our lives with love. It was a real 70s kind of fucking thing, man. 70s vibe. Man, James Smith says your knowledge still astonishes me. Yeah, I remember stupid shit that doesn't really matter, but makes me happy. And it's nice that somebody else shouted out, like fucking 8 is enough. I was like, I still think about that shit too. Gus Orozco says, Kev, you need to go on the Tiger Belly podcast. Done and done. High Level Comedy says, thoughts on Rusty Cundiff? What, Fear of a Black Hat? Fucking love Rusty stuff. Phenomenal satires in the 90s, Fear of a Black Hat and Tales from the Hood. Took a picture with Rusty Cundiff, man. It was me, Rusty, Robert Rodriguez, and Eric Schaefer, who did If Lucy Fell. And it was for me for Mallrats. I think El Mariachi for Jesus. My God, is it so late that I just said his fucking name? Robert Rodriguez. Eric Schaefer was there for If Lucy Fell. And the last one, Rusty was there for, I think, Tales from the Hood. I don't think it was Fear of a Black Eye. I think it was Tales from the Hood. And you know who took the photo? It was an Entertainment Weekly. And we were all in a truck, and there was a discussion about who would drive. The photo was taken by a then video director who did a lot of ad shoots and stuff like that, but is now considered, a great American director. Spike Jonze took our picture in 1995. So I think the last time I saw Rusty Cundiff, man, but I always, that's a name, a rock star name in my head, because he, like me, we came up at the same time. We were part of the freshman class of sorts of young indie filmmakers. Roger Kaiser says, wasn't it Diana Hyland who is enough mom who dies of breast cancer? I think you're right. Now I'm remembering that. And then Abby came later on, Betty Buckley, who played like the coach, the gym coach in Carrie. Plug it up, plug it up, plug it up. Typical Mayo says Alf needs rebooting before they announced aliens are real. Yeah, I feel you. That's what I say all the time. James Smith says, I want a Tiger and Mom podcast. Oh my God, so would she. She would love that. 4:30 movie, kids. Don't forget, happening right now. You can watch it at home. We're trying to get to that 4:30 mark. I don't know if we're going to get to it. What are we at right now, Banff man?
We are at 4:12.
Wow. 18 minutes, give or take two. Let's say 20 minutes. And we get to the fourth. Then it's the 4:30 movie episode, and it's 4 hours and 30 minutes long. Something kind of poetic about that. You'll be talking about this shit for years to come with your kids, my friend. Grandkids, even. You'll be like, I was there the night that they went 4.5 fucking hours talking about All in the Family of all fucking things. But you know what? It was apparent that he knew a lot about what he was talking about. He knew a lot about All in the Family. Aaron Howell says, I'm sure you've heard I'm part of what's exposing and prosecuting the Diddy network and what all they're connected to. Yes, it seems like we're bringing the long-awaited help everyone prayed for. I don't know if I mean, I know he got arrested, but I don't really follow that story. I mean, this is apropos of nothing, but I'm an old school hip hop guy. So I never really went on that journey. Let's see. Jake Giddy says, hey, Kev, saw a 4:30 movie and really dug it. A fun time and loved catching all the things you talked about on Smodcast. There were a lot of Smodcast Easter eggs in there, man. SM Alls says, Mark is wherever sleeping right now saying, thank God. That's right. Mark's so glad he didn't do the show. It's like 4.5 hours. What are you, nuts? I was like, dude, I was just me talking to the camera the whole time. I became a vlogger. Let's see. Chunks Understudy says, what about Shaun of the Dead meets Jane Silent Bob, the zombie movie we all need? I mean, Shaun of the Dead needs no help. That's a classic. It's now 20 years old, but I remember the first night I saw that. I'm gonna get a little name droppy here, kids. Quentin Tarantino invited me over to his house, and he had a big party, a bunch of people to come watch Shaun of the Dead. And he was like, I found this movie, and it's cool. And that doesn't sound like it's cool. That sounds better. When I got to Quentin's house, him and Paul Thomas Anderson were there smoking a joint, and they're like, hey man, you want a hit of this? And this is before I was a stoner back in the day. So I was like, no, I'm good. And they looked at me like I was nuts. They're like, wait, what? Based on the movies and shit. Hellstorm says, Kevin, did you like the Terrifier films? Yes. Terrifier 1 and 2. Looking forward to 3. We did a double feature at the Smod Castle Cinemas when we first opened it, when we first took over with Damien and the crew. So hopefully they bring Terrifier 3 back. Coming soon, right? But yes. Gabe 2K says, Fat Man Beyond 431. You will believe a man can ramble. Is this really episode 431? How weird, man. Episode 431, the 430 movie episode. That will be 4 hours and 30 minutes by the time we finish it. Kill Josh Petrino chimed in to say, hey, I was the VFX supervisor for Terrifier 2 and 3. He is, kids. Kill Josh Petrino is the guy you want when you're making a practical effects movie, man, because he'll help you clean up with them visual effects and whatnot. He's gifted. And you will all, he's done that for other people's movies. You're all going to see it when he gets to make his movie. D-Bar says hundreds of beavers as Looney Tunes meets the Three Stooges. I saw that trailer. It looks incredible. So I will watch that movie, man. That looked nuts in the best possible way. Seems like the kind of movie I'd want to bring to like Smodcast. Invite people to come see it. Giuseppe popped in and he says, you have been my biggest inspiration since I was 12. I got to see you show the 430 movie at Smodcastle the other day and was too scared to ask during the Q&A if you have any advice for a future director. Oh God, yes, Giuseppe. My advice to all creatives, young and old, is your voice is your currency. Nobody's ever seen the story that you're going to tell, my future director friend. Remember, you're a filmmaker. You just have not made your film yet. They've seen every variation of story I could possibly fucking tell. It's generally clerks doing things. They've never seen your story, man. They're waiting for you, Giuseppe. So your voice, your distinctive way that you look at the world, the prism through which you view everything and spit it back at the world, that's got value. Nobody's ever heard you tell your story before, man. And they're waiting for that. They don't dream about me pitching them fucking stories anymore. They're like, we know what he could do. They dream about you coming in and telling the story that they've never heard before. So Giuseppe, your voice is your currency, man. It's valuable. Spend it freely. You will never go broke. Your voice never diminishes. It only gets stronger with age. And as time goes on, you become more clear and more distinct on your perspective, your point of view, and how you see the world. So your voice is your currency. Spend it like you're a billionaire, my friend. You're going to be fine because you're a creative and you know it. He's a filmmaker who hasn't made his film yet. Go get him, Giuseppe. Kill Josh Petrino will not go to sleep, and we know why, because his mom's going through a procedure today. So he's wide awake, man. So we're going to entertain him all night long, all morning long. Speaking of Shaun of the Dead, Kill Josh Petrino says, everyone should watch Kevin's Q&A with Nick Frost, filmed at Smodcastle Cinemas after screening of Nick's new film, Crazy House. Should be up very soon. Josh Petrino shot that the other night. This can be the next episode of Fat Man Beyond, probably go up later in the week or something like that. We shot the Q&A for Crazy House, the screening that we did at Smodcastle on Saturday night with the director, Stefan Harz, and with Nick Frost, the star. And it was a great fucking Q&A. So we'll put together a show that's got like the trailer for Crazy House in it and then the Q&A that we did. So you guys can see what it looks like and whatnot. Fun. Fun.
I was going to say, Hundreds of Beavers sounds like a sequel to Astro Blaster.
I know. Have you seen the trailer for Hundreds of Beavers?
No.
It's fucking legit wonderful. Like, go watch it when we're done. It's like, it's visually arresting, to say the least. But it just, I've never seen anything like it. And yet it's hauntingly familiar in some bizarre way. Hellstorm says, so you think Marvel gives Wesley his Blade send-off movie? Fuck, I hope so. I mean, one of my favorite parts of Deadpool Wolverine. Like, especially when he's like, I never liked you. I don't like you. He goes, and you never did. It was really fucking funny inside baseball shit. But yeah, let him. Remember, he's like, there's only ever be one Blade. And they cut to Deadpool and he's like, I would like to see that. I would love to see Wesley go at it again, man. You know, look, give me 9 Blade movies with all different people. I don't give a shit. It's a cool concept. The Daywalker fucking fighting vampires and shit. Hooey. Lonely One says about the Beavers movie, it's like a throwback to a silent slapstick comedy, legitimately great. That's what it just looks like. Tyler Adams points out we just lost Whistler. So any Blade movie with Wesley Snipes going to be missing Chris Christopherson, sadly. Rest in power, Mr. Christopherson. Josh says, I liked Gambit. So did I. Fuck, he was good, man. Fuck. What's the line he says? It's been a minute since I said it out loud. Ooh, I'm gonna make a name for myself. Oh, that was my favorite parts of the movie and shit. Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself. T says Kevin said he didn't see Beetlejuice yet, but his daughter liked it and trusts her opinion. Oh, somebody must have asked. Typical Mayo says, have you seen The Passenger with Kyle Gallner from Red State? Amazing flick. I hope to. I hope we're going to have a screening at Smodcastle of it. I saw him on Twitter the other day talking about it, and people kept going like, Kevin Smith's got a movie theater, show it there. So I think we're working on bringing him and it to Smodcastle Cinemas. That's my dream for that place, is like we get cool filmmakers coming down to Central Jersey. You know, it's easy to get cool filmmakers to come up to a movie theater in Manhattan. It's easy to get cool filmmakers to come out to a movie theater here in Los Angeles. Getting them to come out to Central Jersey is a little tougher. So when they do come out, man, it feels fucking good. Okay. Shiner, what is it? Shiner Drinker says, at this point, I'm expecting to see Kevin pass out like Howard Beale, a la Network. I want you to go out. I want you to open your windows. Love that movie so damn much. Giuseppe says, one day my film will play at Smodcastle Cinemas, and I could finally shake your hand and say thank you for being the biggest inspiration to me. Giuseppe, I'm there for it, man, but you don't have to thank me. Again, at that day, you thank yourself because you made it there. The Dork Knight says, I think I jinxed myself with that super chat. Why? I don't think so. Let's see. James Shavar says, thanks for sharing my birthday with me. Be well, sir. Another August 2nd kid? I share mine with my brother. I was born on his birthday. Can you imagine? My brother's 4 years old, and they're like, here, your birthday is now his birthday. It's been co-opted by your baby brother. Thank God my brother loves me. Because if he didn't, he'd have every right to fucking hate my guts. DNF Jeff says, have you got to meet Ron Howard, a legend? I interviewed him up at Sundance once when I was interviewing people for the IMDb. So that was kind of cool. He was a real sweetheart. T says, Kevin, what are your thoughts on Garth Ennis and the Boys TV show? I love Garth, always have. And of course, I love the Boys. Fuck, Kripke fucking killing it with that show, man. Mike Miller said, Kevin, do you remember the movie Super Fuzz? Of course. Absolutely. Not to be confused with Hot Fuzz, but yes, absolutely. Are we getting a Red State 2, says Hellstorm. Lionsgate picked up the Red State rights recently for home video again. They had lapsed and like they didn't know who to renew with. And finally they found the people and stuff. So when we had a conversation with them years ago, at one point they were like, if we pick up Red State, would you do a sequel to it? I was like, fuck yes, I would do that. Fuck yeah, man. I'd do a bunch of them and shit. So it's a possibility. Always kind of leave that door open and stuff. Got to take it where I can get it. Whatever movie they give me money to make, I'm gonna fucking make it as long as it's mine. Let's see. It's officially October, says Jake Giddies. It is. Even in Los Angeles, it's officially October, man. What's your go-to Halloween themed flick? Halloween. But I know this is a sacrilege, but I love Halloween too, as much as I love Halloween. Yeah, magical movies from my fucking youth. The Shape. I know everyone calls him Michael Myers, but when we were kids, he was The Shape. That's what John Carpenter called him in the script, I think. What's up, Banff man?
Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. That's the one, right? That's the one. That's the Halloween movie.
It really is, man. Talk about, I'm like Linus right now, alone in the pumpkin patch by myself, abandoned by Charlie Brown and fucking Lucy and shit. And I'm like, you'll see, he'll be here. The Great Pumpkin will show up. You know, Linus grew up to be a Satanist, man. Like that kind of fucking devotion to a haunted specter of Halloween. One day Linus grew up and fucking people, he used that blanket in heinous ways. Heinous, evil, satanic ways. The Rhino says, I love Halloween so much I got married on it 4 years this year. Congratulations, man. Getting married on Halloween. It's fucking fun. Um, James Smith says one of my favorite things of all time is Kevin and Scott doing the Q&A of Roadhouse. What do you remember? You mean when we did the commentary track? That was a blast. Like, it was so weird. I knew a guy who worked for the company. They were like, "Do you want to do the commentary track for Roadhouse? We don't have anybody to do it." And I was like, "Yeah, can I do it with Mosier?" And they're like, "Sure." And so we just sat around, did a commentary track for a movie we had nothing to do with. Danny Huckins, PW says, "Are your podcasts, if you're filming at Chronicon, going to be live streamed for video for your YouTube channel?" I don't know about the YouTube channel, but definitely that Kevin Smith Club. Kids, if you love listening to the sound of my own voice as much as I do, thousands of hours, maybe even tens of thousands of hours of podcasts and video available right now at That Kevin Smith Club. Go to thatkevinsmithclub.com and join. You can watch videos of beardless, dickless me, man. That's where we put up the video we shoot of the show. So yeah, it's all there, man. All for the taking at That Kevin Smith Club. So whatever we do at Chronicon, probably go there at least first. Kids, I see by the clock here it's 12:33. So I'm gonna take it to 12:40 just to be sure. But I don't even think we waited until like 8:10 to start the show. I feel like the show started.
Somebody rewound and watched, and so we have 1 minute of pad up front.
That's all we have to do.
So we
So
only
technically,
have
right now, it's 12:33. Isn't that 4 hours and 33 minutes?
We've got right ding. We need 4 more minutes total.
4 more minutes. You know what? I'm throwing in the towel. I can't do it. It's like getting to the end of the finish line and just quitting before you pass. 4 minutes? Shit. I could sing a fucking song. How about I sing Billy Joel's Scenes from an Italian Restaurant? That'll take us all the way. That's over 4 minutes. Like a 10-minute fucking song. Rip Gomez Adams. What does that mean? Who played Gomez Adams that we lost recently? Is he talking about Raul Julia? Did I miss something? Roger Kaiser says, "This is Kev's cut me Mick moment." I was like, "I can't do it. Cut me Mick." Typical Mayo says, "Kev can do 4 minutes easy. He loves hearing himself talk." I do. It's so shameful. You know who loves hearing me talk too? My mother. She can listen to me all fucking day. She's a huge Kevin Smith fan. And I know she was when I wasn't a filmmaker too, but I'll be honest with you, like becoming somebody like in the culture really fucking like turned shit around with me and my mom in a big bad way. Like, not that it was ever horrible, but she was like, she always loved me. I was the baby and shit, but I never finished anything. I was kind of slacker. She thought I'd live home forever, man. She was like, "Oh, Kevin can't get his act together." And then one day I really got my act together. And she went from being like, "Oh, like he's off my apron strings," to like, "Oh shit, I'm known for being Kevin Smith's mother." She loves that shit, bro. She loves being Kevin Smith's mother. She loves going to the events and like, I'm Kevin's mom, and taking pictures of people and shit like that. It's adorable. She's like, "Look, man, I brought you into this world, pulled you out my nethers, man, threw you into this world, and you turned into something that reflects well on me." So yeah, she's my biggest fan. John Aston should still be kicking. So that person didn't think that John Ashton from Beverly Hills Cop was John Aston, who played Gomez Adams on the Addams Family. Did he? If he did, I just disabused him of that notion. Sam Spezza just said that happy 100th birthday to President Jimmy Carter. That's today. So 2 amazing things happened today. Jimmy Carter turned 100, and we did 4.5 hours of fucking Fat Man Beyond by myself with the help of Banff Man. What a great day in America, kids. Joshua Waldrop says, "What are the next glasses in that Kevin Smith collection?" He's referring to these. So when you're a member of that Kevin Smith Club, you get premiums and bonuses. Like we did challenge coins, Kevin Smith big ass challenge coins with different eras of Kevin Smith. And then this year we did these. We did scripts in the past, but this year we did glasses. So this is a Clerks Burger King type glass, because when I was growing up, we had the Star Wars glasses from Burger King. And I love this part. So I always pointed out, look at that logo. that Nate did for that Kevin Smith Club. It looks like the Burger King kind of logo. So we did a clerk's glass. The next glass coming up is a Mallrats glass. Look at that shit, man. Stan's on it as well. Shannon's on it too. And then I just saw the design that Nate did for the Chasing Amy glass. So, you know, collect them all, kids. I mean, I got 16 movies, so we could do 4 years of glasses.
So we're coming up at 4:30 and 40 seconds, and we've got a 20-second outro. So we gotta, if we're gonna hit it on the dot, we gotta wrap up like now.
Kids, if you had a good time, go buy the 4:30 movie. It's available digitally right now. If you want to see me live, tickets available at csmod.com, including this weekend in Hollywood at Flappers Comedy Club. Me and Ralph Garman, man. Thank you again on behalf of my good friend Mark Bernard. You made his dreams come true when you financed his deepest, darkest over at Kickstarter. I've loved hanging out with you for 4.5 hours and blabbing. Thank you for your patience, my friends. Thank you for your kind words about my mom, about the movie, about everything. That is Fat Man Beyond for this week, man. Tune in next time. Same fat time, same fat channel, smodcast.com or youtube.com/Kevin Smith. Jeff's kiss. Go watch the 4:30 movie. Mwah. This is from Cat. Greetings, everybody, and welcome to the AKA Ask Kev Anything. Every saga has a 10-year anniversary, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what happens when Jay and Silent Bob get old. I'm Kevin Smith. Cheers,